Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and a good wherever you are. My name is JP, and welcome to Divi 5 in 2026 Module 2. And in Module 2, we'll be building out a multi-page website. This is a great website. It is professional, it is clean, and it is made for agencies, businesses. Think of accounting, financial services, even professional coaches. Those of you who need something that is clean, minimalist, yet striking, and will bring quickly across what your business is all about with all the right sections and all the right flair. Now, you may have already watched Module 1 for Divi 5, but in Divi 5 Module 2, we are going to be doing things a little bit different. And the reason for that is I find Divi 5 is not easy to present in a linear approach. Divi 5 has so many additional features and a lot is under the hood, yet that comes to the surface that you kind of need to know about, that I find I constantly need to go horizontal, and this lateral approach is what I'm going to try and do better in Module 2. Module 1 is still great, but I want to step away from let's do a hero section, let's do an about us section, rather to in this section we're going to look at font variables. And we're going to look at inline text, more specific topics that I want to bring into each of those sections. And you will see as we release them how that's going to work. And that also means that where I usually do the big tutorial and I release it first and then the single videos afterwards, this one is going to be reverse. We tried this one time. It usually takes me about 2 weeks to 3 weeks to get everything, if I put in all my energy and the 10 hours a day, to roll one of these big courses out. And I hope that this also will be the case, that within 2 weeks, we will be able to give you the full video. In the meantime, you'll be getting these one-by-one videos. I just want you also to go again and reference Module 1 if you have not worked with Divi 5. Whereas I tried to keep all 4 of these modules, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 3 blogging, 4 is about WooCommerce at a beginner's level. I do think that when we are here, you're going to feel sometimes we're doing intermediate stuff. And the reason for that is that with Divi 5, the approach, how you should be creating websites is different than the traditional approach that was present in Divi previously. There is a much more focus on getting up your stuff like variables, setting up presets, and following this workflow, which takes a little bit of time for that change of mind to get into that new frame. Once you get into it, you're going to really enjoy it. And that's why I actually moved Divi ahead of another page builder I wanted to tackle in 2026. We're in 2026 already. For that, we'll be shifting between this beginner to a little bit more intermediate, but don't worry. I will not introduce a new term and not explain it to you. So head on over to Websites for Beginners in the YouTube channel. Of course, the links are in this video as well. And if you want to go and check the latest Divi, it is there, and that is for Module 1. Then, let's talk quickly again about this because I think a lot of people aren't aware of this. I bought Divi 10 years ago. Divi came out, I think, 2013. And then they brought around 2016, they were one of the first builders to do front-end building. Do you know we did back-end building with Divi at the very beginning? And that is why that concept is still present in Divi, because a lot of people who started with Divi still likes the back-end building. What I want to say is that back then, if you had bought the lifetime license for Divi, you are getting all the benefits today of all the new stuff that is rolling out, especially this Divi 5, which is essentially a brand new builder with all the latest CSS concepts that makes your site super monster, and a good monster for that matter. The lifetime deal is $250. I think they run specials through the year. I cannot remember. And if you want a reference, you can go to their pricing page, and I have a good little breakdown here just to show you your investment. If you buy the lifetime license today, after 10 years, you haven't spent anything else. But if you look at the other contenders on the market, they don't have lifetime deals. I think the only one here that has a lifetime deal is Bricks, and their deal at the moment is $600 for unlimited sites. I'm pretty sure that comes down $100 or so during a Black Friday sale. Not sure. The only other page builder that's currently on the market that offers a comparable solution is the new Mosaic. Mosaic is still new, but they do have an early bird lifetime special running at this moment. You can check that out if you're interested in that. That's it. So let's start with our Module 2 in Divi. In the next chapter, we're going to look at the page manager, how you create pages. Of course, you know how to create pages, but within the Divi editor. By the way, my name is JP. I'm your friendly host for this Module 2. Let's get cracking. Welcome back to Chapter 2 of Module 2 for Divi, and we are building a multi-page website. In this chapter, we're going to tackle mainly two things, and that is going to be the import of the media and understand how Divi works with SVG files, which it doesn't, but that is a WordPress process. And the second most important point that we will cover in this chapter is the page manager that is right inside the Divi builder. Let's see how that works. My WordPress site is ready. What I've got here is my WordPress installation. I've got nothing else here. We'll do a quick installation and get Divi into our WordPress and start working with it. I'll go to Appearance and Themes. Divi is a theme and click on Add Theme. I found that with the latest update, it didn't do an automatic update. I had to go and download Divi 5 again. This update includes the new image module, which is great because in Module 1, that us over. Upload theme, browse, and let's look quickly there for Divi over here and upload. The great thing about Divi as a theme as it comes in, you don't need to bring in a license key. You just need to remember how to sign into your Elegant Themes account because that's how Divi activates right within your WordPress. Select Activate, and with this we get a new label here in the navigation menu on the left that says Divi, and then log in to activate your license, which is what we will do. Log in, and with that we are ready to go. It's going to give us the dashboard with a few things that we can do in terms of adding pages or starting a website from scratch. You can have a look around here, but hey, that's why these videos are here, so you don't have to go through all of this. Installation done. We've got Divi installed here, and if you want to understand about Divi as a theme or as a no theme, go check out Module 1. With Divi installed, I want to bring in all my media. Go to Media, and I already have my little cats there, and I open the media that I will be using. Have a quick look here in my Explorer. All these that have the little icon for the edge, they are SVG files. I use a lot of SVG, and one of the reasons I like to use them is for custom icons. A lot of people are very happy with the standard icons that come in within page builders. I'm not. This is one of the things I just want to do it a little bit different. Now, I spend money on that to subscribe to websites that give me a lot of icons to choose from. Apart from icons, you sometimes want other images also in SVG format. The WordPress environment does not allow you to just bring in SVGs for many reasons, but you can activate it. I think every page builder on the market has an option to just switch on the SVG, except Divi. And I've written to them about it. I think both their SVG incorporation plus their icon setup is really outdated. The icon, you cannot bring in custom icons to start with. Their icons are okay, but I want custom icons. As simple as that. And I hope they can do a good job if they consider bringing in custom icons. The moment now, if you want to work with SVGs, you need to install a plugin, which is what we're going to do now. Very easy plugin. And you have to do that to work with SVGs. And if you want to work with your own custom icons within Divi, you have to use it as an image. I think it's fine with the new Flex container and being able to put things inline and create my own modules. I'm very happy with it. But let's go through this. I'll just drag one of these, this one that says 1, into my media library, and I get the error message that says this file cannot be processed by the web server, and I'll say dismiss errors, and the answer is because it's an SVG. Go to plugins. Currently I have none. Click on add plugin, and we're going to bring in an SVG, and the one is called Easy SVG. Easy SVG. And all this does is once you install Easy SVG, it will allow you to use SVG files in your builder. In fact, you can use Easy SVG. The one that I actually use is SVG Support. 1 million plus active installations. I just always remember Easy SVG, but I'm going for SVG Support. A quick installation, activate, and that's it. And it's a plugin, very small footprint, negligible. Go back to media, and now I can just grab all my media. I'll select them all and drag them into my media library, and no errors. This is one of my requests is to just give us that on-off switch within the Divi settings that we can use SVG. Maybe it's there. I didn't find it. I checked. I cannot find it. So I'm using this. If you know if it's in there and I missed it, please leave a comment in the description below. And then my big request is custom icons, better icon system. Now we have our images here. Media library, check. Next one, we create our page. We're going to have 4 pages as we are building out the multi-page website. The first one is our home page. Then we'll have an about and services. And finally, you guessed it, the contact page. A lot of page builders are moving towards everything happening within the builder platform. But some of these still need to happen within WordPress, and such a feature is to create a page. However, we're going to work with the page manager soon, but unfortunately, I still need that first page to enter the Divi builder. And I wonder if Divi cannot come up with a smart way of having us even access our first page directly from the Divi builder without the need to create a page, a temporary page that we can rename later. I'm pretty sure the geniuses can come up with that. I'm just the user with many impractical ideas. To create our first page, we go to Pages, nothing here, I cleaned everything out, click on Add Page, and we close our little bubble here, we call this a home page, and Publish. I'm not going to click on Use Divi Builder, I want to show you something that's very important. One more, Publish. Most builders require you to click on this button before this page can be edited in Divi. Let's go back to the Pages section. And now you will see there's the home page. And you see we've created the home page. If I wanted to edit this page now in Divi, I think all page builders will not allow you to do it. You physically need to click on that button in the WordPress editor, enter the builder, come back, and then you will have a quick link. But notice what happens as I hover over it. In the quick link section, we already have Edit with Divi. The page hasn't entered Divi yet, but I can edit it directly from here. I don't need to go into the WordPress editor again. Once I do go and I edit it with Divi, there will be an extra little tag here that says Divi, knowing that we've already started editing it with Divi. I think this is super helpful. If you are creating, let's say, 10 pages quickly in WordPress, you just want to create the pages and then later start editing them. You don't need to go every time then into WordPress and click on that button to get into Divi. You can just come here to the pages and click on Edit with Divi. And as you'll see in the page manager, you don't even have to do that once you're inside Divi. Before we go into Divi, let's go to our settings and set our home page. Reading, your home page display, a static page. And now my smart website knows that when people come to my URL, my main address, they will find this page, the home page that we will be working on. Settings save. Click on our front end view. We go to the front end, and this is how it currently looks. We have a header at the top. We have this footer at the bottom. We have this here on the right. This here is the standard of the theme layout. All of this will change, and in Module 1, we deactivated this. Here we're not going to do that. We're going to do things differently, probably the way you would do it if you start working with a website from scratch within Divi 5. Note, here in the WordPress toolbar at the top, now we also have the option there to say Edit with Divi. This is again great. Any other page builder, if you haven't entered the builder yet, this will not appear in the WordPress toolbar. You have to go to the pages, go into the page within WordPress editor, and click on Edit with Divi. I want to underscore how cool this is, because if one builder like Divi can do it, I hope everyone can do it. Select Edit with Divi. We go into Divi. We have a header here. We have our footer here. And this is the area we will be building out our page. There's always a section, and the section is this blue box. Inside the section, there is always a row. That's the green area. Inside a row, there is always a column, and your contents, the modules / elements, go inside the columns. Wait, the elements / modules go inside the columns. Hope I got that one right. We'll leave all of this. I'm not going to change them now. We'll work a little bit with this header and footer here. Later chapters, we will create our own theme and take it to the theme builder. To exit back, and we'll do that, let's save our page, top right hand corner, Control S, Command S, and exit. From the drop down, you have the options: back, view page, edit page, dashboard. Let's go to the dashboard. Select dashboard. I like this feature. I'm right back in WordPress. Look at the speed of Divi. It's awesome how quickly it can jump between the builder and the back end. Hop on over to pages, and now you see there it is, home. Next to home, we have an additional tag. First, it tells us it's the front page. Secondly, it's indicating now that we are editing it with Divi. That means that from here, you can just select Edit with Divi, which is what we will do in most cases. But remember, we want to add 3 more pages, and that brings us to the Page Manager. In Module 1, I mentioned this sidebar here on the left, and I said there's a lot going on. We'll build it out, we'll work with it. Some of these you'll probably work with once or twice while you are building your website. Others you're going to work with all the time. One of them that you'll use whenever you are creating a page or a post is the Page Manager. From the left, select these little 2 pages that look like a copy. Click on Page Manager, and it opens a blank section that just says Pages. Go to the bottom, select Add New, and now we create a new page. Let's call this page About. What kind of page is it? It's a page, so we leave it there. Do I want it published? I'm a cowboy when it comes to this. I don't care if people find this, so I keep it on published. But if you are working with highly sensitive new release product that nobody else has to see before it's actually released, be careful. Too many people burn their fingers all the time by actually putting it on published where it should be a draft. And then click on Add Page. Nothing happened. But if you open up here Pages, you will see that we have these 2 pages now, About and Home. And that is exactly what we've created. I can drag them to reorder them. Not sure what that means by reordering them, because I haven't seen the ability to create a menu here. This would be very cool once Pages also includes the WordPress menu, right? I'm full of ideas. Let's create another page. This one is Services. Again, we keep those the same. Add, and last page is our Contact Us page. I'll just say Contact and add the page, and we have these. What is great? That from here, if I want to edit any of these pages, currently we're in the home page. I want to start editing the About page. I click here on the little pencil, Edit Page. Boom. I'm right in the About page. Go to another page, Page Manager, Contact, open it up. I'm in my Contact page and I can start making changes. Have you also noticed what has happened since I added these pages? And that is in the header at the top, it looks like we have a menu there. This again is default WordPress behavior. When you haven't created a menu, it will automatically, in the theme, put all your pages there at the top. This is a nice indicator, but I just want to point this out. This header and this footer is within the Divi theme. And if you've watched Module 1, you will know that I tell you we're not going to be using the theme Divi theme, Elegance theme, to actually build out our site. We will use the theme builder later chapter. But just note that they are there. Doesn't mean there's a menu. Doesn't mean a menu has been created, rather. But it just shows us the pages that are currently there. To make sure we don't make a balls up here. We have to go back to Page Manager and select the home and edit the page so we can be back in our home page. Quick review, we installed Divi. If you don't know how to get Divi, follow the link in the description below. Go check it out. They've got a great lifetime deal, one that you shouldn't pass up. Second thing is we brought in our media, and I explained to you that if you want to work with SVGs, you will need to bring in a plugin that lets WordPress and by proxy Divi support the SVG file format. And we used, I forgot again the name. You just type in easy SVG, support SVG. I think that was the name. We created the home page, and I showed you how cool it is that we don't have to go through that process every time by create a page in WordPress and then select edit in Divi. Because once you are in the Divi builder, you can use the page manager option on the left to create your pages and easy navigate between those pages. In the next section, we'll be building out the Euro section, but that is not the important part of the Euro section. We're going to look at really cool features. One is how you can put text of different sizes inline, small text and large text, and build out a real stunning header. We'll touch on something that's very important to many people, and that is using custom fonts. And the reason you should consider using custom fonts is because many regions in the world, they don't like that your website is getting the fonts that you are using inside the builder from Google directly. They feel there's a security risk and etc. We're going to show you how to disable that, how to disable using the Google fonts, but then how to bring in your custom fonts. And like me, I only use variable fonts. So we'll talk about variable fonts, not font variables. The two are different. Let's make it even more complicated. That's all in chapter 3. For our first section on our homepage, we're going to be creating this, and the inspiration comes from a pre-starter demo site that I've borrowed and adapted from CrocoBlock. Yes, they make some good starter sites, and I like that kind of inspiration. There are a few things that's going to happen here for this Euro section. We're going to divide it 2 or 3 parts, and the first one we're going to talk about colors. And for that, we're going to talk about variables, which we did in module 1, but for each of these modules, we'll be going one step deeper down the stairwell into the dungeon. And then for the second part of this video in our chapter 3, we are going to look at a new feature that was introduced while I was creating module 1, which is a generator, and we'll focus on the color palette generator. Let's get into our builder. This is where we left off last time, and we have a section by default always here. One of those things that I will repeat many times, that we start with a section. You can try and delete it. Go to the top left corner where you see the blue label, select delete, and you can delete it, I guess, indefinitely, and it will never go away, because Divi says to have any content on your page, you do need this section. And within that section, there is a row, and within the row, there is a column, and the content goes inside the column. And that's where our layers panel here on the left comes into play, as it gives us a visual flowchart of how everything works. To bring in content, and if you don't know how this works, because I'm going to go quickly through it, you need to go to module 1. Add new row, equal columns. I'll select one column, and within that column, I'm going to put a text element, and the text element drops onto the page with some default lorem. No, that's not lorem ipsum. It's just placeholder text. It's at this point in the video that we're going to talk just about color. I'm going to use a dark background for the section. Let's do that first. Click on the section, that is the blue container, and to make sure that you've selected the right one, because in every page builder out there, we always select the wrong one, or we make a mistake, we work too quickly. You have 2 places to check that. On the left in the layers panel, you will see that the section is selected. It's highlighted in blue, but then the breadcrumbs feature all the way to the right. When you go to the options panel on the right, you will see it says section at the top, and that tells you you're working with the section. Continue to background under content, and then third from the left, background image, add background image. And we did all the hard work earlier by bringing in all those images. All I need to do is to select the image that I'm going to use, this one, upload image. And now we run into the problem, which is why we're going to be talking about colors, is that my text is dark, my background is dark, almost no contrast. I can't see what's going on there. And that's why we're talking about colors. You are more than welcome to do this on a one-by-one basis. I'm not going to say this is the only way, but I'm going to show you the way. But if you are happy doing everything on an element by element, module by module basis, you are more than welcome. And to do that, you select the text module, then in the options panel on the right, design, go to text, not heading text, go to text color, you can click on the picker, and this is something that you are familiar with. There is this area, you can drag the colors around, you can change the hue, and you can change the opacity. All of this is here, and we look quite in detail in module 1 at this. Close, I'll go to this area that says reset field, and we know we made changes whenever we see that blue little dot. Click on reset, and we're back to the default color. The preferred way and the recommended way is that we go and create global colors, and that is done under a new section, a new concept. It's not entirely a new concept, but it's just filtered down to page builders, and we call it variables. I prefer global settings, but many builders like Divi bring in this word variables. So remember, variables are global settings. We set our colors. Every time we use anything that needs color, just point to that color, and we don't have to bring in the code and select it every time. Access the variables. So that all happens here on the panel on the left. We did that in module 1, but we're going a little bit deeper this time. Click on the variable manager, and here we find our colors, open it up, and these are the standard colors that Divi bring in by default. Click here on the border on the right and drag it so we can see what's going on. There are 5 colors which Divi says you need this, or at a minimum you need this. You can change them, but we're going to lock you in with that name. You're not going to be able to change it, JP, even though you have your own preferences, but these names will stay. I suspect it's got something to do with the theme or some dinosaur footprint. But anyway, we are stuck with primary color, secondary color, heading text, body text, and then also a link color. If you're going to use Divi often, when you are doing the planning for your website, use then this terminology. It's standard terminology. I just have my own, as simple as that. But this is standard terminology when you are drafting a color palette. And that's what I did here. Open my Word document, and you can see here I have my primary is a purple. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this code. To change it, click on the color swatch, and you can paste it here like so, and hit enter, return on your keyboard. The birds are so loud. And now you see we have this purple color. The secondary color is white. This one is easy. I just click on the color swatch and I drag the selector all the top to the left, and then we get the triple F, and we set the white. For the heading text color and the body text color, we're going to use the same one. This one is 404044. I love it. 404044. And go in. This time, instead of clicking on the swatch, I'll just select it there, paste it, and enter again, a slight change, and we do the same for this one. The link color, I'll also use the purple. Here you have a choice. You saw with the heading text color and the body text color, I used the same code. What Divi allows you to do is reference another color. Instead of using the same code and pasting it again and again, Divi allows you to just use it one time. And then if you want to repeat it for other areas on your page, you just tell those areas reference the first color, and we do it like so. Link color, click on it. And what I want to do, you see here the swatches, I want to click on the purple. I don't find the purple, and the reason is because I forget to save. save variables here in the bottom. I do it all the time, really, and I've been using Divi now non-stop for a month plus. Apply changes. It's just that most other page builders don't require you to save these features, so I get a little bit lost. No, that's not right. Actually, they do require some of them. Okay, now that we've saved it, go back to link color, click on the blue swatch, and we see that our swatches here, they have updated. Click on primary color and look what happens to the link color. Instead of the code, it puts the name, the label of the primary color, and it tells us, hey, every time you are going to use the link color label, it is going to reference the primary color. That's what's going to happen here. I'm not sure if you noticed what happened. When we changed the heading text and the body text color, that text on the page also updated. Yeah, that is so dark. No one can see that, but it did update. So the heading text and the text modules refer to these two. Now, this is how we set it up. Make sure that you save and apply changes. But now I want to talk about that new feature, and that is the generator. Are you going to use the generator? Everyone is going bonkers over the generator. Nah, I'm not so sure. And I'll tell you why, but I'll also tell you why I'm excited about it. I think it needs a little bit of work. Let's first have a look at what the generator is. With these colors here now, next to the colors label in the variables panel, see this little icon? And it says generate color palette variables selected, and the generator opens. I'll close the variable manager and I'll open it again, because then I get better resizing and we can see this better. What you note here is that the colors that I brought in, those primary colors as well as white, they are here already. So that's great. They are using my primary color, and you can see it here on the left. At the top, let's start here. It says variable type, and the first one it's set to is color palette. From the dropdown, though, you will see that there is a lot going on here. And we'll get to these when we talk about them in later chapters. That's why Module 2 is being done differently, because we're going to look at all these awesome features, and then you decide, do you need them? Do you want to use them? Below the primary color, and this is what the generator will use to generate the colors, you have palette type. Now, this is color theory, and if you need to know more about this, you have to go do a little bit of studying on that. It basically just tells you sometimes we have, not sometimes, we have this color wheel, and sometimes we take a color that's opposite, adjacent. We have these different options, and you can see that currently it's set to complementary. So that primary color of us and the yellow is the complementary colors. So whereas I set my color to white, if I want to use the generator will tell me the yellow is your secondary color. You can choose any of these others like analogous. Now you can see this is the ones that are close to each other. Then split complementary, 2 colors, and that's going to be the same for triadic. And they work on different rules, trying to give you colors that are harmonious. That is the word that we are looking for here. I'll put it back on the first one, complementary, and then just have a look at what happens below this. We have so many colors to choose from. You can set, though, how many of these variants are generated. Number of shades. So where is the shades here? Primary shades. Let's reduce it to only 1. And you can see as I reduce it, we only have 1 here and 1 here. And we can increase it. I'm not sure how many. It gives us up to 8. And this is if you have a real complex website where you are generating many types of colors and you want to have different variants of the same color. So the shade is based on that blue, and it's going to give you different darkness shades of that. Same with the tints. I can reduce it to 1. You can see I do that. And same with the tones. Again, if you don't know what the shades and the tints and the tones are, just go find something on YouTube. There are many videos explaining this. Then you have the intensity. right? You can reset it. I'm showing you this, and then I'll tell you the reason why I probably won't use it. This is a very nice feature, and for many people, they will use it. One reason why the generators are popular, if you look at a page builder like Bricks, is where you have the ability for accessibility to turn a website that is light mode into dark mode. And then when you set it up properly with its relative colors like HSL, what am I talking about? Then the website automatically gives you a very good accessible dark version. That is where this comes into play. I don't see that feature yet coming into Divi. It's probably there down the road. But for me, the reason is that often when I work with clients, they don't only have a primary color. They give me a secondary and a tertiary color. They've already developed their color schemes. All I need to do is maybe work on the tones and variants like tints and other shades. And that would be nice if there were options here for me to lock in not only the primary, but also the secondary and the tertiary. So 3 options here. And then if I needed variants on that, I could generate them and add them. Secondly, I think what would be nice is that if it generated these colors, I could go to any of them, hover over them, and only add that color. Currently, if you look here at the top, it says add variables to my site. If I select this, I'm adding like 100 plus colors. Not that many, but 30 plus colors to my colors, which I really don't want. It's way too overwhelming. If you don't know what you're doing with all these colors, you're going to mess up your site. The third reason is that my approach to website making is to keep it as simple as possible. And that means that if I use all these colors, I'm kind of breaking my own rule. If I close this out and we go back to our colors here, I want to keep it to these 3 colors. I'm going to add one more, but these are my basics. The primary, which is this purple, then white, which is usually needed, and then my darker color for my heading and my body text. I'll use one more color, which is a custom color, and that is bright snow. We actually used it also in the previous one. And to add your own, you go here on add global color. I'll give it its name, bright snow, and I'll paste the hex and enter to lock it in. And remember to save variables and apply changes. So now that you've seen the color generator, you can go ahead and play around a little bit with it and figure out if you're going to use this. I think this is nice to have there. I don't see myself using this currently because I just don't want to import all these colors. And the second thing is, like I mentioned, I would like to also bring in my secondary and even other colors and then generate from them. So maybe if the generator wasn't only here to colors, but actually if the generator could be next to primary, next to secondary, and that you could generate, this is a good idea, actually a color palette based on each of these colors. So instead of having the icon only here, you have the icon next to each of the colors, and then you can generate from that. I'm pretty sure there I may use it because often when you are creating like an icon and you have a little background, you just want a soft tint of that color or a tone a little bit softer so you can create a nice background with the same color. That would be super cool to have that. This is a great way to start it, good way to go, but I think we need a little bit more for that. So that came in during Module 1. Module 2, we are presenting it to you. I'm not going to use it yet. Now with our colors that we have here, we can finally go ahead and change the color of this text element. I'll click on Save Variables, Apply, because I don't remember if I saved it, and then I'll close the side panel on the left. Select the text on the page, we go to Design, and now how we work with these global colors, the variables that we've locked in, is that we go to our text color. Here we want to make a change, and I'll click here on Pick Color, and instead of bringing in that name or a custom color, I go here to the swatches at the bottom and I select secondary color. And now we can finally see what's going on. So this is what we are working to. And you can see how I've changed the text. And we'll do that in the next chapter. And that's why we also brought in the quality. We're not going to work with the presets yet. For this first Euro section, we're going to do most of it manually. And we'll work when we get to the second section get into those presets, which we touched on in Module 1. For the next chapter, we're going to look at how do we build out, bring in fonts. We're going to disable Google fonts. We're going to bring in our own variable fonts. We're going to set up this very interesting layout by using our text elements. And then after that, we'll talk a little bit about this cactus plant. Is it a cactus plant? I'm not sure what kind of plant this is. Some kind of succulent, something nice. We'll do that as well. How did I get it there? By using absolute positioning. In this chapter, we're going to work with our fonts, which are our global fonts. We're going to work with font variables and then variable fonts. And the two are different. Whenever you put variables or variables at the end, it means the global setting. When we talk about variable fonts, we are talking about a font that can stretch in width of the character. I'll show you soon how that works. I prefer working with font variables. Before we do that, I'll also show you how to disable Google Fonts if you are in a region where this is an issue, or if you just prefer to disable that search for the Google Fonts, and then we're going to upload our custom fonts. Into the builder we go, and from here, where we are currently, we exit first, go to the top right and select Exit to Dashboard. We go to Divi, and then Divi Theme Options. And then Divi Theme Options, General, just a little bit down over here. Use Google Fonts, and we say, no way, Jose. And once you've done that, scroll down to the bottom and click on Save Changes, because that's my number one mistake. I forget to save changes. We go to the front end, and from here, I'll just select Edit with Divi. What has happened now? Select the text, go to Design, Text, and Text Font, select the drop-down, and you only have those few fonts. Usually you have lists and lists of fonts. You only have the system fonts, which you can use if you want to, but we're going to upload our own. Like before, we're not going to do it from here. The more and more I'm working with variables, the more I'm working with global settings. I think some global settings are really important. I think others are your own preference. But when it comes to your fonts that you use, global settings is the way to go. So we go to variables. To the top left corner, variable manager, select, and then open up fonts. Both heading and body font will use the same font, and that is Poppins. Now, Poppins is a Google font. Why do I disable it if I have to upload it myself? Again, there are reasons. If you're in a region where you don't want to fetch it from Google, you do that. Or if you are using a very specialized font that Google doesn't have, you're going to do the same. And we're going to do that as well. Heading and body font, Poppins. Now, in this case, I need to upload Poppins by myself. And you can download it from Poppins, which is, I think, the Indian Foundry. I'm not sure now, but you will find it on Google as well. Secondly, I'm using a variable font. Let's start with the heading, and we get into it. Select Upload, give it a name, and I'll call it Poppins. Choose Font Files, opens my browser, my fonts, and here is Poppins variable font. You see there's only one font. A variable font can give you all the sizes from thin to normal, which is regular, to bold to extra bold, all those different terminology, or you can use the 100 to 900 system for the weights or the widths of the font width. The great thing about a variable is I don't have to care about bringing in all those fonts. If you don't use a variable font, you have to upload each one by one by one. Select Upload, and now my Poppins is there. And if I go to Body, I can select Poppins now as well. And you can see the moment I select Poppins, it also updates on the page. If it doesn't update, click on Save, Variables, Apply Changes, Save at the top, and reload your page, and those changes will propagate onto the page. Let's hit back, Variable Manager, select Fonts. For this first section, I'm going to be creating this very unique hero section. And why is it very unique? Because I will never do it again on this site. And in fact, these two fonts used in this hero section, I'll never use it either. That is amazing, right? What a waste of my precious time, but I love it and I want to show it to you, so we're going to do it. So we upload two more fonts that we're only going to use here. Fonts, click on Add Global Font. Let's give it a name. And I'm going to give it the names of the fonts. That makes it easier for me to find them. The first one I'm going to upload is Mike Sans. And then upload, give it a font name. Again, the font name and the name you give it is different. Choose. And where is Mike? Over here. Upload Mike. Upload. Good, Mike is in there. And one more. And this one is going to be Playfair Display, which again is a Google font very often found. I'm using the variable font. I only need to use one little file to upload. But it's important, this one is italics. It's not just the normal one, it's only italics. Click on Upload. And we call it Playfair Display. Italics. Choose Font Files. You see here I have the two Playfair displays, and I'll choose the italic variable font weight. Open up, upload, and these four fonts appear. Save variables. Let's go have a look at what this means on the page before we start building out this section. Click on it, and that's the text module. Design, select text, and go to the text font. The first thing that is important is that the text font for the text module will always get the font from what you set over here in the variables, which is Popup. And the same for any heading text, it will get it over here from the heading, which is also set to Popup. So you will get the Popup for both of them. This heading, I want to use Mike Sans. What is important, and I've said what is important a few times. If you choose the drop-down, you will see the fonts, not the variables. Very important. Let me say it again. When you use the drop-down here, and you select any of them, you are not selecting the variable, you're selecting the font. That means that if later on you decide I want to change Poppins to Montserrat and you update it in variables, it's not going to update across your site. You will have to come and change everywhere all your presets for that update to filter through. How I tell my text font which variable font or which font variable to use, you need to go to text font and the three little discs, which says insert dynamic content, and that's where the variables are housed. Select, and now you see, I don't see the names of the fonts. I see the names of the variables I've given. So there's body, there's heading, then I called it Mike Sans, and I call it Playfair Display Italics. These are not the fonts, they are the font variables. That means if I choose any of them, change them on the left side in the panel, they will update across every instance where I used it. Let's select Mike Sans and you can see the text updates. That's very important to distinguish between these two concepts, whether you are using the font or you're using the font variable. Right, so we've basically ticked off three things. We talked about font variables, then we disabled Google Fonts, then we uploaded our custom fonts, and in my case, I used variable fonts. All of these are variable fonts. Now we're going to build out our section, and we're going to do this by using text modules and putting them next to next in the same row. Click on the text module that we've brought onto the page. On the right side, go to Content, the text over here, and you can change it, and all we type in is the. Let me just remind you what we are creating. The best quality. How do we do this? We are going to create a module for the, one text module, then we're going to create a text module for best, and then we're going to create one for quality. Because I will never use this design across my website ever again, I'm not going to create presets. I'll just build it manually, which is what we're very comfortable with. With that module selected of the, I will now go to design. I've already put it on Mike Sans. I leave the text font weight. I've already put my text color variable on secondary color. And now for my text size, I am going to go for 64. Enter 64. One thing here that's very important. After I've typed in this 64, hover over the text or select it even. And note that the bounding box, even of the row, is narrower than the height of the. We go here to the sidebar on the left, select X-ray. Now you can see it much better. That is the line height. The text line height here in the options panel on the right says 1.7 m. Not true. I'm not sure what it is. I think it is fixed at a pixel height. It's definitely not m. It's not stretching. And I suspect it's got something to do that this is actually a rich text element. To make sure you don't run into this snag. Otherwise, once we start doing this build out, things are going to start overlapping and you're not going to be sure where it comes from. Go to text line height and type in 1. It is on M, so once I type in 1, you can see here with the X-ray vision that we can see what's going on. I had a question, why is there space at the bottom? And that is for any of those letters that go below your X line. Let's type in G, then you will see there's space for that. So that space is not padding, it's not margins, it is your font. Now we have the there. Duplicate this text module. I'll duplicate it by clicking here and I'll duplicate it again. Select the next one, change the text, I'll type in your best. And the only thing I need to do here is change the font size. Go to design, text, and for the text size, I'm going to put it on 150 pixels. Then for the last one, select that, quality, and put the text size on 300. Enter. What is happening here? We have 3 text modules and they are inside the row. We open up our layers panel. We can see we have a section, then the row. Always inside a row, we have a column. This is the standard structure. And now we have these 3 text modules. They are stacked, and that is the standard setup for a column. But this column is a flex container, so it can be stacked, or we can tell the column we want everything in a row. Select the column and just have a look at how that works. You go to layout, and it says layout direction, and currently it is set to stack, which is a column. Select this one, row. And now you immediately see, aha, this is where we are moving towards. So we have a row. Now, all of these shrink basically to the box size, not shrink, but they come to the box size next to each other. But I want the quality below this. There are probably 1,000 ways you can go about doing it. I'll show you the way that I settled upon. Reset the layout direction so it's back to column. What I'll do is I'll take the and I'll take best, these 2 text modules, and I'll put them in a group module. And then I'm going to tell a group module to put them in a row. Go to any of them, select here, add new module or row, and select group, and the group drops onto the page. Go to the first one, click, hold, and drag it into the group module, and then go to base, click, hold, and drag, you drop it. Check here on the left in the layers panel, go to group, and you see we have the text, and you see we have the text within the text. Yes, that is possible. Click the one at the bottom and just drag it a little bit to the left so that they are now stacked, but they're in the same group. Always check this. It's very, very easy to make this kind of mistake. Now we have these 2 in the group module. And the group module is also a flex module. In fact, every module in Divi is a flex module, can be. Select group, design on the right, layout. Currently it's in column, put it on row. Things are starting to come together, the and best. And what is this space here? Currently I'm still in X-ray view. I think I'm going to leave it on X-ray view so you can understand what I'm doing. That there is a gap that the group is applying between different modules within the group. And that's how we work in the Flex world. We don't work with margins, we work with gaps. Under layout, you will see we have a horizontal gap and a vertical gap. Currently, my modules are not stacked, they're not vertical, so this is irrelevant. So we look at the horizontal gap. And what I'll do is I'll select it, make it 6, enter, and look, that space between the and the best becomes very small. With the group selected, remaining here, I'll go to justify content and select center. And now the and the best is in the center. Beautiful. What do we do about quality? Now quality and the group, the best group, they are inside the column. Select the column. Under layout, it is stacked, which is what I want, but I also want to align the items to the center. And now they're all nicely aligned. The other thing I want to achieve here is to make sure that that space in the middle is also removed. This again is done at the column level. Now we are stacked, so it's the vertical gap. And this time I'll add 0. No gap, but there is still too much space. Deactivate the X-ray. And now I will use my margins and I will use a negative margin. Select the module for the quality, which is a text module. In the options on the side, we go to spacing, margins, and what did I have it on? -36, and our heading is created. Good. Once we start adding more padding and space and all that kind of stuff, it's going to look really good. Before we continue with the next module, let's go to tablet. It's a little too big. Let's click on it, go to text, and this is for the quality. Currently it's at 300. I'll put it on 260. The and best I will leave as is. Jump down one more to your phone. We definitely have to change this. I'll grab my slider on the left and take it down to 360 pixels. Select best, which is currently at 150, and I'll make it 120. Select quality, bring it down to 120. The negative margin we created at the top, let's reduce that a little bit with quality selected. Go to spacing, -36, and we put it on -30. Just take a little bit away of that and we have more space. Cool. Looks nice. Remember about the preview mode in the top right corner, you can select preview. Unfortunately, the preview just shows you this, and that is the front page for your desktop. I don't see any mobile previews here. Best way is to go view it on the front end. So select here preview on front end, then hit function key F12 on your keyboard. This will open the inspector. If you don't see it, like here I'm in Mozilla Firefox. It's here at the bottom. Look for the little responsive design mode icon. Enter that. And now you can see this is how it will look on an iPhone. We have a few to choose from here. You can work through them. We set them up nicely. Here's laptop, Pixel, Android. They're going to work perfectly for all of them. And we exit this mode again. You can just hit again F12 on your keyboard or close here at the top. Back into Divi. Let's create the rest of this section. Now that I've created this, I have a little bit of a sub tag here at the bottom. The structure is different. And every time you work with a new kind of structure inside Divi, you bring in a new row. You don't just bring in new modules, you bring in a new row. Click here, add new row. I'm looking for one with a small container on the left, a larger one on the right. I go to offset columns flex. It's not what I want, but I'm going to make some changes with this and select. It opens up the first one on the left column. What do I want? I want a divider. Select the divider. Can't see the divider? Go over to the options on the right, select design, go to line. We change the color first, click on the swatch and select secondary color, which is white. This line position I find is very useful. Currently that line is put to the top of the container. Hover over it, you see we have that little bit of a container. It's easier to work with it when it's vertically centered. I think that should be the default actually. Vertically centered, now it will always appear, because when you have it on top or bottom and you hover over it, the container box, that black box, will obscure the line and you can't see it. That's why I think vertically centered is easier to work with. Go to sizing, divider weight, put it on 3, and then the width, I will lock in it at 75 pixels. Type in 75 px and enter on your keyboard. Select the column, and we place that divider now inside the column. We do that by going to Layout, Column. We tell it to justify content to the center. Look on the page, it goes to the center, and now we align it to the middle also. Actually, this one we put on end, the one that says end on the right. We want to flush it to this side. Second column, click on Add New Module or Row. Here we bring in a text, and we will call this one Fresh Ideas for Your Business. Change the color first, click on it, text font, and remember we are using a variable. Go to the little disk icon and select Playfair Display Italics. Text color the same, click on our white swatch, secondary color, and then text size, put it on 36. Didn't I change it? Go to content and we change it over here. We say fresh ideas for your, I think that's your business. And again, you see that box isn't at 1M. Design, text, line height, 1M. I think we'll also give it a little bit of letter spacing at 1.5 pixels. Nice. Go to the left column within the row, column on the left hand, select it, go to sizing, and at the bottom where it says column class, currently it's put at a quarter column. I want to put it on a 1/6, so it moves even further to the left. Select the row, and the reason I want to select the row, let me show you with the X-ray vision. See that space between these two columns? I want to remove that. So you go to the parent container, which is the row, design, layout. This is a horizontal gap. I'll type in 8 pixels. Let's take away the X-ray, and that's how it looks. 8 pixels, a little too little, so we make it 16. Again, activate X-ray vision. See this gap here between these two rows. We have the green row here, second one here. How do we remove this gap? We go up one parent container, and that is to the section, the blue one. Horizontal gap, no, this is vertical. Select vertical gap, and we type in 0. Remove the X-ray, 80% of our design basically done. We add one more row. We want to bring in an icon at the bottom, a new concept, new row. Hover over the last row, look for the green label, click on the plus, add new row. This is a 1 column row equal, and I bring in an icon, but in Divi, like I mentioned to you at the beginning, I cannot bring in custom icons, so I have to bring in my SVGs. That means I need an image module for that. Click on the module, select, and now I need to find it. I know it says arrow down. First one, there we go. I named it luckily. Arrow down white, upload an image. Huge arrow onto the page. Let's make some changes here. Go to design, sizing, width, and I put it on 128 pixels. That's nice and sweet. To get it aligned, you have to use the alignment under sizing, alignment, center. We add space, go to the row, and I'll use margins here. Spacing, margins at the top, I'll add 100 pixels. And this part is finished. There's one thing I missed, and that is the second row with this divider and our text here. In tablet, it's going to look fine. The moment you go to phone, it doesn't work. First reason is that Divi by default is going to take columns, stack them on cell phone. That's the first thing we have to fix. Second thing is this text is too big. Let's first the stacking first. Select the first column. Go to design, sizing, and it's put to full width. Again, I'll just drop it to 1/6. Then for this one, then go to column class. I'm looking for 5 out of 6. Notice here at the bottom, this is a system. We'll talk about the system maybe a little bit later. 5 out of 6, these are 24. So 5 out of 6, how many 6s go into 24? 4. So that's 20 out of 24. If I select that, I will get a perfect column matching the 1/6. I hope that makes sense. That's a little bit of crazy math in there. Basic, actually. With this text element selected, we go to design text and it is at 36. We'll just drop it down to 30 a little bit. I will keep it breaking into 2 lines, but I'll increase the line height to 1.2. Reduce the space of this row between the icon and the rest. The 100 is just too much, so we go to spacing at 100 and let's put it down to 45. Good. Back to desktop. The rest of this section, select the section, we add padding at the top, 100 pixels, and we add 50 pixels at the bottom. Do you remember what we did in this section? We disabled Google Fonts, we uploaded our variable fonts, then we used them as font variables to build out this section. We use individual text modules to build out this heading. And this is where you can build out multicolored headings. You can build multi-line headings. And if you know a little bit more about this, you don't have to use pixels. You use something like viewport width or even clamp values, which we'll cover in later modules on how you can make this actually grow and shrink across different device sizes. We added this over here. We played around with the columns. We worked with a small column. And we really had a good look at how every container turns out to be flex. You can put it stack or you can put it in a row. For the last part in our hero section, we'll work with positioning, something that I actually find myself doing quite a lot. And positioning helps us to put something on the page and place it outside of the regular concept of that container. We're going to bring in a little plant. We're going to put it over here and we're going to set it so it's under the quality that the quality will overlap that plant. Let's wrap up this hero section and we are going to add this image, this little plant to our screen, and that will bring us into the world of absolute positioning. I'm pretty sure we did that in module 1. I want to do it again here. Somehow my designs always bring in some kind of graphic element somewhere on the page which I want to move around. And then we'll also look quickly at the Z index, another thing that you will run into quite often while working in any website and designing it. This is where we are. Now, how you will space it will all depend on where you bring the module onto the page. I don't want to go too deeply into that because this can take us down a huge rabbit hole. But our section currently has 3 rows. And then in each row, we have columns, we have double columns, and we have groups inside that. You have to think in terms of which container you want the image to go. And then with our positioning, we're going to move it around with absolute positioning. I decided in the end that I'll go for this quality, the text one. Hover over it, click on the plus, and then we look for image and select the image element. In the options panel on the right, I select my little fern plant, spider plant, not sure which one this is, and it drops it below the quality, exactly what we expect it to do. With the options panel open on the right, go to advanced, position, and by default, it is to default. Even if I put it on relative, you're not really going to see any changes. Relative is kind of your default. Under that, we go for absolute. One thing I can tell you that it doesn't matter which page builder you work with. None of them do this 100% the same. How page builders work is that websites are coded in different languages or different kinds of coding. You have HTML, you have CSS, you have JavaScript, and that is the base. And you can learn all of that and then do your own website. Page builders say, you don't have to learn all that. What I'm going to do is give you an interface and you just drag things around. The job of the developer is to take that and bring it to something presentable like this options panel here on the right. You can just click and drag. And that's why each developer may have a different spin on it or even a different concept of how it should work. You have to play around. The offset origin, as you see, as I click here on the up and down, it moves. But when I click at the bottom, it goes up. When I click here in the corners, nothing happens. How this will work will also depend on which container you place it in. I put it back on center. I want you to note below this we have the Z index. Just like with the image positioning, You do not get controls for moving it around when it is placed within center in DV5. To get to any of those controls, you have to click on these side options. Click here in the top right. You can see that it opens up here vertical offset or horizontal offset plus the Z index. And the same for any of the others. As you select them, these options stay open. The moment though that you go to these on the sides in the center, you will see one of them gets removed. We want full control, so choose any of the corners. I will go and put it here. Okay, there. Let me see. No, here, because I want it here on this side. Now with the vertical offset and the horizontal offset open, I'll start with horizontal and I'll drag it to the right. If yours moves in the opposite direction, you just drag the slider in the opposite direction. You can go into a minus and I'll drag it here. Now that I'm here, I actually think I want to move this heading feature of mine a little bit to the left. I'll do that by selecting the column here in the layers panel on the left. Select column, go to design, spacing, and padding on the right, and I'll put that on 10%. Just move it slightly to create a little bit more space here, and it will also make your image feel more balanced. Back to the image, I select the image, go back to advanced, position, and now we move it down. So we did the horizontal, now we're going to do the vertical, so we move it down. Nope, not that side, to this side. And that's good. You can play around with sizing. If you need it smaller, if you need it bigger, you can try around here. Currently, it's at 100%, and that's where I want it to be. With it obscuring quality, what I want to do is bring quality to the front and then have this in the back so that the T and the Y can overlap the leaves. That is done with the Z index. First, I select quality, advanced, and we go to position because that's where we saw the Z index. Give it 2. Select the image, go to Z index, and just type in 1, which is unnecessary because the moment I gave quality 2, it overlapped the image. And that's all we have to do here. How absolute positioning works and how you're going to make it work isn't set in stone. It's something that you can play around with and figure out. I often like to bring in a small little graphic element and just put it somewhere on the page and move it around a little bit. However, a lot of people are against this because when it comes to the breakpoints, which is your tablet and your mobile views, the absolute positioning often gets a little bit weird, very kooky. Definitely go and check on tablet and you can see now it sits over here. What we'll do for our tablet is we can move it in a little bit like this. I think that also still looks nice. Go to our phone. We bring it in, but maybe we can consider making it smaller as well. Select design, sizing, and drop it down to 80%. Back to advanced, position, horizontal offset, move it a bit to the right and move it down. Drag the handlebars into 360 because I think that will give us a good idea of whether we've achieved something. I won't bring it in further because I think once we bring it in further, the legibility of our heading text and this subtitle heading here, a little touch of madness there on the right. Back to desktop. And that's what we've done. Our hero section comes to an end, and in the next section, we will start looking at fonts. I want to wrap up with just a comment, and that is again based on variables. I've really been thinking about this concept of variables. My personal opinion is that website builders are making it a tad too complicated for what it is. That is a lengthy discussion and a debate that can go on forever and ever. Before I go off here on a road that has got nothing to do with this module, what I want to say is, if you think that this variable manager, let me close the layers here with the colors. If you think this is too complicated for you to set up the primary colors, and especially if you open this generate color palette, you're like, whoa, nah, and you feel like quitting, my advice is just ignore all of this, especially if you are making a one-pager website and you prefer to every time select your module, you go to design and you change the color or you change the font, you change everything here. You don't use presets and you don't use variables. Guess what? You're going to make a perfect website. As simple as that. Do not let people tell you this is the way you must do it, especially me. If you hear me say it, this is the way, just remember, it means there's another way as well. I often like to speed up things, but I also feel I fall often into that trap of the new blingity-bling things that come into the market and make me want to use it. And then when you get to the color generator, you're like, wait a minute, why do I need all these colors? It's just going to mess up my website. And I already have my colors, especially if I have a logo, then the colors are set. No need for you to go and try and figure this out. No need for you to go and learn color theory. No need for you to understand what is a color palette or what is shades or tints or tones. Stick to the easy stuff. Keep it straight and keep it simple. I'll say that maybe 2 or 3 times more during Module 2 because Divi 5 introduces all of these amazing, I don't want to say advanced, I call them lateral concepts. And what I mean by that is I can do something this way by choosing my text element and changing the colors and the size. The lateral means that, okay, I can now go ahead and create a preset for that, like we did in Module 1, and we will do it in the next chapter. Or I can go ahead and create variable numbers and then add those numbers. They are different ways of doing the same thing. And what's going to be the determining factor which one you use is 1, how big is your website? 2, how complex is your website? And then 3, how much time, which is actually the most important one, are you prepared to invest in learning that? If you are a newcomer to the world of websites, maybe you will do one and maybe you will do the second one learning presets. But don't go and waste your time on numbers and variables if you're creating a one-pager or one website for your entire life. Just don't. I'll still show you how it works, but my advice to you is keep it straight and keep it simple. Okay, enough of that. Let's build out more. Less talky and more doey. Welcome back. My name is JP and we are busy with Module 2 for Divi, a great builder. I'm going to step away from building in this chapter, but I'll still be working within Divi. Important chapter. We're going to talk about something that has been happening in the world of website builders, and it has also spilled into Divi. Having worked with Brizzy so close to the team for many years, I kind of understand why many developers are doing it. And then I will tell you at the very end why I think if you are a beginner, if you are making just 1 or 2 or 3 or even 4 websites, if you are not creating massive websites, let's say 3 to 5 pages, even 10 pages, why all of the hype that's going on is totally overhyped and that you should not buy into it or fall into that trap. We're going to talk about the variable manager within Divi. It's something that I've mentioned to you from Module 1, and almost every influencer on YouTube that is a Divi user is promoting this. I will not promote it. I will say it's there, but I'm going to explain to you in the coming chapters and modules why I will not use it in 95% of the cases, even more. So we'll look at this variable manager. It's important. You should know it's there. We'll look at number variables at a very basic level. And then we're going to quickly talk about this generator for fluid sizing variables. And then how this is all tied into a concept called web development tools. This is my mock-up that I'm working, and not dashboard. I want to go to the front end. And you know we've created this here at the top, and this is the next section that we will be creating. But I want to just quickly show you what we have here and how this concept comes into the world of web development and then variables, where this all comes from. This section here, this layout that I have here, I'm going to be repeating it consistently throughout my site. In fact, this is almost every section you will see in the next chapters will look like this with a few variations here and there. What we have is that we have an overline here at the top. Then we have our section heading, which is the H2. I have on this side a divider, which you will see will also repeat throughout the site. I have this text, which I call base text. Then I call this one base dark, and then I have a button. The important thing where it comes into variables is that the concept of variables is that I never type in the sizes of these modules when I work with them. I set those sizes somewhere else. To show you what I have going on here, this text here at the top is at 14 pixels. Then I also have that same 14 pixels over here. But not only over there, I also have it here in the button. And then I have a slight variation of that for this darker one, which is 16 pixels. Apart from the fact that this 14 and 16 is used on my desktop, I keep it consistent to tablet and mobile. So I don't have to change that. The only time I have it change is for this H2 heading. And what I do for the H2 is the main heading is set at 36 pixels. And for my tablet is 36 and mobile is 30. And this is how I usually write my little notes if I have to remember what is what. If I see it like this, 36, 36, 30, then I know this is desktop, tablet, mobile. And then I have a divider here, which I just point out to you. This is actually the only sizes that I will use for my fonts throughout this entire website. Apart from that hero section that we built, I'm not going to use that again. I'm not going to change the sizes. I'm only going to use 4 sizes throughout this website: 14, 16, 36, and 30. Just like we did with colors, where we put the colors there and we give it a name. Then when we come onto the page, we use the colors. We're going to do the same with these values. Jump back. I'll close the layers panel. I'll open the variable manager. And remember, we did colors, right? So we did the colors over here. Let's have a quick look there. We brought in the colors. We added our own. And every time we want to use this, we just go to whatever it is, like this text module, design text, and we just choose it here. We don't need to set the color again. Then we also had the same for fonts. We decided we put the fonts in here, so we don't have to go and choose the fonts every time here. We just reference it through the insert dynamic content little icon over here. Now we get to that numbers issue. Just sit back, follow along, and you don't have to do this. To make this website, or any website for that matter in the future, next I'm going to show you, you don't have to do it. In fact, I probably won't do it, but I want you to see this because this is the hype that is going on at the moment. Elementor is also bringing that in, and it's mostly a hype. I'll say it again, if you're just creating 1 to 3, if you're creating not over super complex websites, then you don't need to do any of this. I'll explain to you at the end why this is happening. The numbers, now we are working with a number, and a number can be so many things. In our case, just to go back to this image that we have here, our number is a pixel value. Don't think in terms of font size. It is just a value. It's 14 pixels. Sometimes we can use this value for spacing. Sometimes we can use it for margin. We can use it for padding. We can even use it to create round borders, right? In this case, though, all of these numbers are for our font. And what we do now is we're going to create these numbers. So it's a global number. Every time we just use it. Let's start with the first one, which is the 14 pixels. And I will call this my base number. I don't know what to call it. There is a way in how you do it. You call it text M. And what text M means is that it's your median value, which is your base value. But you don't have to use these technical jargon. You can go ahead and call it anything you want. So what I will do is I'll just call it base 14. Then in the value, you type in 14 and do remember to type in the pixels. If you forget, it will not warn you that when you try to use it later, it will not appear. And that's where the confusing part comes in. But remember, apart from the 14, I also had a 16, which is also going to be a base preset. So I'll call this one base 16. And you'll soon begin to understand why all of what I'm doing is kind of redundant. Then I have my heading, and I'll just call it heading D, which is desktop, and that's my terminology, and that's going to be 36 pixels. And then I will have the next one, which is going to be heading, and that will be mobile. I don't need it for tablet, and that will be 30 pixels. 4 values. Is that right? Let's have a look quickly again here. 36. Yes, only 4. Why did I count 5 previously? Only 34. Only 4. As before, this annoying little thing here at the bottom, save variables, very important. Otherwise, they will not appear. And again, click on apply changes. What happens now? I'll bring in a section on the page. 2 columns, doesn't matter. And I'll just add a text module to it. Click on the text, select it. We go to design and go to the text option. Where you see now the text size, you go to these little discs, that dynamic, what is it called again? This time it doesn't give me any info. Select it and you see all of these appear here. When I select base 14, nothing changes because resetting it, it's already by default 14, and that is the default value that comes in with Divi. Of course, we often use like 16 or 18, but in this case, on this design, I'm going to stick to 14. Let's say I want it on 16. Then you go to the little discs and you use base 16, and my text on the page goes up to 16. Note, though, what the value or what the label is within this field. It doesn't give me the name of the value. I called it base 16. It actually gives me the value, 16 pixels. No confusion. You know exactly what is the value, or in the world of variables, what is the number. Now, what does this mean? It means that if tomorrow morning and I wake up and I say, shoot, man, 16 is way too small. I want it actually to be 18. Then I go to my website and I just come here to the variables where I have it at base 16 and I just update it to 18, like what I'm doing now. The moment I click on Save Variable, look at my text on the page, it grows because now it's 18. Or I can go the other direction, like, ooh, who came up with this idiotic idea of 18? It has to be 12. And I put in 12, and that's how it works. Let's put it back on 16 because that's what we're working for. Click on Save Variables. And remember, it will only update the moment you click on Save Variables. But why is this redundant? The moment Divi brought in their preset system, which we covered in Module 1, and in the next chapter, we're going to set up all our presets. Going back to this little design we have here, I'm going to have a preset for, well, let me get my shapes. I'm going to have a preset for my overline. This one. I'm going to have a preset for this one. I'm going to have a preset for this one, a preset for this one, going to have a preset for this one, and a preset for this one. In total, we're going to have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 presets that we're going to create. And in those presets, we're going to lock these numbers in anyway. And that means that if I wanted to make a change in the future to the text size, I can just do it within the preset. I don't have to go and change the number variable. The two kind of cancels each other out because this is the latest fad and this is what everyone is chasing. I want to just show you this at a very basic level. What is happening in terms of numbers? What does it mean? What is a number? Sit back even further because now we go to how this is actually done at a next step and a higher level. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to show you. Next to the numbers, inside the Variable Manager panel, go all the way to the right and hover over this icon. Just like with our colors, it says Generate Fluid Sizing Variables. I'll click that. I'm going to close the Variable Manager, open it again. Let's do it one more time so I can have better sizing here. It looks bigger. Together with this concept of variable numbers or number variables, comes the concept of fluid typography. Go to Scale Type and you will see we have CSS, clamp, responsive, and single. Don't let it get to you. When you have time, you can go around and play with this. I want to explain to you that this concept of clamp is also what is driving this fashion. How we work currently in the world of website building is that I create this text here, then I go to a breakpoint for tablet and I change it to a smaller value, and then I go to phone and I change it even to a smaller value. Clamp allows me to just put in one value, and as the screen resolution, the size of the device shrinks, that text will also shrink and grow on a mathematical basis, and there is no jump from desktop to tablet to mobile. That break doesn't happen. It's all fluid. What you will hear influencers tell you online, yeah, there's this big jump from desktop to mobile. That is just a ridiculous argument. Why? Because no person who takes their mobile device and sit with their mobile device goes like, oh, look at the jump. I just went from desktop there to mobile and it's different. Do you understand how ridiculous? It's totally lunacy, that argument. But that is what everyone is telling us. You have to go to Variable Manager. You have to go to Clamp because it jumps. When I open my mobile and I check a website on my mobile, nobody knows it jumped. It's just there. It is a choice. That is what it is. We've been creating websites with the breakpoint system now for years, and it will continue because it's not broken. Pardon the pun. It works very well, and it's easy to understand, and it's easy to implement. Once you go to variables and you go to clamp, you need to go learn some stuff. You need to learn about viewport width. You need to learn about rem. You need to work on a clamp calculator. And that is what happens when you go to numbers and you click here on this fluid calculator for the fluid scale. Now, I'm saying all these negative things about this, but I actually love this system. I love how awesome it is that I can set something and I get all these values that I can use. But practically, I just don't use it, especially on average websites. 80% of the websites online will never use it. To give you an idea of what this is all about, under scale type, all I do here is I go over here to base minimum font size phone, and I say for my minimum for my font size, I'm going to have my paragraph text at 16, which is the standard. And I'm going to put it on a scale of 1.125. And there are others. Another famous one is the major third. But for your phone, the 1.125 is a very good one. If you look over here on base font size for desktop, it's 18, which is also a good value. But here the font size is different. It's at 1.25. What happens here is with all of these settings, the generator now gives you all of these numbers. It tells you there's one at 16, here's one at 18, then 20.25, then 22.7x, and you can see it grows. Above medium, it grows, and below medium, it shrinks. Now remember, what did I do here on the left? I created 14, 16, 36, and 30. And that's exactly what is happening here. But instead of me typing it in one by one by one, the generator is creating all these values for me. I don't have to go and put the values in there one by one. And once I've created this with the generator, all I need to do is click here on Add Variables to my site. I'll do that, click on Variables, and look at what happens here. All of them drop in. Now look at the field. Over here, you saw 16 pixels next to text M. But look at what's going on here. We increase it, close the generator, and increase it some more, and some more, and some more. We know that text M is 16 pixels. But what the generator does, it puts it into this new thing, or not new, into this concept of clamping. And it tells us this is the formula to get 16 pixels on mobile device or 18 pixels on a desktop device. It's pretty complicated, right? You don't need to go and learn this. I actually know how to do this from scratch, but the generator helps you to build out a system without having to think of how you're going to set up this calculation. Again, here is my question. The benefit of this is, once we do this, remember, this grows automatically with the screen size. I don't need to set up breakpoints. And that's a strange concept for many people, like, but how does it go to tablet and how does it go to mobile? It doesn't care about that. Those are abstract concepts for the website builder. Now it just shrinks and grows depending on what the user is interacting with. I'll delete all of this. In fact, I don't have to delete it because I didn't save it, so it will not appear. I'll go back to the generator. And like I said, this is just an overview informative session. You don't need to do this at all. And there it is still. It is so annoying. Let me see if I refresh this page. Wait a minute, did I not? I probably didn't save that. And I ran into this before that I couldn't get rid of those variables. So this is a new thing that came in, but at the same time, yep, you see there, I didn't even save it. So let me delete again. And then click on Save Variables and Apply Changes. Refresh and see if it's still there. I'll be very unhappy if it's still there. No, it's not there. Good. So I didn't save and I didn't apply, and then make sure that you save your page. But let's go back to the generator. I just want to show you the rest. One thing Divi has done, which I'm very grateful for, is that they've not only stuck to this clamp system, they brought in one that is called responsive. And that is what you and I have been doing with these numbers for the 36 and the 30, that when you go from desktop, you go to tablet, you go to mobile. And that's what they've done. Up here, they have desktop on the right, then tablet, and then phone. And what you see here now in the generator on the left is a very simplified version. You have your breakpoints for the phone, you have breakpoints for tablet, and you have your breakpoints for the desktop. And what you do is you set your base. So for example, for my phone, in this case, let's say I only want it on 14. And you can see the moment I type in 14, text M here is 14 pixels. All of the others update. Let's make it 16. And you see they update. So it says text M, medium, is my base text. And then I have text large, extra large, 2XL, 3XL, and then the small ones below that. And it uses this scale. If you look at this visual representation, you may think, oh, wait a minute, but this is just too small an increment. I would like it to grow a little bit bigger. And that's where you go to the ratio, the scale over here. And you can choose something like 1.414. Now you can see every time to the next value, it grows significantly more. And if that is too much, you drop it down to something like 1.25, which is very popular, the 1.25 and the 1.33. For mobile devices, it's 1.125. If I don't need it for my phone, I just want to generate the values for my desktop, I uncheck phone, I uncheck tablet, and now I only have desktop. And here on the display, we see it only shows one set of values. This is actually more than enough. This doesn't really mean it is locked to your desktop. These are just numbers, they're only values. And this takes a little bit of time to figure out that it doesn't mean this is connected to your sizing or to your spacing, like your margins or your borders, your border radius or your fonts. These are just numbers. And with that, if you go to the top where it says variable type, apart from font size, you're going to get other generators. You get spacing. This is familiar. You can see we have here spacing now, and spacing is all about your padding. And again, you have the same system that you can use here to generate numbers. You have gap, and the gap is that space between columns. You can generate that as well. What is else here? We have radius for your borders. We have your border width, how thick it is. That's a nice one actually to have if you work a lot with borders. And then you have the width as well. This is a lot of stuff, right? And I think at this point, we have to come to this question: why on earth is this here? Why is there so many stuff, and is it important? The answer is no. And for that, I would recommend you go watch a video that Daryl Wilson made a few months ago. And everybody knows Daryl Wilson on his page, and I'll put the link in the description below. And it's called this one, Dear Elementor, in which he addresses the direction with Elementor version 4, the atomic release, and why that is a step in the wrong direction, as you are alienating beginners and people who are just making quick websites and just that one-time website. Go and watch this, and he will raise the concept of web development. Web development refers to people who come from a coding background that will create websites entirely from scratch. And they started using tools like WebTool, and there are a number of other builders on the market that actually help them to just bring in these concepts that they use and create websites much more easily. They are not the majority. And that is what Daryl Wilson also explains in his video. Some of these tools like Webflow and Bricks started bringing in these concepts from the beginning when they made their website builders. And the purpose was to cater specifically for this group. Specifically, they wanted to give a framework in which web developers could easily work within. The one thing that web development tools does, however, it brings in a lot of flexibility. And with time, this started infiltrating the rest of the website builders. Daryl Wilson has his opinion, which I agree with why this is happening. I also want to add my 2 cents here why this is happening. Everyone is trying to stand out and get noticed. And it's not a matter of whether the developers of Elementor actually believe you will use this. It's more that they need to get something out there to promote and look like they are ahead of the competition. And I say this from having inside experience. A very good example, it starts with SEO. Yes, SEO is important, but there was a time that everyone realized that SEO is the big talking point. And they went all out. You can almost go and check 3 years ago, every blog article on every website builder on the market was about SEO, SEO, SEO. And then it changed. Can you guess what was the next fashion? Of course, it was AI. Everyone started bringing in AI. The strange thing is the people I work with don't use it. The AIs aren't that reliable. Some of them make great websites like Claude, but if you are working with a page builder, in the end, you still need to know the page builder. And as AI started losing steam, this idea of variables started coming in. And once Elementor brings it in and this train starts gaining momentum, almost everyone has to jump on board. But I just want to tell you this, if you hear about you have to change, this is the only way, you must do it, just know this person is selling you something you don't need. This is the same person who told you you must have AI. This is the same person who sold you SEO packages 3 or 4 years ago that you have no idea how to work. Instead of focusing on creating good content for your website, they cashed in on this. It's a money machine. That is my point. Is it important? Yeah, for web developers, they want variables. They love it and they want to use it. Do you need to use it? If you're a beginner, intermediate, even advanced, no ways. Am I going to use it? Almost never. But like this website here, I've got 4 font values. I don't need to go into a generator and generate something like, oh, now my website is so fluid. Oh man, look at this. Because I need to go and generate each of those clamps. I have to set it up. I know exactly what I want. This is a long in-between chapter, but I did need to show you what the number variables are about and why there are all of these others, including spacing, gap, radius, border width, the works. They are all there. Not only was this video long and probably a little bit unnecessary for this tutorial, it was very difficult because I had this black cat who only shows up, like I've said a million times, when I put this microphone in front of me, it's like a magnet, and she's been going back and forth, and I'm pretty sure it's going to drive me nuts in editing. Now that we've talked about variables, I'm probably not going to touch on it again. I'll show you how to do clamp, but that will not be part of the module series. If you're interested in clamp, then I'll show you in a separate video how to do it, where the concept comes from, how we started with viewport width, how we then started using it in terms of adding the clamps at the left and the right, basically the minimum and the maximum, and how that really helps with fluid design. That will not be part of the module series because it's just unnecessary. Know this is there. Know that in the coming months, you're going to see everyone promoting this over and over. Just look at it, be interested in it, but don't let it get to you. Don't let it scare you, because guess what? You're probably not going to use it. Great, and this is chapter 7. We are back, and now things will liven up again, and we'll be spruce and young because we're going to start building again. We are going to actually use those text number variables that we created in the previous chapter, and I'll show you how to apply it, even though I told you it's completely unnecessary. We'll be creating presets again because this is something that if you want to have control over your entire website in the future, you need to create presets. We'll work again with the group module, which is the group module, yes, and we'll apply a text shadow. Jump into Divi, and here we go. Bring in a new section. We go to equal columns and we choose 2. On the left, I'm going to bring in an image. Select that, click on image, and then in the options, right click on the image, and I bring in, where is that image? Over here. These guys lazing about. Image comes in, click on the image, and there are some new features with the updated image module, which I don't need to cover in this one because it's unnecessary, but I quickly want to show you. The first one is that if you go to sizing, here at the bottom, you can now set the aspect ratio. But the second thing that is most important is this framing option. Now I can set the focus point as well as decide how the object will fit within the frame. We won't cover this now, but I'll get to it later. With the image selected, we go to sizing. I'm just going to reduce it to 75%. Always remember, the percentage is the size of the container. This image is inside a column, and we know that's because if we go to the, what is this thing called? The layers. Then we can see the row. We have 2 columns, and if you want a more visual representation, you go to the X-ray vision and you turn it on. Here is the column border on the right. Now it's 75 pixels and it's all the way flush to the left. What about the space? I want it there. I think it looks good, and that is what I have in mind for my design. Click on Add a new module in the right column. I'll bring in a text module. Then below that, I'll bring in my heading. Now with this one, I'll click more and then heading. And I wish Divi would give us the option to keep this module panel open so I don't have to click every time. Below this, I'll bring in a divider. And this is how I like to work. Once I've did my wireframe and I did a little bit of a demo, I just bring in all the elements in one go. Below this, I'll bring in a text module. Below that, another one, but I'm not going to bring in another one because I'm going to copy this one. And then at the very bottom, it will be a button. Let's start at the very top. Select the first one. First, we change out the text. And this one is called About Us. And this is an overline, eyebrow, that little thing that goes above your heading. Now that we have it, we go to design. And let's work with the text because it's a text module. The text font. We don't have to change this. It's set with our variables. Everything is Poppins anyway. But then when we go to the text font weight, I'm going to put the text font weight on semi-bold. Select semi-bold. I will put it on uppercase. And then for the color, I want to put it on my body text color. But now I think, I want to change my body text color. I want it to be a little bit different than my heading color. Instead of changing it here, we now know we go to the color variables. Body text color, I'll leave it there. Go to the side panel on the left, look for our variable manager, colors, and we go to body text. I'll click in there. You can open it a little bit, and the value I'm going to use is 88888. Enter, and you can see it's lighter. And remember to save variables and apply changes, and we can close it. And you can see the color has updated on the page already. Very nice. Text size remains at 14 pixels, and then our letter spacing, I'll put in 2.5 pixels. That is very nice for that eyebrow overline. And then for the text line height, we discovered that it's better that we also type it in by default to make sure it works well with the text module. I put it on 1M. Whenever I'm working with things that are headings in the text module, I'll keep it on 1M. The moment I know it will break into 2 lines or be used as a paragraph, I will increase that. That is good. And the great thing is about this design that we are working on, it's going to be the same for your tablet as well as your mobile. It's going to look good for all of these devices. Let's just talk quickly about the text size while we are here. I want it on 14. You can go ahead and type in 14. This is the old way we did it, and still the same way I will do it in the future. But because we created these variables, the number variables, you can go to this little disk inserter and select base 14. Nothing is going to change because it's already at 14 pixels. That is important. You do need to create those number variables at the beginning, because once you create the preset, which we will do next, and you bring in your variables after that, you have to go and update these presets again and again, and that's going to drive you bonkers. With this one created, let's go to Assign Presets, click at the top, New Preset from Current Style, and I call it Overline. Most people prefer the word eyebrow. Eyebrow makes me no, I don't like the word. So I stick to Overline, save preset, and now we can see the Overline preset has been applied. Next is our heading 2. Select it, and I'm calling this one who we are. Let me check who we are. Great. And our settings here are as follow. We go to Design. This time it's heading text because it's a heading text module, and we put it on H2. Don't worry about the changes there. That comes from the Divi theme, which we don't really care about. We set up our own settings here. The heading font, we don't touch that. And then we go to heading font weight. And this one I'm going to put on medium. It's already on medium, but I just want to make sure. I leave it like it is there. Then we go to the heading text color. We don't need to change this because it's sent in our globals. And then for heading text size, I'll make it bigger at 36. The heading letter spacing, 0 is right. And the line height, I'll just type in there 1 again to make sure all of that is good. I made a mistake. Remember? Not really a mistake, but just remember, if you are using variables, you have to go here to the little disk. And I'm using heading D. It gives me this little notification. It is 36, and when I select it, it's 36. And that means that in case I want to update this in the future, I can do it in the variables. But again, like you will see next, I'm going to create a preset. If I need to update it in the future, I can just update the preset as well. The benefit of the variable is if you have many headings, different style headings that are connected to this 36 pixels. Maybe you have a heading black, a heading light, a heading different heading somewhere else. And all of them use 36 pixels. Now, if you decide to make it 42 pixels, you have to go to each of those 3 presets and update it. But if you are using the variable number, you can just go to the variables and change that 36 to 42. That's a very good example. Because I know I'm not doing that, I don't need to really care about it, but still, I'm showing you how to do it. Important here is when I go to tablet, 36 is fine for me. The moment I go to phone, I just want to drop it a little bit. I'll go to heading text size, go to my dynamic inserter over here, and I'll choose heading M, which is my M for mobile, and I'll make it 30. It shows me it's 30 pixels. Go back to desktop, everything is the same. Now that I've created this, I'll go to my presets, new preset from current style, and I'll call this one H2. As simple as that. That's what I work with. You can write heading 2, you can give it the name you want, save the preset, and now you see H2 appears here at the top. Next one is our divider. Select the divider, go to design, line. The color is this blue, but we don't see it because the box of the divider is overlaying it. I'll go to line position and put it on vertically centered. Now we can see it. Sizing, divider weight, I'll put it on 3. And then for the width, am I going to reduce it? Yes, let's make it a little bit smaller at 80%. Type in 80%, hit enter on your keyboard. And then one thing, I'm going to make it all the way, go to the left into the column that's there on the left. Go to spacing, and for something to move outside of the box, we need to use margins and negative margins. And I found with this one, the divider was around minus 140 pixels on the left, like so. And you see it moves. Very nice. Then we also give it a little bit of animation. And I think this is one of those cases where I do like animation. Go to the animation at the bottom, select slide, and then animation direction, we go for left, and it slides in nice to the left. One thing you have to take into account when you open many panels within Divi is that your content on the page is not always 100% representative of what you'll see on the front end. Let me show you. If I open the layers panel here and I grab it and I drag it to see a little bit more, just note that the space here between my image and this divider gets narrow and it will not look good. And you may start making changes based on what you see here. Just remember, you have to sometimes close all these panels to see exactly what is going on the page and if things still look good, like in this case. Great. For the next one, we're going to bring in our text first, paste my text, and we go and format this. This system that I'm using here is going to be repeated throughout my site. I don't have big paragraph sections, but I'm going to have this, what I call base. This is going to be my 14 base. And because of that, I'll just call this base 14, which is what I did earlier. But first, let's go to the design. This is a text module. So we go to text, text font. Don't touch that. Text font weight. I'm going to put that on light. I like it like that. For the rest, we jump to text size and we put it here on base 14. Because we are working with the variables, maybe I change my mind in the future and I want to put it on 16 or 18. And that's why I bring the variable in, so it's easy to make that change. Not going to change the letter spacing. And for the text line height, because I'm using such a small font actually here, it's more for decorative purposes, but it looks good on this website, I'll put in a line height of 2. Personally, 14 pixels is way too small. Even for a font like Popup, you need to go 16 to 18 for Popup to really be impressive and that people can read it very easily. And I think we're done here. The great thing again is that if I go to tablet and when I go to phone, I don't need to make any changes. With it selected, we create a preset. We go to the top, we select new preset from current style, and I call this base and I'll call it light 14. And the reason it's light, because I'm going to use a bold. Oh, maybe I should call it base gray, but I'll just call it base light, and 14 because it reminds me the text size is 14. Go ahead and you can call it whatever you want. For my next act, I will go ahead and duplicate this module. Select the content. I'll paste the new text there, remove the line break, and we style this one out a tad differently. Go to design. This again is text. This time under text font weight, I will go for semi-bold. Also the color here, I will change. I go to the color and I choose heading text color, make it darker. Text size, I'll go to the variables option here. This one will be my base 16. I'll keep the line height on 2, same as that one. These are the changes that I'm making here. I create a separate preset for this. Click at the top, go to new preset from current style, and I'll call this base dark 16. Just remember, Divi throws in the previous preset here at the top. Make sure that you delete it, otherwise things will work a little bit weird in the future if you start to make changes to it. Click on Save Preset, and we've locked this preset in. Again, you would have noticed I didn't make changes to tablet or mobile. Next one is our button. Select the button. We change the text first. We call this one Read More. start with design. And I believe there has been a change here as well. Previously, when I worked with the button and I went to button, I had to click on custom button. Now that doesn't appear and I can directly go into the settings for the button. Background first, I choose my color and it is my primary color. Go to text and I change the text color to white. It's set to white there, but it doesn't show, so you have to go and choose white as well. While we are at text, let's change a few things here. The button font weight. Will we leave that on regular? Yes, we'll put it on regular. But for the button text size, we go to the variables and also use our base 14 for that. Button letter spacing, I'll put it on 2. And just so that you know, the letter spacing, you can also put up a variable for that. I didn't cover that in this module, but everywhere you see spacing on your website, whether it is a button like this, padding, margins, you can bring in variables and you can set them up there nicely. And then you don't have to think again, like, what was the value that I used? You just bring in the variable, something I will do in a mini course. And button line height, I'll make sure it's on 1M. Yeah, you see the moment I type in 1M, how everything shrinks there. With that out of the way, I will go to the border and I'll just type in here a crazy value like 999. And this will always give me nice round corners. We go to spacing and add padding. Padding for the top and the bottom, we will go for something like 20 and we link it. And left and right, let's do 36, maybe a little bit. All right, and we get our button. Check again on tablet and mobile. It looks good. Yes, we do a good job. And remember to also every now and again go and check at 360 pixels just to make sure it will still look good on those devices as well. We create also a preset for the button. Go to the presets option, new preset from current style. And what do I call this? Button. Button 1. I'll just call it button 1 to distinguish it and save the preset. Deactivate the X-ray view. The space here at the top between the overline and the heading and the divider, I think the space between those three elements are just too much. This space, of course, comes from the gap of the column. Select the column and we go to design, layout, and we see we have the vertical gap here of 30 pixels. That is okay for the rest of these elements, but for these three here at the top, these two spaces here, this one and this one, way too much. Way too much. It looks disjointed. Don't mess around with this vertical gap, leave it. But what we'll do is we'll put these three within a box, within a container, which is called a group module. And then we will reduce that gap in there. I'll hover over any of them, click on add new module and select group. Close this. Here is my group module. I'll click on who we are and drag it into the group. No, I didn't. Let's try one more time. Yeah, I think it's in there now. Click and hold and drag about us and put it where you see the thick gray line. And the same for the divider. And I'll put that under, where's the thick gray, the thick black line. Oh, I didn't drag it. Let's do it again. Go here. One of those things. There we go. And let's see. Is it inside that group? We don't know. So what we do is we go over here on the page to our column, open the group, and we see the text is there, our heading is there, and our divider is inside the group. And if you need more, you go to the X-ray vision, which doesn't solve the problem. And if you need more help, you go here to the wireframe view. You can see we have the group, and inside the group, we have the text, the heading, and the divider. That's nifty. That's when I often go to the wireframe view, just to make sure everything is nicely in there. Select the group module, and now we go to the vertical gap, and we drop it down to 8 pixels. Can you see? Nice. That's how we removed that extra space there. We brought these elements closer to each other to show that they belong together. And that's going to work also well on the rest of our devices. Okay. One thing that I missed here is that divider line. Let's go to our tablet, select the divider, and you can see it crosses into this image over here. I'm going to remove the spacing here. So go to spacing, we had it at 140 pixels, and I'll type in 0. I'll leave it like so. Select the image, and now we go to the sizing of the image, and we put it on 100%. See, that looks much better. And we go to phone just to check. It should have propagated to the phone. It looks good. Back to desktop. Below this, add another row, one column, and in that column, we put in a text module. Select. And all we type here is the word about. Let's style it out. Go to design. This is text. Our text font remains Poppins, but for the text font weight, we'll go to bold. Text font style, we put it on uppercase, and for the text color, we'll come back to this one soon. For the text size, I could have created a variable for this. I didn't, but I'll type in here 200 pixels. Text letter spacing, put that on 10 pixels. And why is this so weird? We covered this before. Remember, when you're working with a text module and you increase that size crazy, the line height stays the same. Go to text line height and just type in there 1 and enter. And now it behaves the way we want it to behave. Text shadow. Let's work with a text shadow. There are presets here. To get into the shadow options, you need to select one of these presets, but once you go into it, you can switch it up. I'll click on preset 3. Stick with me. We are not going to change the first two values, but for the text shadow blur strength, I'll reduce that to 0.2. And then for the text shadow color, that color is okay. It's at 40%, but I'm going to drop it down even more to around 16. You will feel there is no shadow. And this is where we now move back to the text color of this about section. Click on pick a color and we choose white. And now you can see, okay, that's what we were going for. We shift it to the right for a little bit of design. And for the text alignment, which is over here, put it to the right. Check it on tablet. We reduce the size. It was on 200 pixels. Let's drop it to 160 pixels. Mobile device, way too big. Select it and let's drop it to something like 96 pixels. We also reduce the letter spacing to 2. And remember to drag it to 360 to see if it can fit in, and we see it doesn't fit in. Let's put the letter spacing on 0 to start with and reduce the text size. Let's go for 80. And it fits in nicely, and we can do the text alignment here to center. Have a quick look on desktop again. That looks good. Yes. And yes. Right. And you can create a preset for this as well. Let's go ahead and create the preset with the text selected. Is the text selected? Yes. We create the preset and we say new preset from current style. And we will call this one loud heading. I call this kind of heading loud, even though it's actually very nicely done. And we've created this section. Let's go and have a look how it will display on the front end. Make sure you save Ctrl+S, Command+S, preview, and preview it on the front end. This is our desktop view. Do you see we need to add a little bit of space here at the top and then also at the bottom. Let's jump back for that. Select the section, design, spacing, and we go to padding 100 pixels at the top, and we link it also to the bottom to apply the same 100 pixels at the bottom. Select save, go to the front and refresh. And now it looks much better. Let's activate those responsive controls so that we can see how it will look on the different devices. Remember, that is the function key F12 on your keyboard. Whichever browser you're using will give you these little responsive design mode controls. Select it. And I jump into something like a tablet. Let me see what is here on Galaxy Tab. Let's choose that. This is our tablet. Well, it considers it a phone. Let's see if we have an iPad. Yeah, iPad 10th and 11th. Yep, that looks right. We brought that in nicely. Our text looks good. Paragraph looks good. The design still works very, very nicely. And then we go to our phones. Let's go to S25, which is the 360. Yep, and have a look on iPhone as well. It works. There it is. Thunder just started here. It's going like crazy here in the back. I'll close this and I'm going to switch off and just make sure everything is safe before the lightning strikes and I have problems with the computer. We have finished up this tutorial on the About section, and we're going to use what we just did in the next section. Let's create our next section, and we are going to create our feature section. And what our focus will be in this section is to look a little bit at how we work with grids. The rest we've already done before, so that's going to be a very quick round, but then we'll pause a little bit at the grid. And again, I will build out the infamous blurb module by myself. Add a new section. We go here to offset columns. I want 1/3 on the right and 2/3 on the left. If you by mistake ever select one of these these are flex layouts like this one, and then later on realize, oop, I wanted this one on the right. There are a number of ways that you can do it. The first one is to make sure that you select the row, in this case, this green box. Go to the options on the right, and under the elements, simply grab the column at the bottom and drag it one up, and then you have it. Let's put it back the way it was. The second way you can do it is, again, by going to the row on the page, then select this icon, change column structure, and choose the right one. And I want this one over here. Gives me exactly the same result. Bring an image onto the right, select the image, drop it in. We go into library, and we choose this guy here, and upload image. Don't need to change anything here. I want it the way it is, fills nicely into the column. If we run into any more issues, I will go ahead and set it up under design. Now we do the infamous thing, which is we speed up our workflow by not creating everything from scratch. Go to the previous section we created up here, and we had put this overline and this heading and this line inside a group module. Open my layers. Let me select this so it can open up, and I select the group like so. Click on the 3 dots and select duplicate group. I can also go to copy, and then we select copy group, Control C. Let's go here, right click, and where is paste group inside? And look at that, how quickly we have done that. The overline is there, my heading is there, and the line does exactly what I want it to do. Select the text, and if you cannot see it, go to the options sidebar on the right, open the text, and just type it in here. And this one we will call our features. Then for our heading, I can do it on page or in the sidebar. Our businesses choose us. And then below this, I just want to add a little bit of a subheading. Hover over the group, click on add new group or row, and just bring in the text. And the text doesn't look the way that I want it to look here, right? This is the one that we had set up. And I think this is a good example of where I want this one that we had set up to base slide 14. This can be our default text. Every time I bring in a new text element, it will look like this. The way we do that, go to the text element that we styled out in the previous section, select it, go up here where it says assign presets, hover over base slide 14 all the way to the right, and click on the star, assign preset as default. Nothing is going to happen here. Nothing is going to happen here, because in the bottom right-hand corner, it tells us, are you sure, JP? If you do this, no. And I click yes, yes. And look at that. Now I don't need to go and choose that preset every time that I bring in a new text module. It brings in this by default. This is a great way. Let me change out the text. I bring in my text, and there we go. Below this, I will now be creating a 4-block section. And for this, I will use the grid function. A lot of page builders give you all of these modules separately. One will be a flex container. One will be a grid. The move currently is to give you a container, and then you decide which one do you want it to be. You will also find online this conversation all the time. Do you use columns? Do you use grid? Which one is better? And I will tell you why I think you use a grid for this example. Let's go ahead first and build it out so you can see what I'm going to do here. I'll build this out using the group module. Many of you will prefer using the row module. And maybe if I remember, I'll show you also how to do this with the row module once I've completed this one. With the last module inside the column on the left, go to the plus to add a new module or row and select group. What I have here is that this group is going to be my container. And inside this, I will place 4 boxes, 4 groups. I'll click on Add New Group or Row in the middle, and I'll bring in another group. Let's see how that looks. Activate X-ray, and you cannot see it at the moment. It's one inside the other. But if we look here in the Layers panel on the left, this is my row. Then I have my column on the left. Then I have the first group, which is my heading here at the top, the text, then the group, and then there's a group inside that, this one. Let's work with it so you can see what I'm doing. I'll select image and drop in the image, and this is going to be like an icon. This is the image, the icon 1 that we will be using. It's a SVG. Maybe I could also be using the new SVG image for that. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Let's see. This is interesting. This is new behavior to me. Something changed in the recent update. Let's go to the size, and I will put this on 64 pixels. All right, there we go. Finally, I can see it. Very interesting. I'm going to reduce the size a little bit later for the icon. I will leave it at 64 pixels for now. With the image selected, click on the plus and bring in a heading. And this one is going to be a heading 3. Change it to innovative or innovative solutions. Hey, solutions. Even though it's a heading 3, the style I'll be using for this is the same as our overline, and then we'll make a few changes to that as well. So I can go ahead and set up that style first. I'll go to the heading, but the overline is not here. The reason for that is because overline is actually a text preset. No worries, we select it and we style it out. Go to our heading text, we put it on H3. The heading font, we know it's Poppins, we leave it at that. For the font weight, we go to light. We put it on uppercase. The color will be by default, this one here, heading text color. We don't need to make changes there. And then the heading text size, we go to our little discs and choose base 14. Header letter spacing, 2.5 like before. And the line height, I will type in 1 just to be sure. Once we've created this, go to our presets. But before we do that, we just quickly have a look on tablet. Don't worry about the other stuff. We'll fix that now. And then we go to our presets, new preset from current style, preset settings, and call it H3. Save preset. Below this, we add another text module. And this is going to be just standard text. And I paste my little blurb there. To style this out, first we select the group of these 3. Then go to Design, Layout, and put the direction to row. They are now next to each other. These two text elements though, I want them on top of each other. And to do that, I'll place them inside of a group. Click on any of the dark boxes and a plus, add the group, close out. I'll go to the Layers panel here, grab the heading, drag it into the group, and then the text up and to the right. And now they look like this. We are getting much closer to where I want it to be. Let's help ourselves by knowing what we are doing. Go to the Layers panel on the left. And this is the group, the main group that we are working with building out this icon box. Double click and call it icon box. And I will leave the word group there to remind me that this is a group module. But this makes it easier for me to recognize what I'm working with. When things become a little complicated like this, or you get confused as to what is happening where, it's a good idea to go ahead and rename them. Select the parent group container. And this is the one that we're going to turn into a grid. By default, any group that you bring into Divi is a flex group. That means it behaves the way that it's been behaving since we've been working with it. Go to the options on the right, under Design, Layout, Layout Style, and we have 3 options. Select Grid, and nothing changes because the number of columns is set to 1. Click and make it 2, and it jumps to this. Jump back to our Layers panel and select the icon box group. Now we work with the spacing inside here. the space between the image and this group text over here, this column here, is a little too big. That is a horizontal gap. It's by default set at 30. I'll reduce it to 8. Then go down to the group for the text group over here. Same thing here. You see, this is our heading here, our text here, and this space here. This is stacked, so this is a vertical gap. Go to the options on the right, vertical gap, and we also put it on 8. First, I want to look at tablet. I think it's okay on tablet. I'm going to keep it on columns. And then once we get here, you see now we are on our mobile device. It is too squashed. But I'm going to leave it so you can see once we bring in the other boxes how this will look. Jump back to the desktop. Go to the icon box group that we've created. This one here. 3 dots and select duplicate group. Now you begin to see what I'm doing. Let's deactivate the X-ray so it looks a little cleaner. Icon box group, this one that we've created. I'll do it from the layers panel. More options and duplicate group. And look at that. We do it one more time and we now have 4. Let's change out the content. Before we do that, have a look on tablet. Yeah, this is a little squashed, but for the tablet, for the time being, I will leave it. But I want to show you on phone. The grid module, or the grid function rather, allows for responsive design. These icon boxes that we've created is inside the parent group. Let's change the name of this group. I go to the layers on the left, double click, and I call it grid icon group. Something like that, and enter. Now we at least know what is what. With my grid icon group selected, skedaddle over here to the right, and number of columns, we put it on 1. Now we are stacking them, and that is the power of the grid. Let's change out the content. I'll go ahead and quickly change out the image. Let me select the image, see if I can get in there. You can't select the image. And there's something strange going on here with this image. It is not going for the proper size it has to go. I'm not sure why it's happening. There was a recent update, but all I can tell you is that this image is behaving a little bit weird. Not the way I had done it on the previous version. And change this image as well. Design, sizing. Where are my content? And we choose this one. And I'm selecting them from the layers panel on the left, because this is what happens when things get a little bit obscured by all the lines on the page. Now this 8 pixels looks very little. I fully understand there may be some changes from my previous version where I had practiced it, because Divi made recent changes to the image module, and I think a few fixes and updates to that in the latest update, or I forget which one, may have brought in further. So it's caught me a little bit off guard here, but I think we've done an okay job here. To change the size of the image, I'll select the first image, and we had put the size on 64, but I'll drop it down to 48. Let's select the next image, and I'll just change the size manually, 48. We will look at attributes at a later stage. For now, we're just doing this manually, and if you don't know what attributes are, very powerful feature within Divi. And we've created this section for us here. Let's look at tablet. Yeah, I can do more with this, I know. And let's go to our phone. Maybe a little bit more space here. And we can make those tweaks to make it look good. Below this, I will bring in this row that we've created here. Same thing. I'll just go ahead and duplicate the row. Then I'll grab the row up here and drag it. And I'll bring it when I see that thick green line. Where was it? I just saw it somewhere here. There it was again. Come on. There we go. And drop it. Select the text, and I'll call this features. This is the beauty of using copy and paste. It saves us years and years of work. With the section selected, let's add our padding at the top and the bottom. We go to our spacing and we type in 100 pixels for the top, and we link it here with the link option So we also have 100 at the bottom. We're using more white space here on this side. It makes it look good. Save. Let's have a look at tablet. It's a lot of white space here. So on the tablet, let's select the section and reduce the padding at the top to 0. That's better. The rest looks good. Features. Let's select features here and we change the size of this text, which I think is just normal text at 160. Let's drop it down to 120. And remember, this is a preset loud heading. I'll click on loud heading here at the top. Hover over loud heading. Go to this little arrow that says update preset with current style. Select and click on yes. And what is happening now is that if I scroll up, this about here has also updated to the 120 pixels. Then we'd hop down to our mobile device. Again here, you can see for the about, it's fine. It's currently at 80 pixels, but this one, it is too big. I'll change it down to 70. And the same thing, we go to the loud heading and update it one more time. Update preset with current styles. Yes. And now this about here has also shrunk by 10 pixels. Let's have a look why businesses choose us. Breaks into 2 lines. Oh, it's okay. But I think we need to make that us a capital U. Select it. Content, text, and us. Preview on front end or Control Shift full stop. And it gives us this preview on the front end. What the bliksem gaan hier aan? What's going on here? All right, so this changed today. Literally, it changed from yesterday to today. And there was an update. WordPress 7 was the update, plus Divi had a small update. And I'm not sure if this is not the proper behavior or if it's a bug, but this is how it behaves currently. I figured out how to fix it. Go back into Divi. We just bring in a new row. I click there and bring in a row. Click here on the right. Type in image, select image, and I choose any image. This guy here, or that computer there. No problem. It works perfectly. Delete it and change it to an SVG image, which is this one. We brought it in at the beginning. You can see it says here .svg upload. The same thing happens like before. It disappears when you go to design and you give it a size, let's say 48 pixels. Now it appears. This is not how it should behave. It should be there. But what is important, when I save it and we go to the front end and we reload, you will see it is mega huge. That's not what it should be doing. The interesting thing then is that when I select this image and I go to content and I use a normal image, whether it's AVIF or WebP or PNG, you will not run into this problem. Normal image, I'll just go ahead and put it back here on the sizing and take away the width. It's going to be perfect, no problem with it. But for any SVG, this issue is existing at the moment. However, Divi did release just 2 weeks ago a new SVG module. And I'm not sure if they anticipated this problem. I don't think so, because like I said, this worked until yesterday. This is waking up in the morning and find this new monster that has crept into my nightmares overnight. There are enough of them already. Let's fix this. I'll select the image that we have been working on, this one over here. I'll right click and then I will say add element below. Search for SVG and drop it in, and it will drop next to it. Then select the image and I will delete it. Delete image. Now we work with the SVG. Select the SVG, go to the right column, and under source type, we will select uploaded SVG, click on add SVG, and we select our little light bulb again. Comes in big, it's black, but now we have the controls for that. Design, go to fill, which is the color. Click on the color picker and put it on our primary color. Then we go to sizing, 48 pixels. it shrinks way below 48 pixels. And what we need to do here is just go one level up here where it says shrink to fit and uncheck that. Now we will have it at 48 pixels. Then we do the same for the rest. But instead of doing it again and again and again, I'll go to this SVG. I'll duplicate the SVG. I'll duplicate it again. And one more time. Now I have these 4. And now I'll drag them next to below the images like that. Let me do that. The reality of building websites. And the last one is over here. And now I can go ahead and remove the other images. Select the image and hit Control Backspace, Command Backspace to delete. Backspace, and then the same for this one. And now we only have those SVG left. Select the second SVG. We go to Content, and now we can just switch them out. This video was supposed to be so super short, and it became much longer because of this thing that I am not sure where it comes from. If you ever encounter that same thing, that when something goes wrong, your first reaction is to start blaming yourself, and you spend hours and hours trying to figure out what you did wrong, and it will take some time for you to realize it's actually a bug. I've spent hours, if not days, sometimes on the issue, and finally when I reach out to support, they will tell me, oh yeah, we can replicate it on our side. Yes, indeed, it is a bug. And just think of what we did here. We worked with that image, we set it up, and when we went to our responsive views, it looked perfect. We didn't know anything was wrong. It was only when we went to the front end. Let's save and see if we had indeed solved this problem. Yes, we have. Ugh, but what a problem. I just want to show you a latest addition to my extensions within my browser, and you can do this for any Chrome-based browser. I have Firefox here at the moment. It's called Pixify here in the top right-hand corner. So instead of going and hit the function F12 key every time on my keyboard, all I need to do is click on Pixify, and it generates the front end for me. And I can easily view all my devices next to each other very quickly and see how they will behave on these different devices. You can see even here, this is still too big. So we still need to make changes to that and bring it in and make it look better. But Pixify, and I'll leave a link for you in the description below. Hopefully when you watch this video, they have a special ongoing on AppSumo, and you can get it for as low as $19. Let's see if we can go ahead and quickly fix this. Features. Go to Divi Module, and first I want to go to tablet. Let's reduce our tablet to something like, there. Select features, go to our text, design, and my features, make sure that I select it. This is normal text. We put it on 120. Let's drop it to 110. Now we have to go lower than that. This is where clamp comes in really useful, but we mentioned we're not going to talk about clamp at this moment. I'll reduce the letter spacing as well. Let's put it on 5, and I'll leave it flush to the right. Remember to update your preset. Go to loud heading and update preset with current styles. I say yes. Then to our phone, scroll and drag it into 360 pixels. See how much of a change that makes, right? This is why we need to do this. Select it, and I'll just drop this to 48. And then we go to loud heading and update with current style, and yes. Let's go to the front, save first, and then reload this page. And that is why we do this kind of responsive checks. It kind of loses the impact on mobile device, and maybe we have to do that on a case by case, like making the about bigger and making the features smaller. As I said, this section took more than double the time. We've fixed the issue. Best of luck forward for this day. I think companies should give us a reward when we are reporting bugs. We're making their product better and we paid for it. It's a weird concept, right? Welcome back to Websites for Beginners. My name is JP and we're looking at how you can build a multi-page website with Divi. And so far we haven't even touched on multi-pages. We're building out the home page and then we're going to set up our navigation with our header and our footer to make it look good. We work on another section. This is a section where we put up a little bit statistics of what our business has achieved over the years. Add a new section, go to Flex Equal Columns, and we select 4 columns. Select the section. Make sure you do that with the blue box selected. It says section at the top. Background, change the background out to image, not color. And I will choose this one over here. With that selected, I will also go and add padding to the top and the bottom. Spacing padding top 75 pixels. And I'll click on the link to give it 75 pixels at the bottom. As so. Go to the first column, we click on the plus and we bring in an SVG module. Go to the options panel in the right and we select uploaded SVG. And the first one is this clock that I'm going to use over here. With the clock selected, we go to design, change the color, fill color picker and choose the primary color. And then to sizing and we set the width to 48 type in pixels. And then also go up one level to this sizing option and make sure the shrink to fit is selected. To add another element, I cannot do that on page, so I go to the layers panel on the left, is right click and add element below, and this will be a text element. I'm going to put a number in here. I select the text and type in 2007, and we change it as follows. We keep the default, then light. We put it on all caps. We put the color on white. Text size we leave at 14, letter spacing at 2, and text line height we put at 1M. Oh no, where is our text size? We put the text size on 48 and our text font weight on bold. I want this to be next to that one there. So I want the 2007 next to the clock. To do that, I will wrap them inside a group. Go to the column, right click, add element inside and select group. Then from the layers panel, close this one. I'll grab the SVG, drag it into the group. And the same for the text, where I see the line. Select the group, options on the right, under design, layout, and the direction. Layout direction, I'll put to row. The horizontal gap is set at 30, too much, and I'll reduce it to 16. With the group selected, also go to justify content and select center. We can put it in the center of the group. Add text below the group. I can do that on page. Click here, add new group or row. Select, and I'll go for heading this one. Maybe use a H3 here as well. Design or preset. Let's see what happens if I put it on H3. It's there, but it's not the right color. Go to my heading text. Pick color, and I'll choose the bright snow. Change out the title, company established. That's a little bit of information. And to get this all center aligned, what we do is we select the column, layout, and put it on align items to the center. Everything is nicely aligned. With the column selected though, let's also reduce this space here. And that will be a vertical gap, and we also use 16 pixels. Having updated this H3 to a white version, we go ahead and create a new preset for this so that we have a H3 that is dark, like up here, and a H3 that is light, like this one. Select the preset H3, new preset from current style, and we call this H3. And we use this on a dark background, but I will call it H3 white so that I know what color it is. In the box at the top, remove the original H3, click on Save Preset, and our box is done. Quick look at how this looks on tablet. I like it this way. And the same for mobile device. Oh, that looks good. Good. Now that we've done that, we duplicate this column 3 times. Go to the row, select the green box, elements, and here are the 4 columns. Delete these 3, then duplicate. And before we change the content, have a look on tablet. That looks good. And the same for phone. Good. And all I need to do now is change out the content. Select the SVG, and many times we're not going to be able to do it on page. It's going to be tricky, but if we're that lucky, we can just change it out very quickly and change that to that one. And we change the text for this one, 473. And then this one, we call it projects completed. Next one, see if we can select the SVG. Good. I'll use this one again. And we select the text, 54 plus, and change the text to business partners. And the last one, change, select, choose again this one, and we say 12,000. Oh, undo. What happened to my text? Let me click outside, undo. There we go. Try that again. 12,000 happy customers. With this large number, let's just have a look. Shouldn't be issue. You know, this is the beautiful thing. Once you have it down and you know what you are doing, how quickly we have created this. Let's save it, go preview it on the front end because we discovered this may be a big surprise. Activate Pixify so I can see how it will look. Great. We scroll down, and we get here. And this behaves properly. We feel very good about it. Pat ourselves on the back. Let that imposter syndrome sink into oblivion. We are the real deal. We created a nice section here and the page is coming along very nicely. Time to go a little bit lateral. And what I mean by lateral is we're not going to build, but we're going to do some cleanup, and I'm going to show you a few tricks. Especially what I mean by lateral is that in Divi 5 and in Divi for that matter, there are always things happening on the side that can speed up your workflow and settings that you may never be aware of if somebody doesn't show it to you or if you don't spend time deep diving. Attributes is one of them. We created this section here, but I'm always a little bit finicky about space. And when things start looking off to me, it usually is a sign to me I need to add more space. And here in this grid section that we had created, I just feel that this icon and the content of the text, they are too close to each other. It feels wrong, right? I need that little bit of space in there. What we did in the previous chapter is when I made changes to any of these icons, I had to go and click on each one by one and make those changes. But there is an easier way of doing it. We're going to look at that, basically attributes. Let's start. Click on the icon and I'll open the layers panel on the left, and it's a SVG module that we had been working with. Let's make a small change to this SVG module, or maybe let's make a big change. I want to move it a little bit up, so it's a little bit popping up at the top. With the SVG selected, we go to the options panel on the right. And to move things on the page, that is always margins, and margins fall under spacing. Go to spacing, margins, and to move it out of its comfort zone, we need to go negative. And that means that at the top margin, I'll grab the slider at the bottom, and as I drag it to the left to give it a negative value, you can see it moving. I'll put it at -16, so it is quite obvious what we are doing. The ideal way in any page builder is that you go onto the page, hover over the module /element, right-click, and then select copy. What copy does in Divi is that it copies the module to be pasted again. What you need to do in Divi if you want to copy the settings and apply the same to another module is you have to go down to attributes. And attributes is just a nice word for settings. Remember, Divi takes the trophy in coming up with different words than what everybody else is using on the market. Click on Copy Attributes. Then we go to this SVG, and I'll select it first because in Divi, you may end up selecting someone else. And from the Layers panel and from my breadcrumbs in the top right corner, I can see I've selected this SVG. Right-click, then scroll down, and now we have the option for Paste Attributes. But let's make it complicated, Divi said. There's so many things to choose from. But there is a good reason why Divi gives us all these options. It actually tells us we can paste all SVG attributes. And let's select this one first. Paste it. What we see is that it basically copied it and it pasted the whole thing. We have another light bulb. Undo, Control-Z, Command-Z. Click again on our little bullseye. Right-click. Go again to Paste Attributes. And then it says Paste SVG Design Attributes. If you go to the Options panel on the right, you will see that we have 3 tabs. There is Content, Design, Advanced. So paste all SVG attributes means it's going to paste the content, the design, and the advanced. That is basically the whole module as is. With the SVG design attributes, it's everything under design. And that's what I want here. I don't want to change the content. I just want it to take the same little, what was that, -16 pixels that we had set up. I'll click on Paste SVG Design Attributes, and it moves up very nicely. Cool. This way, you go ahead and right-click, Paste SVG Attributes, and you can use the shortcut keys, which is confusing to us Windows user. Paste SVG Design Attributes, it moves up, and the same for this one. Before I click on it, just have a look at the rest that is going on here. It does break it further into Paste SVG Style Attributes, which is exactly the same as Design Attributes, and then Paste SVG Content Attributes. If I only want to paste the content but not the style, then I choose this one. That's basically what it is about. And then you can drill it down. If I go to Paste, select Style Attributes. Divi is smart enough to go look at everything that you had changed. You had changed the sizing, you had changed the spacing, and you had changed the SVG attributes. And this will differ on a case-by-case basis depending on the changes you have made. Really powerful. We go ahead and select Paste SVG Style Attributes, which gives us exactly the same result as Paste SVG Design Attributes. There we go. All of them have moved up a little. Why this one is back in its spot? I guess when I did the undo. So I'm going to go and also do Paste SVG Design. Yeah. For some reason, it went back to -8, that first one I dialed in. That is always a cautionary tale for many of us when it comes to undo page builders. Here and there have that difficulty in understanding what was your last checkpoint. And often the undo will be an issue. But Divi went one step further. And this they brought in many, many years ago already. And it's a feature I thought that when they brought in is revolutionary, and we're going to see the entire building industry in WordPress apply the same concept, and I haven't really seen it. We have moved, and before I continue, let's make our change first. With this design, we have moved the icon up, but I mentioned at the beginning I want more space, but that space has got nothing to do with the icon. That is everything to do with the box in which our content is. I just want to show you something. If you ever get confused as to what on the page is where in the Layers panel, which happens a lot to me, click on Close All at the top. And there is also the option to open all, and then it will just expand everything. But I'll go to Close All. With it all closed, we go back to our design here. I know that I have put this icon, or this SVG module, and all of this inside a bigger group module. But I don't know where to select it. That's a little bit confusing on the page. So we will go to the Layers panel. If you're like me and you didn't give any of your sections and groups and rows a name, everything looks the same, like it does here. It just says section, and if I open them all, they just say row. We did change the names for a few, but in most cases, I completely forget to do that. Close it, go back to the page, and just select any of the child elements, any of those elements inside the group. In this case, I'll click on the SVG module, and it opens up only that section, and it drills down all the way to that SVG. Now you can have a look here. Okay. As you move the cursor over the different modules in the layers panel on the right, you will see the bounding box also change. The moment I get to this one, which I named icon box group, I can see the bounding box nicely around the SVG module, as well as those two text modules that we brought in. Now I know this is the one I want to use, and I select it. This is an easy way to find it. When your page becomes really crowded, this is the way to go. Now I go to the right, and to add that gap, which is the old days for the margin, I'll go to layout, and we had it on 8, but this time I will put it on 16 and give it more space. Looks much better. What I told you earlier is that we can go ahead and we can hover over it, but we can't hover here. That's very difficult. So we go to the layers panel, we right click here, and now we can copy the attributes just like we did previously. But Nick from Divi woke up one morning and he had an epiphany, and he said, why don't I automate this? Why can't I make this process easier? I want to add this gap not only here, but to all three. Isn't there a way I can tell Divi, apply this to all three of them? And there is a way, and that is one level lower here, extend attributes. Let me just show you again where we are. I want to make sure that I select the module to which I made the changes. And the one I made the changes to were the icon box group. Right click on it within the layer if you cannot find it on page, and go to extend attributes. Why do I want to extend here? I want to extend that horizontal gap that I applied to this group box, and I want to extend it to the other three around it. So we have a look here, extend all group attributes. Not a good idea. We've learned that when we do that, it will also copy the content. Extend group design attributes. And we've learned that this one, design attributes and style attributes, basically the same. I'll go to extend group design attributes. And this little panel here pops up. And at the top, it will tell me this is the icon box group that I'm trying to extend. From where? And I want to extend it from this parent group that I'm currently working in. Where do I want to extend it to? And you can look at all of this, all the modules, all elements. Here you have to be really specific, because if there are more groups in here, it's going to apply to those as well. I select group. Why do I want to extend style attributes? Yes, that's the one I selected. Option group to extend the layout, right? Because that's where we made the changes. And which one? The horizontal gap. Before I click extend attributes on the page, have a look at what's going to happen. Look at that. This one can sometimes be migraine inducing if you are not sure which one is which and where to find the one that you want to focus on. Play around with it if you are not entirely sure. What I will do here is I'll go ahead and undo, Control Z, Command Z. I find that the one you can't go wrong with is when you hover over the one you want to copy, go to copy attributes, and then in the layers panel, I'll just go to the second one and select paste attributes, group style attributes. And by doing it this way, paste attributes, group style attributes, it's very easy and you are targeting it by yourself. If you are working with a lot of content across the page, then it's a different thing. But in this case, this is how I will do it, and I add that little bit of space. Having done this, one more thing I want to change with this grid, and that is under tablet. We go to tablet. We have to agree. This looks abnormal, especially this text here. No, really, really bad. We go ahead and also put this in a one-column grid. I select the parent container, which I named grid icon group. On the right, under layout, go to number of columns, and I drop it down to 1. With the latest update to the image module, we can also make some changes to the image module. Select the image module and go to design. Close layout, we go to sizing, and there is an option here under size, shrink to fit and grow to fill. Uncheck Shrink to Fit, nothing happens, but select Grow to Fill. What happens is that whichever module is inside the bigger container will grow. And the bigger container here is a column. You can see that on the left in the layers panel, we have column and just that one image in that. And now it has filled. Doesn't look good, right? With the new framing option inside Divi, we fix this. Close sizing, scroll down, find framing, and here go to object fit, and the one that we almost always use is cover. Now the image is nicely in the correct ratio, but it is cut off on the sides to fit into that column. And to make sure it is always this guy, I will use this selector here in the object position and drag it so we make sure it looks good. Nice little section that we've created there. Go back to desktop. Nothing has changed here, right? Everything is still the same, but now on tablet, it looks like this. To phone, we shouldn't see any changes here. And it looks good on the phone. What I want to do here for this instance, I'll select a heading. I'll go to sizing, and then for the width of this heading, I will bring it down to 80%. And what will happen is it will force break it into 2 lines. We can now see that when we have these 2 lines, that the space between the lines are just a tad too little. Currently, I think it is on 1. I will change that line height, not here on the mobile view, but I'll go to desktop and I'll put it on 1.2. I'll change it there and then have a look. It looks better. And what is important to remember, once we make a change to that, we have to also go ahead and update the preset, which is the H2, and select update preset with current styles. The last thing I want to show you is this features box that we've created. You will remember when we put it in, we put in the pixels, and then when we go to tablet, we have to make changes to that and so on. Not going into clamp, but almost touching on it. There is a way to work with this kind of big title that you want to put on a page where you don't have to worry about how it will look on tablet and how it will look on mobile. The easiest way is that we actually don't use pixels. We use a value called viewport width. You've seen it, VW, and I see I have to save here in the bottom right corner. Let me do that first. Usually I miss it. This time, caught the corner of my eye. Let's go back to how we're going to do this. I'll bring a new row in to show you. And for this, we'll just bring in text. I'm just going to redo this, and let's select it, and I'll call it big text, Big John Design. And we go to text. I will put it on a bold, and the color, let's put it on a dark color so we can see it. What we did previously is we go to text size and we gave it 200 pixels. And then when we went to tablet, we reduced it. And when we went to mobile, we reduced it. With viewport width, which judges the size of the screen, and 100 means 100% of your screen width, I can go ahead and give it a value in viewport width. I will start with 100 viewport width to show you what happens when we do that to text. It looks like the text has disappeared, but when you scroll down, you will see it is down here. And what has happened is that the builder is saying each letter wants to be as big as the screen can be. Each letter wants to fill 100% of your screen. It's not the text box, but the letter, and that's what's happening here. So 100 viewport width is just impossible. We drop it down, and usually we start with something like 4. Let's start with 4 viewport width. Okay, that's big. And this is just another way to determine the size of text. Let's increase it. If 4 is this big, I can easily go to 12. Let's type in 12. Okay, it's getting bigger. Let's put it on uppercase so it looks like that, and I'll reduce the line height to 1. Right, so 12, I still don't fill the whole screen. Let's make it even bigger. Let's go for 16, right? And from here, you can just go with the arrows up. 17 is too big. 16, bring it down. Good. So you know that as you view this text at the moment, this is way too big for your tablet. But look what happens when we go to tablet. It's still there and it's still big, but it is definitely not the same size. When we go to mobile, it's also big and it's definitely not the same size. And that is what viewport width does. It doesn't lock in a size. It looks at the size of your screen and it grows. Essentially what it means is that this B here, and it's currently set to 16 viewport width, in easy terms, this B is 16% of your screen size, the width of your screen size. The moment I add another letter, it will break into another line, big texts, and then you have to reduce it. But the great thing about this is that now you don't have to worry about how you set this for your tablet or for your phone. By doing this, we can create this kind of bold title that you see there without having to worry that it will break or push the letters onto a second line. It will just keep growing and shrinking, growing and shrinking. And we can test this. Let's go and view it on the front end, save, and then preview on front end. And then I'll activate Pixify. We scroll down. And look at that. This one here, we can see it's breaking into 2 for the 1920. So we have to reduce it a little bit. Let's go back to big text. And that's why we always have to go and check on the front end. Go for 11. Refresh. Scroll down. And there we go. That's why it is so important that we always go and check it on the front end. And the reason why it looks different is because I'm working on a 4K monitor, not 100% 4K, but that is why we have that discrepancy between the 1920 that we saw on Pixify and what I'm doing here, because my screen is bigger. Good. And that's how viewport width will work. And you have to go check it on the front end. But this is something that you should just put in the back of your mind. It will really help you to understand when we get to working with things like clamp, where the viewport width comes in, and then actually how we changed it to rem. There's a little bit of detour that has to go into finally reaching that goal. That's what I wanted to achieve with this section, to show you about the attributes. Very powerful feature, how you can copy the styles and settings and paste it, and how you can extend it by using that little pop-up box and just quickly apply it to many places on your site. Sometimes not entirely sure what is happening, but try with that. I always recommend that you save before you start extending, because you may not always hit your mark immediately the first time. And then I also showed you how we can go ahead and create big text like this by using viewport width instead of pixels and then applying breakpoints every time. Let's get back to building in the next chapter. We're almost done with our homepage. This is a quick mock-up of what we're going to be creating is this pricing section on the front page. I'll scroll to the bottom, and this is where we last left off. I add a new section and we begin with a one-column row. I just want to quickly point out one thing. If you go to add new module or row, you're actually going to find, if you type in pricing, that there is a module for pricing tables. It's nicely set up, ready to use. The layout is going to be restrictive, but in many cases, this is going to be very good and it can work for you. I was about to do the tutorial in this, and I just found that the way I was designing it is much easier because I wanted the 3 columns separately. But if you're ever interested in it, go and figure out the modules. They are there. First thing I want to do is give this section a heading, and same like we did up here, all the way up here, I can just go and copy this heading and bring it to the bottom. Go to the bottom, I'll click here on plus, add from library. We haven't saved it yet, and that's what I want to do, seeing that I'm constantly using it. I'll go to this section over here, we had put this inside the group box. So make sure we select the box. I can see the bounding box, select, right click, and then go save to library. And I'll call this section title. Section title. Let's move it up a little bit and then say add to library. Scroll to the bottom, click again on the plus, go to add from library, and then select section title module and use this module. It's going to drop it in. This is a saved part. It is not a global one. There was an option to save it as global, but the new way in Divi, when we work with global sections or blocks, is something that we will explore a little bit in this module, but more in module 3. And that is, you go up here to the top left and you work with a canvas. Just a teaser. Let's go back to where we were. Scroll to the bottom, centerline all of them. Select the first one. And this is where design, we go to text and we put it center align. There we go. Same for this one. Go to heading text for this one and center align. And then for our line, this one is a little bit tricky. Do we want to keep the line? And how do I get it to the center? I don't think, yeah, here we go. Alignment under sizing. We can put it in the center, but also remember, we put a negative spacing on the left margin. Go to spacing and remove that. I'll just delete, enter, and it's nicely in the middle. To make sure everything is nicely aligned in the middle, I will select a column, open the layers panel. If it's not open, select the group. It's inside a group. And then we go to layout and align items. I also put that on center just to make sure that it's also aligned. I'll bring in one more element for this group, and that's a subheading, which we created up here. You remember this one? I'll duplicate, then hover over it, click, hold, and drag it to the bottom and put it inside that box just below the divider. Select it. Let's have a look quickly at the properties. We go to sizing and we give it a width of around 75%. So it doesn't, that's 76, doesn't matter, 75%. And for the text inside it, I will go and also align that. What is this one now? Text, not this alignment. We have to go to the actual text and then go to text alignment. And now we've created this one. I actually will not use the divider, but I'm not going to delete the divider because maybe I want it, maybe I don't. So I will keep all of this, go ahead, right click on the group and then save to library. And I will call this one section header middle or center. And that gives me an indication that I have saved this group box. And this is my heading where everything appears in the middle. This brings us back to the concept of presets, variables, and then library. You constantly need to weigh up what you want to use in terms of the time and effort that you have. If you are creating a big website, you may want to go variables, presets, as well as saving things to the library. In an event like this, where I'm basically just copying the same thing over and over, we can go with the traditional way of just creating this once, save it to the library, and just keep using it. We don't even need to create presets. But I do like the presets, so I'm going to stick with that. Go to the divider. I'll delete the divider. And this is how we're going to work with this one. Change out the text, and this is where Divi annoys me. I cannot find the text always. Go to the content. Things are good enough. This one is find the perfect plan for your business. Paste my text and we are good to go. In fact, I think we need to box this little box in even more. And this is where the preset will come in handy. If I had created a preset for it, then it will update across the website. Nonetheless, let's go to design sizing and I'll drop it down to 65% so that I can get the size of the subheading below the main heading. Go to add a new row, green box, add new row. This time choose 3 columns and we're going to be styling this out. Select the first column. We go to the layers panel on the left, select the column. First thing I will do is give it a color background and add background, and we give it our nice dark background. Let's bring in the modules. The first one I will bring in is a heading, which will be heading 3. I'll add another one. We can't see it at the moment. This is the part where we have to make changes. Add new module. Below that, I'll bring in a text. Add another one. This is a divider. We go add more text. And we're adding many texts, and below this we bring a button. Look for the button. Let's start with the first one. Select the text at the top. We go to our setting, and this is H3. We will call it H3 white. Now we can see it finally, and we call this starter pack. Let me see if we can see it. Grab the next text for beginners and more. This one I will say $39. But I think let's pause here and go to our column and first bring in some padding, because at the moment it looks a little bit all over the place. First thing is padding. We have padding around the sides. Go to design. Padding is spacing, and we add some padding at the top, and I'll do that around 55 pixels and link. And padding around the sides, 35 pixels, and link the left and the right. Just by adding that padding, even though nothing is structured properly in here, it looks already better. Let's work with the heading. Select that heading that we've brought in, and we will center align it. Where are we? Not under layout. We have to go to the heading text and put it on center. For the tag below, we're also going to put it on center. For this one, we go to text and put it on text alignment. Select the divider, line, change the color, and we put it to this one over here, bright snow. And then line position, we put it on vertically centered. Now it looks a little bit better. Select the price. Go to design. This is text. Let's change our text font weight to bold. We change the style. No need for that. Color, we put it on secondary color, which is white, and our text size on 64 pixels. And we align it to the center. Did I type a S there? It should be a dollar sign. Let's do that again. Dollar. That's much better. Select the button. Go to the presets we've created. Look at button 1, alignment, and we put it to the middle. I don't like the border for this button. Let's go to our button design, border, and we remove the border. Go to button border style and select none. That's an easy way to remove it. I like the spacing between the pricing here and what's going on here with the button. This spacing is fine to me, but I think this spacing here is too big. The other thing I notice when I hover over this text, you can see how big space there is at the top and at the bottom. Hop on over to text, go to line height. It's set to 2M, and we bring it down to 1M. That makes it more manageable to work with. Go back and select a column. Let's reduce the space between the elements. That's under layout, vertical gap, and I'll put it on 16. That looks better. And then I'll add space by clicking on the button. Go to spacing and margin at the top, and I'll put that on 60. There's one more component I want to bring in here, a little bit more description of what this starter pack is all about. Select this subheading here, duplicate the module, and we drag it down to just under the price. Select the text, and I'll paste my new text in here. Now we've created this nice little starter pack here for ourselves with the pricing option, and we can just go ahead and look on tablet and mobile if it looks fine. Oh, I think one more thing, we probably have to say whether this is monthly or when, and we bring in another text module for that. We build this out very quickly. Select the text, and in caps I'll type in monthly. We go to our design, something we can use. Oh yeah, overline, that worked. Let's see, overline worked perfectly, right? We don't even have to worry about all of that. And all we need to do is go to text and also align it to the center. Go to our devices. Yep, let's talk quickly about anything that isn't even numbers. We have here 3 columns. The moment you go to 3, 5, 7, or any of those columns, where we are today, that when you go to tablet, you'll need to decide, am I going to keep it 3 or I'm going to go for 1? I've seen many people keep 2, 2, and then 1 column at the bottom. That just looks like you couldn't make it work. We need to make it work. On mobile device, I'm pretty sure it's going to be just perfect because the mobile device is set up by Divi from the beginning to stack. But for our tablet device, I believe here we need to go ahead and stack it as well. And that means for our columns, we want it at full width. That's why I haven't created the second 2. And all we're going to do is make sure this one looks good here, which it does. Then go to tablet, select the column. Where is the column over here? Our row and the column. Then go to sizing and under column class, select the drop-down and go to 100%. These two are still squashed in there, but we're not too concerned about them because they are going to disappear very quickly when we copy this one. On the mobile device, I do not expect problems and it looks okay. Go back to desktop, select the row, content on the right, elements, and then these two columns that are currently empty, go ahead and delete them, and then the first column, duplicate it. This is our little twins and triplets. Go to tablet. And this is often why people would switch rather to using a grid, but this can be overcome. What is happening here is that at the parent level, which in this case is the row, there is a setting that prohibits these columns from stacking, and we need to switch it off. Go to Layout, make sure you select the row first, go to Layout, and under Layout Wrapping, switch on this one that says Wrap. And the moment it does that, it will honor the 100% full width that we set for the first column, and it will squash the others. No, not squash them. It will stack the rest below. And then for our phone device, it's already set up. And you can see when I go to phone, the layout wrapping. If I were to say no wrap, it will do exactly the same. But Divi already set that up for us. So it's just one of those steps that we need to take when we go to mobile device. Back to mobile. Back to desktop. And let's change a few things here. Select the second column and we change the background. Go to background. And how do I go here? Go to primary color. Good. Select all of these text and we make it white. For the monthly as well. This is one thing that I do like about Divi a lot. As I select the next one, the panel stays open here on the right and I don't have to select the options again and again and drill down. It kind of stays sticky to the setting I was used last, and that makes it easy to work across the different columns. Select the button. This time we give it a border. So we go to button, we go to border, we give the border solid like we did before, but we change, no, the color is already there. And now we just change out the content. For the second one, we call this Pro Package. And then for the other one, we call this VIP Treatment. This one is $69 a month. And this one is $99 a month. Let's have a look quickly on tablet. It looks big, but on the tablet, it's going to be fine. And then we go to our mobile device. Great stuff. Let's grab this bar and drag it into 360. Make sure everything still fits in nicely. It does. Proper job. And the last thing we do is add padding at the top and the bottom for this section. Select the section. Make sure you see the blue box appear. Spacing, padding at the top, 100 pixels. Click on the link and give it 100 pixels also at the bottom. Save. And the best thing to do now is to go preview it on the front end. Scroll to the bottom. Nice. It looks good. It started out really as a hot mess. Not even hot, it was super cold. And then it turned into this beautiful pricing section. I'll switch on Pixify to see how it's going to look on different devices. We scroll to the bottom. And here we go. And as you can see here on my tablet device, this is actually pretty good. It's pretty big, it gets the message across, and it makes navigation easy. On the mobile device, a restart update later, buddy. Mobile device also looks good. Just consider perhaps these two here is too narrow. I think we can add some space to that. Hop back into Divi. Let's go to mobile device. To the heading. Select the first heading. What do we have here? Is there anything under sizing? 80%. Let's reduce that to 95%. And this one, we put it on, let's say something a little bit smaller, 90%. That looks better. We don't want things looking like it's a pillar. Good. Now that we've created this one, we can add a testimonial section next. It is time to bring in a few testimonials, which every page needs. Let's go to the bottom, add a new section, and we're going to stick to one column. When it comes to testimonials, you have a number of options. If you just want to have a static testimonial, somebody whose name appears there, you can actually use one of the modules that come with Divi called Testimonial. Select it, and it gives you a very straightforward, out-of-the-box testimonial, which I think is super duper. You can go ahead and use it, and it's got a few elements, and then of course you can go ahead and style them all by accessing the properties here in the panel on the right. But let's jazz it up a little bit and add a testimonial right within a slider. Now here things become interesting. Add a new module or row. Let's look for slider, and you're going to see there are 3 sliders. First glance, this looks like it's been sent by the gods because yay, sliders. But I have to say, after diving into them, I feel they are lacking. Because what I'm starting to realize as well is that a lot of these kind of modules, they don't give you everything you want. Then you have to go to the Divi marketplace and buy third-party stuff. That is really good, but then you pay extra for it. And it's at moments like that that I feel a little bit sour, like why can't that awesome slider not be included in the package? And then I remind myself I bought the lifetime deal, so let's give them a little bit of credit. Oh, by the way, I added an image to the previous section that we had created. That's very simple, right? You go and click on the section, go to content, background, and then add your image here to get that kind of nice background. Back to the slider. The normal slider that is included, I found very limiting. Let me just type properly. This slider over here. But what is interesting is that there is actually a new feature, backspace, called Group Carousel. And this is the one that we will be using here, which is also a slider. As the group module is also a relatively new element, the Group Carousel is also a new element. Click on the Group Carousel. And let's have a look in the layers panel on the left. What has happened within the column? We have Group Carousel, and under that we have a Group Carousel slide. Select Group Carousel. Let's go to the right and then see what's going on here. You can see there it says Carousel slide, and then to add more slides to this carousel/slider, you just click here on Add New Carousel Slide. I can do that. Where is it now? Why? What happened? Let me go up back. Here we go. The moment I duplicated it, now we have 4 slides, and you can see the dots on the page. To navigate to them, you can't do that on the page. You can only do it basically from the layers panel. Select them, and you see how easy that is. Just wish that this was a little bit easier to navigate. Maybe even on page, I could click on the dot or even on the arrows to navigate on the page. That's not a gripe. Most sliders have the same concept. You style out one slide and then you duplicate it and you just change out the content. Select the parent slide or group carousel, and I do that. Let's delete these 3 and stick to this one over here and quickly start working. I'll add my little testimonial at the top with a text. Select my text and paste. The default text styling that we set up for the text module is perfect here. I can't remember all the others. We have base light, then we have base dark. That's actually not bad. Really, you can have overline, but that's not going to work. It just doesn't work with all caps. Let's go and stick it to base light, the standard. We make a few changes. We want to center align it, go to design text, and then we center align it and go next to sizing and reduce the size of the box to 60%. Now we center align that alignment. Hover over the text element, we bring in the image. Next, select image, bring in our testimonialer and style it out. Design, first we go to border and we give it border radius. Whenever you're working with a 1:1 aspect ratio image, turning it into a circle, very simple, just put it on percentage and 100%. If you're not working with a 1:1 aspect ratio, you're working with a different one, then you just go for a very, very high pixel number until you get this. Let's give it a border. I'll give it a border width of 5 pixels. We change the color blue. And finally, let's change also the size. We go to sizing. We give it a width. I will put it on 100 pixels, make it smaller. and we center align it here under alignment, also put it in the center. Next, we give him a name, and that we will do, let's go for a heading, and we're going to make this a heading 3. And we call him Tommy Nope. And this is our heading. Let's go to design, heading text, H3, put it on the center, change our color, and let's put it also on uppercase. A little bit of spacing, heading letter spacing 1.2. Let's give it a H3 heading. We can go for H3. That looks very nice. It looks so professional. We hired someone who designed this, spent their weekends working overtime to get us to look this good. Let's try H3. What is the other one? H3 white? I forgot why it's white. Maybe a white background. H3, same thing, I believe. With this, we give his title below, but I also notice that I put this below our carousel slide. I'll just grab it here and drag it in and put it under his little photo. Next, we give him a title, text, select text, select the text, Senior VP at Marketing Included. Hey, included. And we go ahead and we put that text on center alignment like so. Let's reduce the space. And how are we going to do that? We have learned to reduce the group space between any of these. You have to select the parent container, which is the carousel slide. Select, go to layout, and then the vertical gap, we're going to change this one here to what? 16? And that looks much better. These two, though, they bother me. That is way too much. I don't want 16. We do that by adding them to a group. I'll bring in a group element, group, and then drag these two in. Drop it. And this one just below Tommy Nope. Make sure they're in the same group. I check here on the left in the layers panel in DDO. Select the group, we go to vertical gap, and I'll put it on 6. Why there is still that much space, and that is the M value. Let's put it on 0. Then we grab Tommy Nope. We go to our heading text, and we reduce our heading line height. Make sure it's on 1M, and we do the same for this one. Go to text module, line height, and put it on 1M. In case you haven't noticed, I want to show you what happened in the recent update. I'll bring in a new module, and that is the text element. Previously, when I brought in here at the very top, you may remember, I brought in a word like quality. Let's do it again. And then we gave it a huge size. That time it was 200. Go to text and give it a huge size of 200 pixels. And what happened is that when I hovered over it, this bounding box was a small little box here in the middle. You can go check out chapter 3 or 4 where we were working with this. Now they have fixed it. Now they've given it a value of 2M. So these things are changing overnight. Divi's constantly making changes. But I have to say, unfortunately, also here and there, new bugs keep creeping in. But we hope that at least this can be cleared out, and it's good to see that they're making an active effort to remove the bugs. So all those good tips I gave you, the workarounds in the previous chapters, well, now they're gone. Now we have this, just to show you that this has changed. Having a look at this, I think we need to add a little bit more space in the carousel slide. I'll go back to my layout. It was at 16. I'll put it on 24. And let's go and change Tommy's name. I also feel that should be bigger. So we're going to mess around with this one a little bit, make it some custom heading text. The current size is 14. I'll put it on 18. And we go ahead and put the heading font weight on bold. That looks much better. Now that we've created our first slide, we go and create the second slide. Go to the group carousel, select it in the layers panel on the left or from the breadcrumbs in the top right. Content, carousel slide, and select duplicate. To go to the second one, click on the edit, and that will take you to the second one. First, change out the image so we don't get confused with what we are working. And we call her Michelle Michelle Burger. There we go. Let's see if Michelle is there. Switch out the quote at the top. Let's give her a different title here. Manager at Checkers. That's a shopping center here in South Africa. And we create one more for our carousel. We have 3, the group carousel. Go to group carousel, content, and copy the last one. Click on the pencil to edit it. Select the image and then change it out with Martina. And we call her Martina van der Vyver. And she is IT specialist. Now we have the 3 sliders. Let's see how this group slider works. For that, you select the main parent of the group carousel. Go to the layers panel on the left and select group carousel. Under the content, carousel settings, all your settings happen over here. Automatic rotation, that's probably what we want. Otherwise, people won't know that they have to scroll. 2 seconds, I think that's fine. I'm just going to drop it down to 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second for our tutorial, so we don't have to wait too long. Pause on hover, very good one. And then center mode. We'll talk about center mode soon. And that's when we have more slides and we are showing more slides at the same time. These settings are good. Save. We go to the front, preview on front end, scroll down. And every second, it's going to transition for us, which is very short. That's why I would say definitely 2 seconds, but I'm not going to sit through the 2 seconds every time. As I hover over it, it pauses. Very important. So many sliders don't have this very basic function. Let's talk about styling out before we go back. So we go to design, you have your arrows here. Oh, wait, before we do that, go back to content. Actually, your dot navigation and your arrow navigation, you will find them under elements here under content of the group carousel. Here you can switch them on and off. And what we'll do is we will remove the arrows. One reason we often prefer to remove the arrows is that they become a little bit kooky when you go to tablet and mobile views. That's why it's very nice that you can also put them on responsive activation for this. So you can show them on desktop, but then you can go ahead and you can deactivate them in the other states if you want to. I will deactivate show arrows here. I like this clean layout that we are working with here. Same for your dot navigation. We're going to leave that, design, and now go to dot navigation. You can make changes here. I'll decrease the dot size to 7 and we change this color to blue. What I was hoping for with the dot color is that we have a little bit more control over the background. I looked over this one here. This is our hover, if I'm not mistaken, and I tried different colors just to see if it will change. But as I make changes, it doesn't do that. Yeah, that's kind of a pity. I would have liked to see that we can change the background, even change the fill of the dot so we can just have a circle without any fill. This is what we currently have. That is your dot navigation. Then you have here groups. This one confused me. Not sure what the groups and the active groups, there is spacing for it. I played around with it. I couldn't figure really out what it does, especially when you go to layout. You will see there's not much you can do here, but you have control over the border and other styling options. This one I need to spend more time with, but I'm not sure if it's worth my time because I got the slider to do exactly what I wanted it to do. Hop back for a moment to content, go to carousel settings again. Let's have a look at what's going on here. And then work with slides to show. We go for 2 slides. You can see if you have many slides, you can bring this in. Once you get to 2, center mode works like this. Select center mode and you will have one slide always in center and then the adjacent slides a little bit to the side. Then you also have the option here, slides to scroll. So if I put it on 2, every time it's going to scroll, it will cycle through 2. In this case, it's a little silly because then you're going to miss every time the one slide next to this one and skip straight to that one. But this can work nicely if you have maybe 2 in the middle and you want to scroll 2. So the amount of slides here minus 1 will always give you what you want to put slides to scroll on. I'll deactivate center mode and slides to show I'll also put it only on one in this case. From here, go back to design, dot navigation, dot position. Currently it's set to below. Then you have above. That's a weird one, but maybe there's a use case you've thought of. And then overlay pushes it into the carousel slide. So naturally, we will go to something like below. Then we also have the dot alignment. Again, one that will work in different cases. In our case, it's going to be on center. I'm going to refresh the page quickly. Scroll down to the bottom and select our section. Go to background for the section, add a color. Let's see, blue. And let's add then to bright snow. That's what I want, just a little bit of contrast with the one at the top. Above this, I want to bring in similar to this one. So what I'll do, I'm going to copy this row here. Yeah, I know we saved it, but you know, if you have an easy way of doing it, and if you are comfortable with it, like me, just dragging this one, then I'm going to do that. And drop it down there, and we call this one testimonial. I can't see. Let's see if I spelled it correctly. Testimonials. And then what our customers say. Hover over this blurb here, delete it, and we've created this one for our testimonial section. Add some padding at the top and the bottom. Design spacing padding 100 pixels at the top. Click on the link to also add 100 pixels at the bottom. Before we move on to the last section for this home page and then work on our navigation, we look at tablet. I think I like how it looks on tablet, and then we also go for mobile. What we can do here is click on this text box here. The sizing we had put at 60%, I'll increase it to 80%. Select the section, go to layout and reduce the vertical gap to 30, just to bring this closer to what our title says here at the top. We don't like just one word, always like this. Grab the slider on the right, let's drag it into 360, and we see now that our text will break into this line. I think to do that, let's make it break by ourselves. We select the module settings, go to sizing, 70, and we cut it by ourselves. Save, go to the front end. Let's quickly update it here on the front end and activate Pexify. By the way, there's also a free version of this, but remember to check out the pro version. Let's scroll to the bottom, and we're focusing on the tablet, and we're focusing on our mobile devices. Nice. Everything looks the way it did within Divi. We are very happy with how this turned out. A few updates that can roll out to make this group carousel absolutely amazing. I hope those can come out in the future. Let's quickly build out the last part, which is a contact section. We bring in 2 columns, equal columns, and on the left, we're going to use the same box that we have here. What I'll do is I will duplicate this row, because remember, in Divi, you can put rows within rows, and we put it right there. Yeah, that's what we did. We are totally bold, but this time we have to put everything again on the left. So when you work with this kind of setting, you create 2 sections, one that's constantly on the left. Let me just make sure why it's not moving to the left. Let's choose this one, heading text, put it to the left. And then I guess I need to go to the group and put everything also on the left. Never sure how this works. There we go. And then below this, we bring in a form, add new module or row. We'll bring in a new module, and this is going to be our contact form. So I look for form and I drop it in here. Name, email address, and message. Perfect. This is exactly what we need from this. But of course, this is not what our customers say. This is contact us, speak to us, and delete the rest of this. And we go to the one, just one up, which I cannot find. So I go to the layers panel on the left, select text, then go to the panel on the right, open under context, text, and change it to contact us, to speak to us and contact us. Basically exactly the same thing. For the first field, I'll select the field. We can see the field has been selected, and the title, field options, everything is nicely set up here. And we go to design, sizing, and you'd be tempted to go to the width and put it on 100%, but it is set here on column class at half. we go and put it on full. And we do the same for the email address, column class, and we put it on 100%. And now we've nicely styled it out. Select the button here. Then we go to button and we change it out here. Now, this is one of the areas where you will see that my button preset doesn't appear here in the contact form. Where is my button again? Over here. Change the background. Let's change the background. We have to go through this process and we go for primary color. Close out the border. I will go and I'll put my border on none. I know now I don't want that border. There is actually border, and the border radius, I will increase that to a crazy amount and link them, and that will give me always rounded corners. The text, it is set to white, but it doesn't show on white, so we go ahead and we put it on white. Scroll up, button font weight, we put it on light. Button text size, we put it on 16. Letter spacing, we put it on 2. And then we just go up as well to uppercase. Then we give it some padding. That happens under spacing. We do the padding at the top. Top and bottom, we put that on 15 pixels and link them. And then left and right, 35 pixels and link them. The choice is yours, Danielle, if you want to keep this captcha little box that is included by Divi. And how you want to style out the rest of this box is also up to you. On the right, we will bring in a Google Maps. Now, there is a Google Maps module here. Search for it. I'll just type in Maps, and it just says Maps. Before you click on it, you do need a Google key for this. I'm not going to use this one because you have to set up so much for it. And I think if you are running your own site and it's just a Yellow Pages or even a more complex site, you don't need these fancy maps. Open a new tab, go to maps.google.com. I will just look for accountants. And let's grab this one, Induna Accountants. Select it. You're going to type in the name of the one you want. I'll select it and then I will click Share. From Share, go to this option here, Embed a Map. Don't worry about all of this happening here. Select Copy HTML. Once you have selected Copy HTML, go back into Divi, add a new module, and this module has an easy name. It's called Code. Click on it, go to the options on the right, click within this box under Code, and paste whatever was copied, and voila. You didn't have to go through the whole process of setting everything up. If you want to do that, that's totally up to you. But I find that this works perfectly. This button up here is exactly what people are looking for when they come to your website. They just want to click on it and it will open the app on their phone. It integrates smoothly and you don't need to worry about watermarking. Who doesn't know that the maps running on our websites is on Google, trying to remove all the watermarks? But of course, if you want to use the Maps module that comes with DV5, you can do so. Just remember, you have to go through the API setup and all of that, and you should know how to do that. There are many videos also explaining that. Me, I go for this. Like I said, we want to keep things at Websites for Beginners as straight as simple. So you go to maps.google.com. Let's scroll in here. Let's grab this one here, Smith & Associate. You select it. Then you click on Share, select Embed a Map, click on Copy HTML, go into Divi, bring in the code. Let's do that again. Select Code, Options panel on the right, click in the code box and paste. Control V, Command V, voila. Go to tablet. Let's see how it looks on tablet. A little bit squashed, but I think for tablet this is fine. We don't need to do any changes. And of course, on mobile, it's going to be stacked. Let's go back and just add a little bit of spacing at the top and the bottom to keep things consistent. Select the section, design. We go to spacing, padding at the top, 100 pixels. Select the link option to also add the 100 pixels at the bottom. And we have created our home page. Finally, we can start to what Module 2 is all about. And that is how we work with headers and footers. We are going to do it at a very introductory level here in Module 2. Module 3 and 4, we will add on to that as we build out our blogging as well as WooCommerce. I just noticed these guys are 2.3. let me delete this module and bring in someone with a higher rating. Let's look here in the left, Finstar Group, and I'll select Finstar Group. Then I'll click on Share, Embed, copy HTML. Just my luck. Hope I don't get sued. And what do we have here? The code, and I'll paste it. Lovely, 4.9. We are so reputable. Save, and if you want to, like always, just go to the front, and my Pexify is still open. Refresh, just have a look. And always as we go through this, you're going to see things that are going to catch your eye. Okay, let me make a few changes. Go ahead, make those changes. Tweaking is part of website creation, but at some point, remember, enough is enough. Now we do that header and footer we've been talking about so much. We will take the header and the footer in little chunks so that we can build it out nicely, look at what is available to us and how to work with it. Scroll to the very top. Let's talk about what's currently happening. In Module 1, I showed you how to deactivate the header and the footer because we were building out a one-pager and we were using jump links on the page. We didn't need the header and the footer. Here, I left the header and the footer. At the top, we have the header. We see there's a logo, that's the Divi logo. And then on the right, we have a menu, which contains all the pages that we've created. So it's not really a menu, it hasn't been created. Themes just usually populate here with the pages that have been already created. And then we have a search element. Scroll down, you can see it's a sticky header. And we go all the way to the bottom, and we have this footer here, archives, which is linking to our posts and categories, and we have another bar here at the bottom that says designed by elegant themes powered by WordPress. I'll touch on this one again. We did cover it in Module 1. What is very important to understand about this header and footer, it's created with the Divi theme, Elegance Themes theme. It is not created with the Divi builder. What does that mean, JP? Let's save, go to Exit and select Dashboard. And we are back here within WordPress. The way that it often works in WordPress and most of the times is that when you are working with a theme, headers and footers are usually controlled from the theme. Divi started out as a theme and the Divi builder supported the theme. When we installed Divi, go to Appearance, we also installed it as a theme. That means that under Appearance, you're going to see the option to customize. When you select Customize, it takes you into the Theme Customizer, which we are all familiar with. Select Header and Navigation, Header Format, and that's what you have here at the top. Not much you can do here. You have a few other options. You can add a primary, secondary bar. Same here for the footer. You can see we have the layout, and that's what we have here at the bottom. These two, this one here at the bottom, this footer, and this header here at the top, they are from the theme. What did I tell you though way back in Module 1? And I'll exit here without saving. Divi is moving away from the theme. Even though this header and footer that we see here on our page comes from the theme, we are not going to be using them. We're never going to touch the customizer. You saw me never touch it in Module 1, and you didn't see me touch it here in Module 2. We didn't make any changes. When you are looking at tutorials online, many people will still recommend that you set your fonts and you set some stuff in the theme. You just shouldn't. The future is that Divi 5 or maybe even Divi 6 will be totally themeless, similar to other builders on the market like Breakdowns, Bricks. Oh, we say themeless, but they don't connect to a theme that works outside of the builder. Everything is integrated in one spot. That makes it a little bit difficult to get your head around. The header and footer that you build out your page does not happen within the theme. It happens here. Navigation sidebar on the left, hover over Divi and select theme builder. That's where we start off with. What we did in Module 1 is we simply selected these little icons here to disable them. We have here the default website template, and this is all we'll be doing for our current setup. There is a global header, global footer, and a global body. Observe that currently it says add. There is none. Once I select add global header and I save my work here, the header of the theme, this one here, will be disabled. And this header that we'll be creating here within the Divi builder will override this one. I'm not sure what is the terminology, disable, override, replace, but the bottom line is that by default, when we work within Divi, we get the header and the footer from the theme. We will not be using them. We use the header and footer from the theme builder. There are many reasons why this is important. The first reason is that you can build out the header with the Divi builder. This one you cannot. You are limited to what the theme can do. The second reason is that you can create multiple headers and footers. So for your posts, your WooCommerce, or any other page, you can create different setups. Again, with the theme, you cannot. I want to warn you though, that being in this process of transitioning, there are many things here that feel sometimes a little bit overcomplicated or hidden, or you're going to run every now and again into something that you think should just be so natural, and it isn't that natural. I do believe, I've said it a few times now, that this will be sorted out. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have believed that Divi could make this better, but what the Divi team has been doing in the last year and a half, I really see the progress in trying to make this better. But there are so many areas, so patience is required. And one of these areas that I hope that they can really clean up, number one. Number two, simplify, is the theme builder, the header, and the footer. Now let's talk about the header. We start with the header. And the first thing we do is click on Add Global Header. No, not add from library. We do it from scratch in Divi 5. Build global header. Yeah, let's go ahead and finally select on this. And what it's going to do is it opens up this page for you, which is the Divi builder. And all we do from here is we build out the header that we have in mind. Like before, hover here at the top, open the layers panel, and we see we have a header. So this is going to be the main template, and this one you won't be able to delete because with the header comes certain features that Divi must recognize, and that's why it is called header here at the top. We will always have a section here, and remember, in that section you always have a row and then you have a column. Select that, go for equal columns, and let's have a look what's happening on the page. As predicted, now we have the header at the top. Inside that is our section, the blue box. Then we have our row, and then that obligatory column that we need. Add our menu. Go to the middle, click on Add New Module or Row, and search for Menu. And we get this here menu. It populates with this menu, but what is important to understand about this menu over here? And that is, this is not actually a real menu. It is just a placeholder that WordPress give us. You can see even there are 2 homes and that they are not in the order we want. And for that, we need to create our menu. What we do first, let's leave everything as is. Let's click on Save. Then we select Exit. What has changed here? Now we have this green box. It says Global Header, and we see our little pencil over here, and it shows us that we've added this global header. With my tab open on the right, I will refresh this page. But what's going on here? And this again is that little sneaky thing that Divi does to me that catches me off guard every waking moment when I'm working within it. Go back to our theme builder. And what do you spot there in the top left? Save Changes. Once I select Save Changes, let's go to the front again, refresh. Now our theme builder, this one here, has replaced the Divi theme header with the one that we are working with. This is where we start, I want to show you how we create it, and very important that you have to save it once you have done that. Before we create the menu, let's go back to the front end and select here Edit with Divi. Something incredible is now going to happen right within the Divi builder. At the very top, we can see the new header. Hover over it and look at that. Select it. Let's open up the Layers panel and look at this. The header appears here. Our page now has its own drop-down. And what this means, I can go ahead now and edit this header while I'm working on the page. This is actually a very recent introduction into Divi. Previously, we can only do that by editing it from here. This is the option, but because we want to stay on the page, in future, once we have created the header within the theme builder, we are just going to style and work with it right within the builder. How awesome is that? Next short video, we'll just create the WordPress menu. Let's get the WordPress menu correct. Leave this page open, back to WordPress, and we don't have to come back here and click on Edit Global Header at all. Once you've created it here, you just stick to editing it right within the Divi builder when you're working on any page. But back to WordPress, Appearance, and because we are working with the WordPress menu, we need to set up that menu under Appearance and Menus. In Module 3, we will look at how you can create custom menus, or rather advanced menus and drop-down menus, all that nice stuff. We give it a name like we usually do. Main menu. Go to View All. Oh, Create Menu. Then View All, my home. Yeah, I will just select all and add them to my menu, Home, Services, About, and Contact, and save the menu. Don't need to check any of these. Go back to Divi Builder. Refresh your page, and your WordPress menu has been created here. Select the section and we change the color. What I'm working towards eventually is that this will be an overlay, a transparent header, and it will be then overlaying this section here. Because this section will be dark blue, we need to also work with a dark color here in the back so that we know how the text will look. I select the section, background, add background color, and I'll choose my primary color. Oh, that is where Divi starts bringing in weird stuff. This is at the row level. I'm not sure, it could also be the column level. We open the Layers panel to help us with this. The section, we've given this blue background now. Then we have the row, we have the column, then we have the menu. Select row. And we see background, there is nothing there. Then select column, and it also says background, but clearly there is a color. Let's select menu, and there we see something going on as the trash can appears selected, and now we have removed it and we can see the menu. With the menu selected, let's have a look at what's happening here. We have content, which is the main menu. If you have more than one menu, you will select it from this drop down here. Logo. Well, Divi allows you to bring in a logo within the menu element. If I click on that and I look for my contribute, I never can find it. Let's see, arrow skin shape, retina logo. Here we go. And I upload it, it drops it in there. This is going to be fine, but the way we prefer to work is to bring in an image or a SVG module and then drop it in, and we'll do that in a short bit. So let's delete and not work with this logo. In fact, I'll go ahead and set on reset field and only focus on the menu part. To style it out, design, and this is the main menu text. Change the color of the active link, and I'm going to keep all of this on white. So this is active link color, then menu text color, and now we all have them in white. And the fonts should be the same. It should be Popup. But what we will do is we'll go to the menu font weight and put it on light, and put menu font style case, uppercase, menu text size 18. 18. And menu letter spacing 1.5. I'm putting it on 18 so we can nicely see what's going on, but eventually, me personally, I will drop it down to 16, even 14 to match with the rest of the site. For now, we leave it on 18. Let's get the menu to go to the right, select the column container, layout, and then align items, end. And now it's here on the right. Let's see if we can make a few changes then to the text here of the menu. I click on it, it will select the menu for me, and close layout, open menu text, save our work. Let's do that first, preview on the front end, and let's have a look at our menu. There is the menu. There's a little bit of a contrast. As I hover over it, you can see it goes a little bit softer, indicating that you're hovering over it with that slight animation that's happening. This space between the links, a little too little. The only way to fix that is with padding. Back into the builder, make sure you select the menu element. Under design, let me close this, we go to spacing. Only add padding to the side, it is not flushed. What do I mean by that? Currently, we've aligned this menu module to the right. If I were to add padding to the right, it will add padding on the right of each of these, but also on this side, making the contact move to the left. Let me show you. I'll start with 10, which is very little, and you may not see it, but someone like me will say, hey, that isn't flushed all the way to the right. Make it big, like 100. And now you see we have that. But what else have you noticed here? And that is that it's doing to the entire element module. It's not adding the padding to each of the individual links. So let's reset that. That padding we're going to get under the menu text. We don't see it here, and this is also a new feature that's been included within Divi. You have to activate it. It's there, just activate it. Next to menu text, go to this option here, toggle options, select, and we look for spacing. Once you have selected spacing, scroll to the bottom and you will see the option for spacing here. Now we add the padding. Let's do the same. We add something like 100, and now we have 100 on the left for all of them. The same thing is going to happen if I add 100 pixels on the right. I'll delete it on the left and I put it to the right. It will also push the contact 100 pixels from our canvas here on the right. So we don't want that. When we align the menu module to the right, we only add left padding to bring in that spacing. Let's do that at 35, and that looks better. Even 30 or 25. Let's go for 25. Looks much better than what it currently is here on the front. And interesting, right, is that this home still appears here on the front. Very strange that it hasn't updated to the order that I've set it here. I guess that's just a cache issue with me currently at the moment. Let's go to preview, preview on front end, load it again. Yeah, it's still that. Let's do a hard reset, see if that will fix it for us. No, but let's go ahead and see if I put it on Pixify, what it will do. We look for my HD. It's still like this. Everything is fine here. Let me select the menu again. And we go to content. Let's change it here. I'm going to put it on default. Save. And then I'm going to go back to main menu and save. Then we go again, preview on front end. Did that do the trick for us? Let's see. Yes. That was unnecessary, right? But there it is on the front end. And just for our interest, let's see if we can navigate to these pages. Yes, our header is at the top. And we can easily navigate. So we've created that WordPress menu. In the next video, let's talk about these guys on the left. What's going on here? I don't see a header. We know it should be mobile. That's probably how it's going to work. But this is a horse of an entirely different color. We have to address the issue of the missing hamburger menu, and that is what we'll do now. But let's close up these tabs here that we have that's getting in the way. We have our tab open here on the left. That's within the builder. And then this is our view on the front end. Quick note again. We are building this out with a menu element, which is the WordPress menu. However, the new way or the alternate way of doing it currently in DV5 is to build out a custom menu header. You bring in the links by yourself, and that's pretty cool. I'll show you in Module 3 to do that. What I want to say here is that you're going to see that with this custom WordPress menu, it feels sometimes a little bit restricted and confusing. It's not always clear what goes where. My opinion is that if you are creating your basic website, like maybe you do roof repairs, you're a handyman, or you have a hairdresser salon, and you just want your page, you don't need to go into the fancy stuff of building a custom header like we'll be doing in Module 3. What I'm showing you here is pretty awesome and pretty good and straightforward. Don't invest more time in trying to understand how all of that works. Why I say this is that the current trend online is whenever something new is released, many content creators that do Divi will tell you, this is the way, you must do it, this is the new way. I disagree, the old way works perfectly well. And why I want to say that is we should still be loud and clear to developers that they should maintain the stuff that works well. The WordPress menu element is always very important, in my opinion. Doesn't matter, you can build it out in a custom way. This menu should get all the love and attention, the TLC that is needed for it. And in terms of tablet and mobile, the Hamburger style out, I wish they can just make a few more better changes here. Let's look at that. What we have here currently is our desktop. When we go to tablet, it disappears, but it didn't. All that has happened is that when we go to variable manager here on the left and we go to colors, you will see that my link color I had set to this one, primary color. And now my background here is also this purple. And the Hamburger menu is considered a link, and that's why I can't see it. Let's close the variable manager, open the layers, make sure you select the menu, and go to design on the right. Close the menu text in case it is open and go to icons. Down here you will see Hamburger menu icon color. Click on the color, and we put it on our secondary color, and just like that, it is there. And then you have here Hamburger menu icon font size, and we can increase it so we can see it better. We put it on 64. Again, I think the 32 is pretty good, but I'll just put it on 64 so we can clearly see while working. The downside is that's pretty much what you'll be able to do with this menu here. We go down to mobile device, same thing, there it is. There's not much here. I am not even sure if I can change the Hamburger menu. I think that is set in stone. We can go to content, elements. Here we have the option to turn on a shopping cart icon and a search icon. But again, I don't see the ability to switch out the icon for the Hamburger, which is something I like to do. I like to bring in my own stuff just to put that little bit of personal touch and make me feel like king of the world, you know, by doing that small little thing there. I did that. Having said all of that, this is really good and it's good enough. Let's save, go to the front end and refresh. And we run into our next challenge. I'm confident. Let's build a better product for you together. Take a 2-minute survey. Not now, I'm recording. Let's open up this and select it. Yeah, what is this? Yeah, what is this? Like this, I went and I looked at everyone online who are Divi educators, and all of them have their way of working with this. So it astounds me that this very basic element, Divi, hasn't built in a method for this to be addressed. What is happening here? I don't even want to go into that. I'll just tell you what the solution is. Make sure the menu is selected. Go to sizing and make sure you are within tablet and put the width on 100%. Save. Go to the front end and refresh. Select the Hamburger, and there you will see. Now the box, the drop-down box, is going to stretch 100% of the canvas. I think leave it like that. We can work with it later because we don't know what's going to happen with the text. We can't see the text because the background of the drop-down is white. Go back to Divi Builder. You now go to the drop-down menu. Drop-down menu line color, mobile menu background color, mobile menu text color. Let's select this one and put it on purple. You cannot open the drawer while you're in the builder. That's another one I wish they can give us. Let's go to the front. We saved our work. Refresh. Open it up. And there we can finally see it. But we don't see the home. And now we have to do what I said. Do not go to menu text. But what we do is you go back to desktop. And the moment you go back to desktop, all of these options open up. Drop-down menu background color. Drop-down menu line color. Drop-down menu text color. Now finally I can put this on primary color. Drop-down menu active link color. Let's put the active link on black just to make it different. And then save. Strange, right? The moment you go into desktop, these options disappear. They don't want to make it responsive. That's fine. But that means you have to go back to desktop to actually set the drop-down options from here. And it's strange, as we come back here, I see that the colors have disappeared. Why? That's very interesting. Let's do it again. I'm going to put the drop-down menu. No, line text. Did I not save, or what did I do wrong here? Is it because I navigated? Let's look at this again. I put the colors in. I click on tablet. It gets locked out. When I go back to desktop, there they are. So why? Okay, let's save. Refresh. Go back. And after none of this has worked, let's go to our menu text color. Here is the active link color. Without changing that, we go to tablet next. And there is our option, active link color. Let's put it on black. Save. Go to the front. Refresh. Oh, why? Activate Pexify quickly. Open up. And there we go. Do you understand why I'm sometimes a little bit edgy over Divi? Once you can get here, I would recommend you don't go any further and try to do any smart stuff. There's no close button here. There's no add additional stuff. There's no mega menu builder. This is just the WordPress menu. I wish it were simpler, as easy as that I can just go into the responsive view and things just work perfectly. Let's recap here so you can understand what has happened. When we click on the menu and we go to tablet, it is very important that the active link of the page you are working with is set at this level. The menu text, active link color. What we saw is that the active link color will be different on our desktop device. When we go here, you have to set that over here. However, for the drop-down menu text color, we go to the drop-down menu and you will set the color over here for the mobile menu text color. That is the change. The other thing you've also learned that if you are making changes to the background of the drop-down, that you cannot do over here. You have to go to the desktop and set all of that up here. I think this is where I will stop with this, because this is as far as I will go with it, making sure that this menu actually works very well and that it displays this way on the front. I know I sounded a little bit frustrated over it. If you work with it the first time, you'll definitely be frustrated as well. But then after a while, once you know where those little snags hide, then you will be able to fix it as well. A workaround is not a solution. I'm not sure if this is even a workaround. It's probably the SOP, but I wish that this could get a little bit more TLC, especially on the responsive views for tablet and mobile, and just make that process more intuitive and easier to apply those settings like the drop-down, and give us something like a drawer, not only a drop-down menu, but a drawer that can slide in from the left and right. However, I do not believe that will happen at this level, but you will see in Module 3 how we do that with custom created headers where we have drawers that can fly left and right, top and down. But that is strictly not a menu element. We do that again with this feature that I've teased a few times with the canvas. We create it within the canvas and then we give that canvas an instruction how it should behave. With this now set up, let's bring in a logo for our site. Next part of a header is a logo. We bring in a logo as an image, and you can do that with the image or an icon, or of course now with the new SVG module. Go to layers. Let's see what's going on here. Here's the header, section, row, column, and inside our column we have the menu element. Click on the 3 dots, add element, and I will select our image module for that. And it drops it below the menu. That's fine. We'll work on that very soon. Click on it to bring in our logo. Contributes. 3 things we want to do here. We want it to be on the left. We want it to be smaller and we want it nicely balanced. First, how do we do that? Select the column, design, layout, and make sure it is set to row. Now, these elements modules are nicely placed next to each other within a row. To get our logo in front of our menu, we go to the layers panel on the left, grab the image and just drag it up. And now we have as so. We want our menu to remain on the right and we want our logo to be on the left. And that is easily done with a flex setting. Select the parent container, which is the column. Design, layout. We've already put it on row, and justify content, we select this one, space between. It takes the elements. If you only have 2, it's going to put one on the left and the other one on the right. Very awesome. Select it and we achieve that. To make sure also that they are nicely center aligned, we go to align items and select center, and this looks more to what we want to do. Select the logo, design. Let me just close the layout here, sizing. And we change the width 160 pixels. That looks much better. That's our logo. With the image selected, go to content and then link. Image link URL. And all I will do here is type /home. Alternatively, you go to this option here, insert dynamic content, and you select page link, select page, select home, apply. That is a better way to do it, especially to impress people, and you add the page link basically as dynamic content. Let's go and test it. Save it. And we go to the front end. We still have this tab open. I will uncheck Pixify for the moment. Let's navigate to services and then click on contributes and it takes us to the home page. Let's go to about, click on contributes and it takes us to the home page. Back to Divi Builder. And now we have to look on tablet. Works on tablet? Yes. And go to phone. Same thing. I'm not going to mess around with the padding at the moment. I know it doesn't look good, but remember my goal is to make this overlay for this section and every page we will be working on. So what I will do eventually is once we go to overlay, I will start playing around with that. For now, I will leave it as is. With this selected, we have created one for our tablet and for our phone. We can have a quick look on the front. Activate Pixify again. If you want to know more about Pixify, check the link in the description. But you can try it for free. Just go into the extensions, whether it's for a Chrome-based browser or Firefox, and look for Pixify, and you will find this extension very helpful. Go back to the top where our header is, and we can see it. There's our drop-down. Everything looks good. And now, because we've added contributes here, our logo to the left, you can see that the container size has shrunk. That should also raise an alarm in your head. What can be done here? If you have too much content in your tablet and mobile devices header section in the same line, this box is going to shrink and that's going to give you trouble if your links do not fit in properly. So keep that in mind. In this case, it works perfectly. Look here on the 360 pixels widescreen device. it still looks really nice and we can easily navigate around from here. We make our header transparent. That is what we were working towards. The first thing we need to do is remove the background. But let's not do that first, because how we get this header to be quote unquote transparent isn't as straightforward as you may think it is. And this is not unique to Divi, but I would say it's always a learning curve. Because in the old days, if you use a theme like Blocksy, you simply just hit the button, make header transparent. But within the builders, you actually need to take a few steps. Some builders have a nice feature, make it transparent, boom, be boom. But like in Divi, you'll see we have to do a few things here. From the side panel, here where we have the layers panel, select row. To the options panel on the right, select advanced. Then position. Under position, select absolute. Oh, something happened there. Now it's absolute, and this is a bug that Divi has also fixed. We worked previously with this little plant here, and this offset origin didn't work properly. I thought it was maybe how I placed it. Turns out it's a bug. Thanks for making me spend so much time on thinking I'm a total idiot. But anyway, here we go. The position is absolute. Currently, it is set to the top left. Put it here. That's where we want it to go. And that really is all you do here. The next thing we are going to do is go to the section. All of this space on the right, the bottom, and the left, that is set by the section. So we have to work with that. And the first thing we are going to do, we're going to remove the background color. Section, background, and move it away. Now we're going to do a few weird things with the section design, spacing, and our padding. For the top, 0, and we link it for 0 at the bottom as well. And look at that, removing all the padding. Basically, it's almost as if this section doesn't exist. Now we have focused on the row. The row is at the top, but we do need padding at the top and the bottom. But we do not do that at the section level. We do that at the row level. Select the row, we add padding to the top, let's give it about 35, and the bottom will be irrelevant. If I type in 100 pixels at the bottom, you will not see anything happening because of that absolute positioning setting that we've set up. To add then space between our heading here and the content of the section, that has to be done on the hero section level. I just want to remove the 100 padding that I've added here. Good. And now we select the section on the page. Go to the top section and the padding at the top. I will increase this to 175 pixels. And now it looks this way. Let's make it a little bit more professional now that we know how the overlay looks. I'll select the menu element, go to design. My menu text, I'm going to drop it down to 14. Nice and small. I'll go to my menu font and I'll put it on thin, even smaller. Yeah, I know that looks crazy. But this is the design style that I'm going for here. Just make sure, shouldn't be a big thing. But as we go down to tablet, let's go for our icons. That is where we found the hamburger menu, and also reduce the size here to something like 36. It just matches with the rest of our design, delicate, professional, modern. Go to the row element, and what I want to do is add a divider here at the bottom that's going to cross the whole screen. By going to the row, go to content of the row elements, and we have one column here. Click on add element, and it only gives me the option to add another column. Now I have two columns. They are adjacent to each other, but I want them stacked. That means I go up to my row, select the row, design, flex, and I will put it on column to stack it. Now with the second column, I'll go to the middle and click on divider, and I'll add the divider, design it quickly, the line, I want it on this bright snow. but I will reduce the opacity to around 36 because that's where my mouse stopped. And then also I will go to line position and just put it vertically centered. I feel that's a better way to work with it. How do I get this divider now to stretch the entire screen? The best way I found to do that is to go to the column the divider is housed in, go over to sizing, and then for the width, I'll put it on 100 VW, enter. And you can see the line goes off the page on this side. And what we do now is go to the row, layout, and choose this option, center. And once you do that, you can see we have the line as so. With the row selected, we reduce this space now, which is actually the vertical gap. And let's see if I type in 0, you can see how it drops down there. Let's add around 24 pixels. That looks much better. Just that little faded line in there. Let's save and go view it on the front end. Preview on front end. Nice. This looks really professional, and you can check it also for the responsive views. The line is going to be there, and we can go ahead and make changes on those levels as well. If we think this is too much spacing, I think maybe for our mobile device, definitely too much. For now, we leave it like that. Save our work, and now we have completed the header. We've put in a menu, we've put in a logo, we've figured out how to make the hamburger menu, we've made it transparent, and I've shown you how to add this line. Just one note here. You'd be confused, why did I put in another column? Why didn't I just create another row? And the reason for that is if I click on add new row, the following is going to happen. It goes to the top. And the reason it goes to the top is because this row, we changed it to absolute positioning. And that is the reason that row goes to the top. If you are going to build out something complex like a top line, a middle bar, a bottom bar, consider bringing in rows within rows if you want that familiar environment of working with rows and adding rows. And then the main parent row, this one here, you will set to absolute, and then you just add rows within this row, which will be actually within the columns, because you can't have a row without a column. But then you can bring in rows within those columns to start building that out. You know, in Divi, there are so many ways to do it. Good, we're done with this one. Before we hop onto the footer, I want to talk about the variable images that is available within the variables manager section. And we do that by going to the sidebar on the left. Currently, my layers panel is open. I'll close that. And then we go to variable manager. We worked at the very beginning on colors. We set up our colors here. We worked with fonts, and we looked at numbers, setting up those numbers, whether it's for your text, the sizes. You can do that for your spacing. You can do it for your border radius. You can do all of that here, and it makes it very easy then just to apply it on this side. There are 3 more that we haven't touched upon. And strictly speaking, where the term variables come from, these guys are not always considered variables, and that's why I prefer to usually call these globals, and I wish that was a term we rather had used, but because of so many people already know variables, this is what we are using. Just remember, all of this is basically a variable. Wherever you use it across the site, it will apply globally, and you can just come here and change them out. Talk about images. Now, this is an interesting one, and you can see that preference I have about global. Even Divi thinks it's global. It says add global image. Why do we want to use this? This is a very good example if you have a site with certain images that you may from time to time update. Let me show you how we can use this on our site. We're going to do that with the logo. Up here in the header, we've created our header section and we added the logo here for our company. And this could be that in the future you are going to change the logo, just maybe update it a little bit, and then you'll have to go ahead and change it everywhere where you've used it on the site. With this global image under the variables, you can set it here. Add global image, and then we give it a name, and I'll call it logo. That's all I'm going to do, and select here, upload. I'm curious about what that means, image. I guess maybe in the future they will add other graphics or media like video, could be, but currently it says image. Upload, and we go and choose our logo. We can't see it, but it says Retina logo, and select the image, and it's placed there a little small thumbnail to show us it has been added. Now we save the variables and select apply changes. Close this panel so we can see what's going on the page. And because with the new feature in Divi, I can edit my header right directly here. I don't have to go to the theme builder. To show you that we are working with the header, you open the layers panel, and here, with the image selected, go to the options panel on the right, content and image. Just go ahead and delete it. Instead now of saying add image, we bring it in as a dynamic data variable. I'm just throwing all those names together. Hover over the three little discs, and you see it says insert dynamic content. Select that, and there, this little variable, or rather the global image that we've just added, appears here. My global images, select logo, and we already styled it out. So it pops in there exactly like it used to look. The big difference is now, and I'll go ahead and save it because why not? When we want to change this out, all I need to do is I'll close the layers panel, go to variable managers, go to my images, and select replace. Divi even says, I guess you want to replace it, dude. So click on replace, and we just choose something wacky over here. Let's see if there's, this one. We choose this brand that we'll use later on, and it automatically drops it in wherever we used it. And that is always the power of anything that is dynamic. Of course, we don't want to do it. I'll click on replace. I'll go back to Retina logo, select our image, and this is how we bring in global images. I really like this feature. I forget about it quite a lot, but this is something that you should consider, especially if you are using the logo across many places on your site and you know that your client or you yourself, just like I do, sometimes make a few tweaks, change the colors, just make it a little bit more modern from one year to the next, then this as a global image is a great feature. We are happily skipping along, and this is Divi Module 2. My name is JP, and again, welcome to Websites for Beginners. If you only join us at this point in our big adventure, remember to check out Module 1 for Divi 5, as well as all the videos before this here on Websites for Beginners. We take things a tad slower, and I edit out most of the mumbo jumbo. I get sidetracked on while recording these videos. Yes, so even the dialogue that is still left here, it's been heavily edited because we want to focus on building out. We have created our header. We have created a nice transparent header. In Module 3, we will make this also sticky. Yes, it can be sticky, but I've run into a personal challenge, and that is I cannot figure out how to do the transparent header and make that sticky. And I'm thinking of maybe to create two headers, something similar to what I had done in Breakdown, so make one appear after a certain time, but that isn't covered in this module. So stick around for Module 3, and number 3 usually comes after number 2. But with the header done, let's go ahead and create our footer. Now, the problem at this moment, the only problem with the whole concept that Divi 5 is working towards is that everything happens within the builder. And what do I mean by that? Previously, I couldn't edit the header like this within the builder. you had to exit the builder, and I'll show you how. Just make sure I save everything. I had to exit the builder back to the dashboard, then go to Divi in the navigation sidebar on the left, select Theme Builder, go to the header here that we created at the beginning, click on Edit, and then work with the header over here. And currently we see nothing because it's transparent and all my text and logos are in white. That was the old way, which was okay. That's how most builders did it. But with the recent change, we can do it right inside the builder. And you saw that was so awesome, especially when we are working with a transparent header. Let's exit again back to the dashboard. We go to the front end, and from my WordPress toolbar at the top, I select Edit with Divi. As Divi is keeping these dinosaur footprints from the theme era, we also know that whenever you create a new Divi site, we get a header and a footer at the top, but these are connected to the default theme and not the theme builder. So when we create our own header and footer, it will override and replace those standards for us. That brings me to the issue I actually want to discuss, is that when I go to the footer at the bottom, you can see we cannot edit it here because it's not created with the theme builder. Unfortunately, you cannot at this moment, and I say at this moment because I'm confident they're going to give us this feature in the future. I cannot create a footer within the builder. I still do need to exit and go within the theme builder. That's a pity. I would like to have seen that here as well. In a previous chapter, I did show you that you can have the page manager and you can create the pages from here. That really speeds up your workflow. You don't need to do that in WordPress. And I would like to see here in this, we can call it content creator or whatever, not only pages, but even WordPress menus. That would be cool if I can add that here, as well as the header and footer. Just create them here and they drop onto the page. I am no coder, I'm no developer, so I'm maybe asking for things that are technically impossible, but if I look at everything that is possible nowadays, I'm pretty sure that someone can figure that out. Having said all of that, I'll save my page again just to be extra sure, then exit back to the dashboard because we have to create the footer here. We go again to Divi, Theme Builder, and select Add Global Footer. Currently, there is no footer here within this setup that we've created. The footer that we see on the front end is the one that comes from the theme. Add global footer. Add from library. No. Build global footer. Absolutely yes. What I will do is I'll do nothing here. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to bring in content, no styling, but I will select Save. And then Dashboard, Exit. Module 2, local disk space, asking to confirm that you want to leave information you've entered may not be saved. Let's stay. I thought I saved everything. Stay on page. Exit and select Back. It's very important. You do not select, and I'll go back to it, click on Edit. You do not select Dashboard, and there's an important reason for that. So again, just select Back. And while we are here, I will go to the front end. Hold Control Command on your keyboard and click to visit your site. It opens a new tab within the browser, and here we have Edit with Divi, but just scroll to the bottom. And we still see that the old footer appears here. Why is that? And the answer is in this blue button here at the top, Save Changes. I've told you, this one is going to catch you many times off guard. I always try to find that shortcut, and I thought I can just go ahead and save and go to the front. It will give you a warning, but I just want to point this out to you because if you go into the editor and you click on Exit, Dashboard, it will give you this leave or stay on page. And the reason this happens is because you didn't save in the back. So you need to exit to the back, click Save Changes here. Let's go to the front one that is open, reload, and now you will see there is technically nothing to show you at the bottom. We created the footer, but there's nothing in the footer. So now it's gone. Aha, that's it. Well, we have the front open. Let's select your Edit with Divi, scroll to the bottom and see where is the footer. Here it is. There it is. And we can begin to style it out. This is going to be a very simple footer, just a little bit footnote at the end. Select it, we go to background, change the color, and we put it on our primary color, on the dark color that we are using here. Let's add something here. We can add 2. And on this side, we're just going to add text. and we select the text, and we will say 2026 Madman Productions. Let's see if it's correct. 2026 Madman Productions. See if we want to style it on base light 14. I want to change the color. So we go, let's see if we have base dark, loud, overline. No. Go and change the design. Go to text and we change our color to our bright snow. And I'll leave it like that. Here on the right, we can bring in some social media. Follow. And then select our column. Here we come again to selecting the column. Go to our design layout, and we are going to align items to the end, which is the right. The social media allows you to bring in social media platforms that you want people to click on, and it will take them there. Select the social media main parent, and you can see it's called social media follow. Then we have two networks currently here. With it selected, you can also go to the panel on the right and go to content elements, and they will appear here. Currently, we have Facebook and we have X. What I will do is delete X, and the reason is I just quickly want to style out Facebook first. All right, so with Facebook, now I'm going to style out Facebook and click here on the pencil edit item or select it from the layers panel here on the left, social network. I'll just go ahead and click on the little pencil. With it open now, we have our network, Facebook, and we go to background. The first thing I will do is delete the background. Go to design, icon, we pick a color. I'll make sure that it is on snow bright and use custom icon size. Again, strange that I have to switch this on, something that should just be on by default. And I'll just make it 18, make it a tad bigger. Good, that's all I'm going to do. We jump up to the parent, which is social media follow. I'll select it from the layers panel on the left. Go to content, elements, Facebook, and I will duplicate elements, Facebook, and look here, duplicate item, click on it, and it disappears. It's still here in the layers panel on the left. If I go back to social media follow, it's not there. It has not duplicated it. It has not deleted it. And if you watched module 1, there it pops back by itself, just like that. So what am I going to do? I want to duplicate it and it's not working. Definitely a bug. Let's give it another second or two just to see if it pops back. Yes, it pops back. Yeah, we can still duplicate it. We go to the layers panel on the left, select social network, 3 dots, and select duplicate social network. This is a bug. You watched module 1, you know that it worked perfectly there. I'll duplicate it 2 more times. Ugh, right? Okay. Now I'll just select the second one from here. Then we go to the network. We choose the network. In this case, I'm going to go for Instagram. It will bring in the background color. I'll select background and delete it. Go for the third one, select network. And for this one, we're going to go and select our Snapchat. Although, no, I don't think this company will have a Snapchat, but they will have an X. Let's go first for the TikTok. Maybe they have TikTok. They do some of those dances in the office that so many people do. And then we go for the last social network link, select the network, and this one we will put on X. And then again, just remove the background color. Go back to the section, select it, and we reduce the padding at the top and the bottom. That is under design, spacing, padding at the top. And we put it on 25 and lock it in also with the link button for the bottom. Have a quick look on tablet. It should still work on tablet, but on mobile, we know it's going to be stacked. Let's drag it into 360 because you may be inclined to think, I can make it work. But the moment you bring it down to 360, you see it's not going to work. What we do here is we select first our text element, then we go to text, and we put text alignment to center. Then we go to our social media follow, the group container, click that one, design, spacing, sizing. Good grief, here it is under sizing, alignment to the center. Why will it be under sizing? Doesn't make sense to me. Then we select the parent container, which is the row. The reason is I want to remove this massive gap between our text and the social media follow module. And for that, we go to the parent container where the gap is applied. Select the row, design, layout, and the gap. is the vertical gap. In this case, let's start with 8 pixels. I like it at 8 pixels and it's working nicely for us. If you think the gap between these social icons is too much, you go to the parent container again, which is the social media follow container, and you will see the vertical gap. No, horizontal gap is at 10. You can reduce it to 5, bring it a little bit closer together. Just remember, this is a mobile device. Some guy with a big thumb like me is going to struggle to click on it. If I add 15, you may think that's way too much. But trust me, for interaction, this often works better. And you should always think of that when you're on a mobile device. Let's save and go back to the desktop. And from here, we go ahead and preview it on the front end. Preview on front end, Control, Shift, full stop, and activate Pixify. Scroll to the bottom. Let's see how the header looks now. Yeah, we did a good header. Very standard, very basic. And that's how you create a header within DV5 by using the theme builder and then styling it out right within any page within Divi Builder. We are done with the homepage. Let's move to the next pages, close everything that we don't want to work with. We go into our Divi Builder. And the great thing is that at the very, very beginning, we had set up those pages. I'll close the layers panel, then scroll down to Page Manager, unfurl the pages. And these are the 4 pages that we are creating. Next, we're going to create an About page. We already created the page, but we're going to bring content onto it. Select the pencil, Edit Page, and in no time, we are on the About page. There's a header at the top, right? We don't see it because it's invisible. No, it's just transparent. And what is important to figure out here, if I go to the layers, we have our header, that's in green. Then we have the page area, which we will be building out. And then we have the footer. The problem we have is because this header is transparent, this section that is automatically created here is actually behind that. Activate the X-ray view and you can see things look really... Deactivate X-ray, select section here under page. And the first thing we can do is bring in a background for the section. Then things will start to look much, much better. Go to the content on the right, open the background, add background image, the third one. And we select this one here. Let me just make sure it's that one. Yep. And then upload an image. And you will note that these ones have been prepared beforehand. So it's already got this, our primary color overlay that's been done in a photo editor, but you can bring in an overlay if you want to. Often this just helps a little bit by doing everything from the beginning, setting up the aspect ratio as well as the sizing and the colors. Then you save yourself a few clicks and it's easy to work with. Upload the image and now you can see our header now shows because it's got something to overlay. With the section still selected, we need to add that padding at the top. Design, go to spacing, that's where we have the padding. Remember from our previous page that I was consistent in adding padding at the top and bottom of every section, 100 pixels. However, let's do that first. 100 pixels at the top, select the link icon and we have it at the top and the bottom. Let's go back to however, because we have this part overlaying this section, it's actually taking up a lot of those pixels. So we add additional space to the top in this case. Make sure you unlink first and we give the top 175 pixels. Now my content can come in nicely and I probably may still add some more space here, depending on what my content is going to be here. With my section, I'll click now on Add New Row. And we're going to work with just one column, equal columns. Very simple. We bring in a heading. This is our page heading. And this is an H1, which we haven't created yet. Select it, which it already does. We design it first. Go to Design, Heading Text. It's on H1. And we know we're not going to mess with the heading font because we're using pop-ins all over. The font weight will go to bold. Heading font style, uppercase. We'll put it center aligned. The color, we'll put it on a secondary color, which is white. And for our text size, 64. And we add a little bit of letter spacing of 1. Heading line height is on 1 em, but I'll just type in 1 em just to be sure. Have a look on tablet. Let's reduce it for tablet. Select it, and the only thing we will reduce is the heading text size. We drop it to 48. And remove the letter spacing. I'll put that on 0. Mobile device, select the phone, and we have a line break here goes into 2 lines. I am inclined to leave it there, but let's go down to 360 pixels just to make sure. Yeah, I think this is where I will leave it. You can look at the line height and maybe add 1.2. But because of the font style here, which I believe, I forgot now, it's Poppins, right? Yes, it's Poppins. Suddenly I'm not sure. Fonts, yeah, it's Poppins. That space that is between your title goes here. I think we don't need 1.2. We can keep it on 1. That looks good to me. Now that we've created our heading, it's a good idea to go and save this, our H1, as a preset. With the text selected, we can see it selected here, heading 1. We go to the preset options at the top, assign presets, and we say new preset from current style. And this one we will call H1, and I will call it white so I don't get confused, which I'm doing a lot lately. After I've done that, remember in the bottom, save preset, and now it is there for us to work with. Below this, we bring in a little bit of a subheading, just a little bit of text to talk about our page. But let's change the text before I forget about us. Good. Hover over it, the black box with the icon. With the plus, add new module or row, select, and this is just a subheading, which is a text. Select my text, and I'll paste a very short. We are happy to tell you more about contributes in our skill team. We create a style for this one as well. Let's go to design and remember to select text. Start at the top, text font is correct. Text font weight is set to light. And where did we get this from? We got it from the preset we created, and then we made that preset a default, also many eons ago. Text font style, we will keep it as is. Then the text font color, we'll also put it on white. The size, we are going to increase this to 16, and then text line height, I'll bring that down to 1.4 in case it breaks into 2 lines, which it may do if we work with other page titles or we decide to add more text here. Then text alignment, we text align it to the middle. Right, having a look at it, we know we need to add more space, especially at the top. This will be different from our other sections, so we started with that 100 pixels at the bottom to keep it consistent, but this is our hero section on the page, so we'll add more. Select the section again. I'll just click here, design, spacing, and then for the bottom, I'll add 150 pixels. Then for the top, let's go a little bit conservatively and just add another 25 pixels. No. Let's go bold and add another 250 pixels. Yes, looks better. But this guy up here with just his mouth floating there and his nose just sticking out, we know we want to make him the focus of this image. The section still selected, go to content, background, and we go work with the image, select the background image, and what we're going to do is move it around, background image position, and we say top center, and it drops in. If you want to have more control over how it will position in this case, because you have selected top center, this bar, image vertical offset, opens up, and you can scroll around and you can push him a little bit more to the top. There we go. Let's see how that looks on tablet. It's a lot of extra space on tablet, but to me that works. And then we go to mobile device. This is the 1.2 that we added on desktop, and you can see it's a little too narrow. Let's go back to desktop, select the text, design, text, and we should make a preset for this as well. It's 1.4. So let's go 1.8. Go back to our mobile device. Yeah, that looks much better. If we look at our tablet device, I think we need to constrict the size of this container for the text. And that will make sure that when it gets to narrow devices, it may force it to break into 2 lines and not run across the entire screen. That's just a design decision. Select the text element if you haven't done so. And under design, we go to sizing. And then under sizing, width, and we're going to put that on 70%. And the moment you do that, it now aligns to the left. So we select here center. Have a look then as to the tablet. You can see this is what I was going for on the tablet. And on our mobile device, now it's too narrow. For mobile device, we go to the width and we'll put it back on 100%. Looks better. Now that we've done that and we know that this text element looks good on these other devices, make sure it's selected. Go to the presets in the top right-hand corner and select new preset from current style. And I will call this subheading. And I'll even just say for the euro, in case I want to use this kind of style somewhere else again. The great thing is also that when I use this page title on the other pages and I want to make changes to how this looks, it will automatically update on all those other pages when I resave and make sure that those changes are captured in the new preset. Ta-da! We are done with this one. And we can have a quick look again on the front end, preview on the front end. It looks exactly the way we anticipated. Pixify on. And let's see what Pixify tells us. Pixify says, dude, good job. Let's just make sure. Oh, okay. Good job, dude. Do this. Dude and do this. Yeah, awesome. There are some things in page builders that I get so excited about when I use it. If you've started using builders in the last couple of years, 2, 4, even 5 years, many of these features may not excite you, but my brain is still wired into how we used to do things at the beginning. So when I use some of these new features, I am just so excited, giddy almost every time I do that. And one of that I'm going to show you now. Below this section, I want to add a little bit information about our company. This structure, however, I want to use something we did on the home page. I'll go to the front end where we were working on this one previously. I'll deactivate Pixify, and now we have the ability to navigate to our different pages. So I'll go to the home page, and what I want to do is just basically use this entire section. There are so many ways we can do it. One is we can save it, and then we can use it again. But I want to show you, so that you know about this feature, something else. Let's go back into Divi5. From here, we navigate back to the home page, and we do that by go to the sidebar on the left, Page Manager, then Pages, and select the little pencil edit page icon for the home page. Go to the section. You can click on the section as so, right-click, and select Copy, or just Control-C, Command-C. Just note you also have other features here like Copy Parent, Copy Children, Copy Section, and most of the cases you're going to go for Copy Section. Divi goes out of their way to give you options that will confuse you until Blue Monday by adding many nice features, but ones you will almost never use. Yes, sometimes you're going to go for Copy Parent, and other times you would prefer Copy Children, but 99.9925% of the time you will go for this one, Copy Section. Again, shortcut is Control-C, Command-C. So I've copied this. Now you want me to go back to the About page, right? Exactly. We go to Page Manager again, open up the pages, go to About, and select Edit Page. What I will do here is go to our layers. It works better for me, Section, and I'll right-click. And then we have Paste Section and Paste Section below. This is not a global, which means if I make changes here, it's not going to make any changes to my page on the front. I want this to be independent. I don't want these two to be connected. We'll look at global blocks in a while, but for now, I just want to use this layout. This is so pretty awesome, right? You can copy something on one page, navigate to another page, and you can hear in my voice, there's a sparkle there, right? Because I really cannot imagine how we did this many, many years ago. We couldn't save sections. We couldn't copy paste it like this, but somehow we managed. And just as we're getting these features, Google wants to kill the websites. Good. Now that we've done this, let's make a few changes. With my row, I'll go to this section over here and I will select the first row. There are 2 rows. I'll go to my content, 2 columns here. I'll grab this column and drag it to the top. So I just switch them around. Go to the column on the right, select that. And how do we do that? Let's go here. I select the column, design, layout, and I will put my content on the right, image to the right. Now what I will do is grab this divider here in the middle, and we go to our spacing. It was on -140 left. We remove that like so. How about we make this image fill this entire column? How can we do that? Click on the image, go to sizing, force full width. That's a very nice feature in Divi, and it does everything I want it to do. It takes the container, which in this case is our column, and it forces full width into that column. But what if you don't want it at this height? Then we scroll down to where you see aspect ratio, and we say we want it for 3:4. Enter, and actually that is much bigger. Let's go for a 2:3. Let's see how that looks. Also much bigger. So we go for something a little bit more square. And now we can go, let's go for 1:1, just to see how it will look. And it looks stretched. And once it is stretched, under the design, we go to framing and we put object fit to cover. We've created this section by copying it from the front. We switch the columns around. We changed the image, the size, its aspect ratio, framing, and all of those grand terms that we find in Divi. And all you need to do is probably go ahead and change out some of this content here. I will remove the read more. And the reason I'm going to remove read more is because actually the read more button on the front page will bring us to this page. And this is where they will be reading more. And what I will most probably do is add one additional paragraph here, and so that people can read more with extra content here. And this is how we can keep it nicely consistent. I will say here where the dream began. And let's have a look on how this looks on our tablet device. Now, the first reaction you have when you get to tablet device is that this doesn't look good. Actually, on tablet device, often this narrow text area with this open space here, it doesn't bother anyone. We accept it on a tablet device, but we can make a few changes. Let's just have a look on phone. Good. Where the dream began, spacing is good enough for us there. Let's just jump back up here. I really like it here on the desktop. What can we do here to make it a little bit different? We could go ahead and change the image size here. So select the image again, go to sizing, and then instead of the 1:1, we can make it much bigger. So we can put it maybe like a 9:16 and give it that Instagram look. And perhaps from here go to column, and then we can say for the column alignment, put it to the bottom or even to the center. Top, I'm torn between the top and the bottom, but I'll drop it for this case to do something different to the bottom. On mobile device, what I do not like is that I think our 100 pixels here at the top is too much. I'll go to our spacing, 100 pixels, and I'll drop that down to 50. And what about the bottom? I will also drop it down to 50. So let's just link it to 50/50. Okay, so this image took its aspect ratio from the tablet. So we make a change here and we go back to sizing because this is way too big. And let's put in a 1:1. Bring it down something manageable again. Let's see if that did work. Because we know that Divi 5 is pretty new and we know there are bugs and we know there are regular updates, to assume that things are going to work exactly the way we thought they worked yesterday would be a mistake. And that's why I will check again and again and again. And after we did that, we save and we go preview it again on the front end. We are here now. So let's go back to about. Nice. That's so quick. Love it. And activate Pixify. There we go. Good section that we've created here. it is shaping up nicely, our About Us page. And what we will do is add one more section at the bottom about the team, and then we're going to call it quits on the About Us page. You can add more sections. We just want to cover some new stuff in Module 2. Add new section, and I will bring in an equal columns, one column. As this module opens, I'll go to Add from Library. And remember, way back we created the section heading and section title, and this one that had everything nicely centered. I called it Middle. I wish there was a little thumbnail here so I can see what is what. That is important, that you give your saved sections and modules really descriptive names. Otherwise, it may get very confusing. And I believe you can also create categories. We can look at that in Module 3. I click on it. In this event, you're still not sure what the hey is going on. You can click on View Live Demo, and it will open it up for you, and it will show you, aha, yes, this indeed is the one that I want to work with. And then I go and close it up here at the top. Interesting features like this that I always am surprised about Divi, that they give you this kind of stuff that is really useful. Click on Use this module. It drops it in, and we can begin to work here. First thing I will do is go to the divider and delete it. I don't need that. Select the overline, which I cannot see. I'll go to the layers panel on the left, open it up. This is group, select the text, and go to the text option here, and then type in our professionals. Then for the heading, call this one Meet the Team. And then you change out the text here for this one. And the benefit of having already done this on a previous page and styling it out, when I go to tablet, we don't expect any problems. And the same when we go to mobile device. Though I think that's a little bit cramped, but let's leave it for now. Below this, we bring in the team. And every time we cut up our structure, we add a new row. I would say every time you bring in a new concept or a new group of elements, just bring in a new row. Add new row. This one is going to be 3 columns. And we'll work on the first column. We look for an image, select image, drop it in. Let's bring in the image first. And here are the 3 people about team 1. Nice. And that's it. We bring him in. We already styled it out before the time. So if I click on it, you will see it's at 370 by 397. No idea how we got to that aspect ratio, but we did, and everything is nicely done. Our 3 images before the time are the same. In the event where they're not the same and we want to make them the same, we are going to do the following. Let's go ahead and do that. Select the image, design, we go to sizing, and we say aspect ratio, just like we did in the previous one, 1:1, and we make it a square. Not that noticeable, but we just squashed Henry. So what we need to do to make Henry a little bit taller again is to go to Framing, Object Fit, and Cover. And Henry looks better. If you like his full hair, you can grab the object position or the focal point all the way to the top, like so. I'll just put it on his forehead, because cutting off the hair is not that bad. Click on Add New Module or Row. I'll bring in a heading. This is going to be his name. And we decided to call him Henry Small. Let's see if we have a preset set up for Henry Small. Go to Assign Presets for our heading H3. We don't see it because it's light. We go to Design, Heading Text, and we change the color first. We put it on our heading text color. I still don't see it. And why do I not see it? Let's say 1M. This happened to me previously. Let's delete it again. I'll go ahead and delete heading, and I'll bring it in one more time. This happened to me previously, and I tried to replicate it to show you, and it didn't work. Let's try it again. Henry Small. Good. Go to our heading presets and select H3, and again, it is gone. Let's do it again. Delete. I'll do it one more time because I have something in mind. Let's put it on heading. Do not change the text. Don't click in the text box. Let's see if we assign the preset now. Interesting, right? Once I click in it. So now I can change it to Henry Small. And that is pretty small. I don't like that. That is again a bug. It didn't exist in a couple of lessons ago, but there it is now. I'm going to show you one more time what happened here. Hopefully by the time you watch this, this has been fixed. I'll delete the module. We'll click on the plus. We'll look for our heading. Do not type in it. Oh, well, let's go ahead and type in it. We say Henry Small. But what is important, make sure that you are not in the text box anymore. I'll just click outside and I'll select it again. And the moment you are not inside the text box is when you will see this label appear here in the top right corner. The moment you see it, you are safe. Go to the heading presets and select H3. You see, the moment you click in it and your cursor is still in there and you select the preset, it does that weird thing. Select it again. We're going to style it out, but we'll keep it on H3. Design, heading text, H3. We'll put the heading font weight. This time we'll put it on bold and we'll make it bigger. We'll go for 24 and we will reduce the letter spacing to 1. And then also heading text alignment, we'll put it to the middle. Before we save, we have a look on tablet. I will go for the letter spacing and put that on 0 here. And then for mobile, that should be fine. Good. So Henry Small, now that we've created this H3, we're going to make a preset for it. Select it, click on the assign presets, new preset from current style, and I will call this H3 Teams. Make sure I remove the H3 at the top. I want this one to be independent and select Save Preset. Below this, we add text. And the reason we add text here is we want to bring in his title. And this one is very easy. We will just call him CEO. We like the default here. The only thing we will change is to go ahead and make it text aligned to the middle. And the text line height here, I will put that on 1M. Do you remember how we bring things together closer? Yes, I think you do. But before we do that, let's bring in a little bit of a paragraph about him. Add new module or row. And this one is going to be text. And drop the text in there. Select the text and I paste something about Henry. This time he's called William, but I'm going to call him Henry. And we'll center align to keep things consistent. This is text and center align. With this, we want to bring his name and his title closer to each other. To do that, we put it inside a group. Close out, hover over Henry Small, drag it in. Then, nope, he didn't get in there. Let's try one more time. He's in there. And then we grab the CEO. When you see the box, don't drop it. The moment you do that, you are actually creating a child element, which is actually okay. We could have done that, but we created the box already. Let's see if it is inside the box. As I hover here, you can see the box is surrounding these two. Select the group, go to layout, and then vertical gap. I'll put it on 0. Much better. Before I copy this, we go to tablet. Looks good on tablet. Henry, my man. And then we go, yeah. Nice. We are very satisfied. To duplicate this, we select the parent container, which is the row. Select the row. Go to the content on the right, elements, and we see the 3 columns here. I would say this has become very clear to me since I've been working with Module 2. Module 1, I understood there is this nested feature, and we looked at it and we worked with it. But now it is really dawned on me since I've been working in Module 2 that everything inside anything is nested. So this container row nests these 3 columns, and that's why they are embedded here under the elements. But what I'll do, go to the columns, we see them. I'll delete. Now we only have Henry Small, duplicate, and it works. And now we have 3 of them. Who wants to be overmanaged? So we change out the teams, select this image, click on it, and we go to Histi. Puri. I like to give them these names. And we change the title. She is our finance. Cannot see that. So open the text box here. Financial manager. And we'll say something about Hesty here as well. I'm just going to change her name. Hesty. And then the final one, click on the image, upload image. And this is Francois or Françoise. Francois Archer. I hope he doesn't blame me for using his name. And then click here and we change his title to main man. We need to be serious, but come on, let's have some fun while we are so serious. And we change out some information about Francois as well. Françoise. In Afrikaans, it's Francois, you know? Françoise. We've created the section. Let's add some padding. We don't need to do it at the top because of all this white space with this image that we've created here, but we probably will add the padding at the bottom. So that 100 pixels that we've been applying so diligently across all the sections, we go to design, spacing, and only add the 100 at the bottom. Let's have a look for tablet. Yep, but here the 100, we will reduce the padding at the bottom to 50. We did 55 previously. We can change it again and on the phone. Let's have a look here. Okay. The only thing I'm going to change here, and the problem is that I had saved this in the library. So every time it comes in with this constraint of sizing 75%, I will put it on 100%. That looks better. And it also jives with these text elements that we have down here, stretching the full canvas width. Good job. As always, we do not rely only on the builder. We always go to the front, preview it. Maybe too much white space there. Let's activate Pixify. Scroll down. Looking so nice. Yes. Good job. Good job. But I do think this white space is too much on all of the devices. Go back and we select this one over here, the section at the top. Let's reduce the spacing first here. I'll go to 25. Yeah, I like that. Maybe you will say you need to add more, but I feel like this about text is like a connector between these two sections. Let's have a look on tablet. I will reduce it a little bit more. It's already on 25. That's very little, but let's put it down to 15. Oh, that's the top I reduced. Nope, 25 top and 15 at the bottom. Looks better. And it should then also apply. No, this is still too much. So select the section at the top and let's put it on 0. Yep. Oh no, but the top, they are linked. So this top, let's just go to the top. We put that on 50. The link didn't look that clear. And just here, I think I'm going to override the text here and make it bigger. We have it on 48 pixels. I'm going to double that. 96. Otherwise, it looks a little bit strange. Much better. That one works, but we can increase this one as well. Let's make it 150. Just go back to phone. I forgot. We have to check 360. Yeah. Let's select about again. 96. Drop it down to 84. 76. There we go. And then desktop. So let's have a view again. Now we've made those changes. Our front page is still open. Refresh. Have a look here. Yeah, no, this looks much better. That spacing and the size looks much better. One more section we're going to add here. Just a very simple promoting the brands or companies that we've worked with, our clients. That gives a lot of that social accountability and proof that people like. If they can see who your clients are, they can go and find that as a reference, and it gives you credibility as well. easy section we'll be building out next. We're going to showcase the customers, the brands that we work with. Click on Add section, and we are going to showcase 5 brands, just their logos. And I just want to take a second here to warn you. If you're working with a client or by yourself, the moment you get to 5 columns or any uneven number, 5, 7, it goes on. You have to carefully think, can't you change it to 4 or 6? 5 always becomes tricky when you get to tablet design. There are ways you can fix it, but if you're looking for a smooth workflow, try and see if you can stick to 4 or 6. 5 is always going to be tricky on a tablet, and in most cases what I do lately is I stack them because, well, it just works much easier instead of trying to make them work in 3 columns and then 2 columns below them. We'll have a look at it soon. We had this here, 3 columns, and we didn't have an issue with them. They still look good on a tablet device. But you can imagine if we have 5, this is going to be crowded as crazy. It's not going to work on a website. And then how are we going to split this into 2 rows? That's what we're going to try and solve now. We click again on New Section and then select the 5. And all we do is bring in an image in the first one, which we will style out. And then after this, we will copy it again like we did before. Here are the 5 logos. We go for brand 1. Upload it, and all I do is go to the column setting, then design, layout, and we make sure that it is justified, content to the center and to the center. I'll select the section. I want to change the background to this one, bright snow. Very nice. Little bit of separation with our team section at the top. To see how this is going to work, I will just go ahead and copy this column 4 times. We select the row, go to Elements, delete these 4 columns, and then duplicate until we have 5. Before I change out the content, go down that road, I'll go to Tablet. And here we go, and we have this situation here on Tablet. Before I get all worked up over what's going on here, I want to save it and preview it on the front end. Let's close the other tabs and let's deactivate Pixify for this moment. No, activate, because we want to see the tablet, and scroll down to tablet. And this is what I was expecting. You see, it doesn't look like this is centered, but we instructed our container, which is the column, to make sure that these images are aligned to the middle. It doesn't look like it is, but hey, look there. On the front, it is. And I know this can be very frustrating when you're working in the back end. Just be aware, because we ran into this issue in Module 1, and I didn't go and check it on the front end while I was preparing, and I spent half an hour to an hour trying to figure out what am I doing wrong. And in the end, it wasn't me. It was you, mama. So make sure you understand this one. I'm pretty sure it's something that they can fix. It is centered, but we still have this thing that, do we want it like this? I'm actually thinking once we bring in the other logos, this open space here is not going to bother anyone. No one will be offended by this open space. Maybe a few graphic designers will lose their marbles over, oh, it's not balanced. But because these are logos and companies and your customers, I think it can be forgiving. The other choice you have is that you do what we have here on mobile and you stack them all. That is the other one. And then you have the other option that you put all of them in the same row. You put 5 of them next to each other. I'm wondering if it can work in this case. So let's go ahead and try that option. What we do then to make this work is we select the column of the first one that we have here. We go to Design, Sizing, and then Column Class. Currently it's set to 1/2, and we look for 1/5. That's all we do. We're not going to mess with these guys. We're going to delete and then copy them again. But just to make sure, go to Mobile and make sure it is still on full width, which it is. Back to Desktop, select the row, Content, Elements, and again, we delete those 4 And again, we copy the first one. Back to tablet, and they are nicely in a row. And you can see that it's going to work because these are just small logos. We don't have to have them loudly in the visitor's face. So making them small, pushing them next to each other on a tablet, it's going to work here. And then on our phone, let's have a look here. Right, they are not centered, but we know they are centered. We save, go to the preview, refresh, scroll to the bottom. Yeah, let's go change out our content. Desktop, click on the image. Next one, select the image. Next one, we're almost there. And the last one. Tablet. And we save. To the front, refresh. No mess, no fuss, it looks good. Even though we were worried, if it were the team members, we cannot do 5. That won't make sense. But these are just these logos. They are visual, so very easy to put them next to each other. On mobile device, definitely, we will stack them like so. This was a good page. This is a very straight up about us page. Not too much information. What is still up for the rest of this course is that we will look at the canvas, and we're going to look at 2 use cases of the canvas. This made me age about 10 years, I would say. But we're going to have a look at where those years went in. The canvas, very powerful. Implementation and application, sometimes really strange. You have to understand the concepts behind it, and then it works very well. Unfortunately, a lot of the tutorials online seem to skip many of those concepts. So I'm going to try and really show you. My goal is going to be in the next 2 or 3 chapters to give you that full understanding at a basic level of how the canvas can create floating little boxes on your screen, like if you want to put a cookie or you want to put an announcement on your site, and if you want to create an on-click pop-up. These are the 2 canvas use cases we'll be doing in Module 2. In Module 3, I will bring in automatic pop-ups. But in this case, we're going to start with that because the implementation is a little bit of a learning curve. Let's start talking about canvases. Before I talk about canvases, let's go to Divi's website, Elegant Themes. I want to show you something. And that is elegantthemes.com. Follow the link in the description. The latest blog, and this blog came out just yesterday. I had already figured this out, but I want to just point you, go away, to recent posts. And then they've got a really nice little course that they have. It's unfortunately only in the blog section. How to work with Divi. It's really helpful, and I recommend you go another pop-up Divi, for crying out loud. And Divi makes a lot of effort in bringing good blog posts to you. My criticism is that Divi doesn't actually have a good database for documentation. That's an interesting one where you can just go and search based on that. But their blogs try to cover all of this. And part 13 is what we're going to talking about now. It talks about creating interactive off-canvas elements. And I would say, go have a read, but I'm going to show you because even this here will give you the solution step by step on how you create it, but it doesn't answer some very important questions. I had a fight with the Divi VIP support AI who kept giving me the same answer. And all I wanted to know was why. I want to know why it is like this. But nevertheless, enough of that. Go and check it out. I think it's a very good blog, and Divi does make a lot of effort. And I see I removed some spacing here at the top. Let's just add it back to 100, and it's because it was a link. And will it now also here, same. Let me just quickly fix that. There. Okay. Now that we are here, what I want to do is I want to add a little notice here in the bottom left corner of my screen, just a little block that says we will be closed for the holidays so that people know on this and this date, well, let's say July 4th, it's coming up for the Americans. There's no big holidays in South Africa. The only holidays is Christmas and New Year and Easter. Those are the 3 times that we are closed. But if you have that, you want to sometimes have this little note. It's not a pop-up, it's a note. Yeah, it is a pop-up, but it's a note, a module that we want to add here and show people. And this is where the canvas comes in. The canvas is for all of those designs that you are making that you don't want to display on page immediately. And the second thing is they are mostly an overlay, right? Mostly, I will say an overlay, like a pop-up. They are not in your page. They're not in between other stuff. They will be overlay. And that is where the canvas comes in. Go to the top left corner and access the canvas from here. The drop-down will tell you main canvas and add canvas. Go for this one first and click on grid view and it shows you the canvas. This is your main canvas. You can think of it as a scratch pad of ideas or an area that you can work with and come up with new concepts. And here, if you've never worked with the canvas, I recommend you follow step by step. Just do it and begin to understand how this feature within Divi works. We are going to create that little section here in the bottom left corner. We select Add Canvas and we'll call it Notice. And Team Building. We are going to close our shop or our business for 2 days. We're going to go on a workshop, team building exercise somewhere there on a game reserve. You have all of these options. And for now, all I'm going to tell you is leave them so we can come back to them later and then you will understand their purpose. What happens with a lot of the tutorials, it will explain you what to do here. And then when it gets to the front end, you don't really know how the canvas works. And that's why I'm going to tell you, we just create the canvas, leave these settings and select Add Canvas. Oh, so we are back in the builder? Correct, we are back in the builder and all we need is one column. Start with a heading, not even a heading. You can just use a text element. Let's start with a text element. And we call this Office Closed on May 28th. And we put it in bold. This is text. Put it on bold and change the color here. And then below that, add another one. We add text. Our offices will be closed on the 28th of May, 2026 for a workshop. That's it. Now what I will do is I will style it out. The first thing that I'm going to do is grab the section. Let's go to the section. Advanced and position. I want it here in the bottom left corner and I want it to remain there on the screen. When we talk about the entire screen, the monitor for your computer, and you want to keep it in a specific spot on the monitor as your user is visiting your site, we select under position fixed. Currently nothing happens because it is still fixed to that position. What I will do now is click here on this little triangle here in the bottom left corner, and now it is fixed here. Next, I want my content to be on the left, and how I achieve that, select the row. Let's go to content first and change the background, and I will give it a darker background so we can see it better, but just for now. Let's change it, or let's see the other one. Or shall we look at our secondary color? No, we can't see it, so let's go and give it that darker color so we just know what it is. Then we also add padding. Spacing. Padding, I'll just add 15 top and bottom, and 15 left and right. Go to our text. I'm going to change the color so I can see what's going on here, and I'll put it on. There we go. Let's change this one as well. We go for a light on a dark. Select the row again, and I will go to sizing. And for the width, I'm going to put in pixels. So 350 pixels. Now, go to our section, like so. Layout, and I'll put it on the left. You see where we're going with this, right? To add a little space here on the left, we go to our section, spacing, and padding on the left, and I'll add 55. Now you see what we've done. And select Save. And this is what we are creating at this point. We'll get soon to how we can close it out. Let's go and view it on the front end. We want to bring this canvas. So we click here on the grid view, and we want to add it to the main canvas. Select the main canvas. And how do I get that to appear here? We go back, click on the grid view, and select our Notice Team Building. We have to make changes now to the settings. So select Notice Team Building, hover over that. Don't just select this canvas setting here because that's main canvas. Hover over the Notice Team Building and click on the settings. And now we go to Append to main canvas and we tell it to append below. This, in a way, is irrelevant. Why is it irrelevant? Because I have made this section fixed, which means it's always going to be in the bottom left of the screen. Doesn't matter where the user is scrolling on the site, it's always going to be bottom left. So I can also say append above, but because it's like at the bottom of the page, let's go ahead and say append below and click on Save. I will go to the front. We were here, deactivate Pixify, reload the page, and let's see if it's there. I still don't see it. And therefore we go back. Make sure that you go to the settings of Notice Team Building, click on the settings, and here we have to give it our Z index to tell it you have to be on top of everything on the page. And what Divi recommends is you go for a crazy number like 999. And if you have a very big website or web page, you even go 9,999. Click on Save. Did I save it? Maybe I didn't save it. And refresh the page. And there it is. And now, as I'm scrolling, but we see that it's cutting off all of this. And the reason is this is my section, and the section has a white background. So we have to remove that background. Go back into Divi, select the section, content, background. We add a color, and then we reduce the opacity to 0. Save, refresh, and there it works. That's how you have to do that when you work with a section. It looks like there's nothing there, but for Divi, when there is nothing in the section, by default, it's a white background. So you need to give it a color, reduce the opacity to 0, and then you get this. Now that we've done this, we don't want this to appear all the time, right? We want people to be able to close this in case it's annoying or in those events that it can actually overlap other parts of our pages. And we do that by going into this canvas, which we currently are, and we add a close button. And what I'll do is I'll select here or over here, plus, and I'll look for an icon and look for close here on the side, close, which is an X like so. And then we change the color, design, icon, color. We put it on our dark color. And then the size, I will take it down to 48. I'll still make it big. And then under advanced, we go to position. And in this case, we are going to put it on absolute. We put it in the top right like so. And now I can play around with the offset to take it to exactly where I want it to be. Right. Good. And I can dial it in, save, go to the front, refresh. Let's see if the design is right. But of course, it's not a button yet. And what we do now, we go to the canvas, make sure you select the icon. Under Advanced, Interactions. What we are doing now is we're going to give an instruction to this icon. And that is an interaction. Click on Add Interactions. And the instruction we want to give this icon is that when somebody clicks on you, you have to close this canvas. We click on this one, click. We can give it a label. We can just say close button. And what do we want? Yes, we want people to click. And when they do that, they are going to hide the element. And then which element? That is the target module. Select. Okay. And then here you see my canvas is actually here and everything under it. And I want to hide the entire section. Good. Let's see if it works. Select Save. Go to the front end. Refresh. Hover and you see it. My cursor turns into select and click on it and it's gone. It's a massive process, right? But there is a level of satisfaction. I just refreshed the page. There's a level of satisfaction that you created it. And if this was overwhelming to you, I really tell you, watch this video again and again, and then go to the next video where I'm going to show you how to create an on-click pop-up. Because if this one is going to blow your mind, the next one is going to shatter it into 1,000 pieces. But this is really awesome. You can add this little notice here. We used absolute positioning within the canvas. We put a close button here. We gave it an interaction to trigger on a click and then to hide the entire section. It does take a lot of time for how this works to sink in. If you've worked with these interactions in other builders, it's going to feel right at home. If you're coming from Divi 4, you will take some time with this. But I guarantee you, once you begin to understand what this does, follow the steps, you will get better at this in no time. I don't like that close button. I'll click on it again. Let's see if we can change out the icon. Design icon. Now that's under content icon. Say close. I look for some. Yeah, this one is better. Yeah, like that one much better. Save. Just have to go check. Good. And close it up. Oh, before I go, Janice just reminded me that we have to check for tablet and mobile. Oh, how bad of me. I'm just going to refresh this page and I'll guarantee it's going to look good on the other devices. No, it doesn't. Not on the 360 because of that padding. So what we have to do is remove the padding here, I would say. Let's go back and we go to our phone, select our section, design spacing and remove the padding. We put it on 0. Yes, it's flushed hard to the left, but that is perfect for a mobile device. Refresh. And it looks okay. Again here, you see we may have to make adjustments here. It was at 350 pixels. We may have to reduce it, but look at that. Pretty impressive. Let's close it. It works perfectly. And that's how you add an off-canvas info section to your page, add a close button with an interaction, and it works perfectly on the front end. Next, we're going to do that on-click pop-up. In this video, we'll be creating an on-click pop-up. Now, what is an on-click pop-up? For me, I call it an on-click on-page pop-up. It's not automatic, which means it doesn't just pop up onto the website at any time. You can choose any website out there, go to it, and at one stage, you're going to see a pop-up just appear there. That is an automatic pop-up. And on-click, the user, me, you, we have to click on something, and then it appears. I often do that when I work with team members like this. Someone wants to know more about Henry Small. Well, a visitor wants to know more about Henry Small. They click on it and then you get additional information about him in a pop-up. I like to do that to put more context into lower levels so that my page is still nice and clean like this. But if I want to give more information about him, then people can click on it. And that's what we're going to do when people click on Henry Small. This pop-up is going to open. Just like in the previous video, we're going to take it step by step because this is absolutely not intuitive. And you're going to see this one is even less intuitive. Great feature, not that great execution, but well, this is what we work with. And you'll see as you work more and more with it, the more confident you will become in this. My only gripe is here, often when you do this kind of thing like a pop-up, you do it once in a while, especially if you're just making one website. If you come back after a few months, you've forgotten how you do it. Trust me, I work with this stuff all the time. From one week to the next, I forget. Let's create the pop-up first. To the top left corner, click on Canvas Grid View. And here we have the canvas, the notice that we have created, and then the Add Canvas, which is what we're going to do here. Click on Add Canvas. Give it a name, and I'll call this Team Pop-Up 1 because this will be Henry. Let's give it Henry. The more descriptive this name is, the easier it is for you to identify it once you assign this pop-up. Just like before, I'm just going to say Add Canvas. I'm not going to mess around here first because I want to come back so you can also get used to coming back and going into the settings. Click on Add Canvas, and this is where we start. I'm going to build out a quick section for Henry. Select the section. First one I will look for is an image, and now we just build it like before. Then I'll add a heading. I'll just bring in quickly this heading, and then below the heading we'll bring in some text to talk more about awesome Henry. Click on the image, change out the image. Where is Henry? Over here, Henry Small. And I'm going to leave it like that. What we can do is go to Design, Sizing. Yes, alignment, put it in the middle. I never know. Then we do the same for the title. We call him again Henry Small. And same, we put alignment to the middle. And then here we can add nice amount of text about Henry. Select all the text and I'll paste some text here about Henry that I've generated with our good cousin, Gemini. Now that we have this, let's quickly just style it out to make it look good. I'm going to grab the row, settings for the row, sizing, and I'll put that on 50%. Bring it in a little bit and just make sure 50% still works here, but on the phone, I will take that up to 85%. Good. We go back to desktop. I'll select the section and I'm going to make this full height so it stretches the entire monitor from the top to the bottom. And we do that by going to sizing and height. We put it on 100 VH, which is viewport height, and enter. And once we've done that, the blue bar and the blue box now stretches the entire monitor area. With the section still selected, layout, and then justify content, we put it on the y-axis center. Now everything is nicely centered. So that we can see how this looks, I will again select the row, content, background, and give it our bright snow background so we can see at least something is going on there. And then design, because it doesn't look good, and most of the time that means space. Padding, let's give it like 35 pixels all around. 35 and 35 at the left and the right. That looks much better. This is what we've created, and I'll go again step by step through this so we understand what's going on. Let's save this first. Unlike the previous tutorial where that little notice box is there from the beginning, this one we do not want there from the beginning. We want it to appear when someone clicks on Henry Small and then go away with another click. Now we have to create that interaction on our home canvas or on the About page canvas. Click on Canvas Grid View, select About Us. This is where we are. Scroll down. And the great thing is I can link basically anything. So instead of putting a button here and linking it to Henry Small, I'm going to link the entire column. To access the column, we have to go to Layers, and then where are we? This section, click on this image, and it opens up for me the column, and I'll select the column. This is strictly not a link. it's going to be a click to the canvas, and that is an interaction. With the column selected, make sure it's selected. You can see here in the top right corner, it also says column. Then we go to advanced and we go to interactions, click on add interaction. What we want is for people to click on that section, that column of Henry Small. So we select click. We give it a label. I'll just call it Henry Small, just for my reference. The event is already locked in because we selected click. And what I want to do is once people click on it, I want that canvas to become visible. You may want to say toggle visibility, but that's not the one that we want here. We want it to show an element. And here, element may also be confusing. You will think it's something like an image, a module, but it can be all the way up to a section. And that's what we want. We want the entire canvas. So we're going to say show element. Then we have to choose which one, target module, and we look for that canvas we've created. Scroll down, here is our previous notice, and here is Team Popup 1 Henry. And I'll select the whole section. That's what I want to see. And that is everything. Right, so click Save. Now we've added this interaction to this entire column. In the back end, we're not going to see it, so we need to hop on to the front end. The front end is open. I will deactivate Pixify. Reload the page. There's our little pop-up. Let me just reload the page. And we scroll down. And as I hover over Henry Small, you will see we have that little hand that indicates to us that this is clickable. When I go over to Hestifuri, we can see nothing because we haven't set up any interaction for these two mamparas. Before we go to Henry Small, I want you to keep on scrolling down. What? Yeah, what? So this is what I told you about execution. Yeah, I don't want to go into this because this is just how it works, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing that we can do except maybe contact the support at Divi all the time and say, isn't there a better way? But this is the current way. So let me walk you through what happened here and then how we go about making sure this doesn't appear. We don't want this at the bottom of the page. What we want is that when I click on Henry Small, it appears. If I click, will something happen? And the answer is no, because it's already on the page. So even I click on it, absolutely not what we want. Now you may think I'm screwing up here. Trust me, this is the way. And now we go and fix it. Go back into the Divi Builder. The first thing you have to know is that when you have a canvas like this one that we've created here, and you create an interaction on your page, like with this column we've created here, the moment you link that interaction to a target module, like we did here with the section under our Henry Small Team Popup, like we did here, it brings that canvas onto the page in the front end. That's just how it's going to work. And that is what we see here. There's some technical mumbo jumbo why that happens. The support tried to explain it to me. My question was to them, but why? But anyway, that's how it is. Now we need to go and give our canvas a little bit of tender loving care to make sure that doesn't happen. Jump back to our canvases, click on Canvas Grid View, select Henry Small. And how we do this is that we are going to hide it. Before we start with that, we also need to position this. And that is similar to what we've done in the previous video. Click on this section, go to Advanced, and select Position. Do you remember what we did in the previous one? Under Position, we selected Fixed. And this time we can just select this one in the middle to make sure it's nicely fixed to the middle. Click on Save, go to the front end, and refresh. And now you see, as I scroll, that canvas is there fixed. And this is kind of the idea of a pop-up, but it still appears and I don't want it to appear. Right, so that's the other one you have to remember about the fixed positioning. Go back into Divi with our Henry Small canvas open we have to give it a setting of invisibility. Basically telling it when we create that interaction, you should not be visible. You should only be visible when I click on the interaction, which is kind of what I think should be the standard, but that's how it is, like I said. Under Advanced, with your section selected, you go to Visibility and you disable it on all these devices. What an annoying setup. All my content becomes grayed out. And that means if I come back in the future and I want to make changes here and I want to see it, how it will look in the front end, I first have to turn this off again, and then later I have to come back and turn it on again. Well, now that we've turned it on, click on Save, go to the front end and refresh. And now it's not there. It is there, but to see it, you have to now click on Henry Small. Click on Henry Small, and now it's still in the back. And do you remember how we bring it to the front? Go back into it with your canvas open. Go to the top left-hand corner where the drop-down is. Hover over Team Popup 1 Henry. Select Settings and give it a Z index. This time I'll just go ahead and give it 1,000. I think the previous one was 999. So I'll just say this one is 1,000. Save. Front end. Refresh. Okay, we start again. Click on Henry Small. And there we go. We have our pop-up. But we have a problem now. I cannot close this pop-up. There are a number of ways you can do this. Back into Divi, the close will always put on the pop-up, on the canvas in this case. Let's just bring it back to full visibility so we can see better. The one way you can do this is by bringing in a dedicated button for close. I'll just quickly show you how to do that. Go here to the bottom, select Button, click on Button, select the button. Let's change the text first and say Close. With the button still selected, go to Advanced and we add another interaction. Add interaction. Again, if someone clicks on the button, and then it will hide the element. Which element? This element. So we have to still tell it which element. We go to, where is this one? Where's Henry? Where Henry's? Oh, here at the top. Team Popup 1, Section 1, Henry. And we can, well, I'm just going to give it a number. And then let's say Save. That's the button option. Go to the front. Let's refresh this page. And now the close appears. When I select close, it closes. Click on Henry Small, it opens. Click on close, it closes. And that's the pop-up. The other thing you know about pop-ups is that we are very used to the fact that you can just select the canvas and it will close. The way I made this work is by going to our canvas, select the section, add an interaction for the entire section, and select click. Same thing here. We say hide element, and the module again is the section for Team Popup 1 Henry. Then it will close the entire section. I will remove the button, select the button, delete the button, save again. Let's go to the front, refresh. And now when I click on the pop-up, it disappears. The only problem with this one is if you click anywhere on the pop-up, even here, it's going to disappear. So not sure how I can make it work just on the background, something I'll still spend some time on figuring this one out. Currently though, if you want people to click on the section and close it out, this is the way we will do it. But we made it work. I just feel it's not that beginner user friendly. And definitely if you don't spend time and look at tutorials and read up on this, you will have no idea. You will not be able to figure this out by yourself. It's not intuitive at all, but amazing features. And these are just the beginning steps of what you can do with the canvas. There's so much that the canvas brings in that's really, really powerful. We are wrapping up with our course very soon, and this will be the last entry for our canvas area. I will do a canvas mini course in the future. I'm still really struggling with some of the canvas components, like there is a module in, let me just select here and show you quickly. Let's change the canvas. We go back to the About Us page. there is actually a module called Popup. No, Canvas Portal that you can bring onto the page. When you select the Canvas Portal, from the drop-down in the options on the right, you select the one. So I can have the notice and it will bring it onto the page like so. I find this doesn't always work very well for me. And there are many issues that I've encountered with the Canvas portal, especially if you try and use it like a global block, which I definitely will recommend you don't do at this moment, because when you try and make changes, it doesn't work. So there's a lot to be ironed out. I'm not seeing lately updates to the Canvas, so I'm thinking this is something that still needs work. And definitely it needs more dedicated tutorials, in my opinion, from the Divi team in how they envisioned the Canvas area should be used. I've checked the tutorials and I want to be critical because I didn't learn much from it. They skip steps. They don't explain sometimes the visibility thing, and they don't explain the Z-index importance. So I hope this video has helped some, but I really hope that the Divi team themselves can give us some dedicated tutorials and not too complicated stuff for beginners, like how to make an off canvas and blah, blah, blah. Start with the simple stuff, like what is the vision for this and all the use cases that can be utilized for the off canvas or for the canvas option within Divi. I do like it. There's huge potential here. I just think we need a little bit more support from the creators to understand what is our purpose in life. Good, we're done with canvases and we're almost done with this course, Module 2 for Divi 5. Welcome back to another episode in Learn Divi 5 for Beginners, and this is episode 27, I think so. And we are going to build a global block, something that I use quite a lot and something that you probably will be doing as well, especially if you have multi-pages. A global block allows you to create a section and then reuse that section across your site, and whenever you make a change to one of those sections, it will update to all the other pages. We create a call to action section below this section that we've created. I'll use an equal column, just one column, and we bring in a heading. Do I need a heading? I'm just going to go for text. And we will say something like here. Let's grab the text here. Still have some questions. Where is the text? Over here. I still have some questions left, question mark, and let's style it up. Go to design, we go to our text, and we're going to make it nice and bold. Let's go for bold. Text color is going to be white because the background is going to be dark. Let me do that first. Select the section, content, background, background image, add background image, and select my image from my assets. There we go. That's it. Now I can work again with the text. We select the text, go back to design, and our text, change the color, and we put it on white. For the size, I'll go for 36. That's our pixels, and center align it. And we are going to be very happy with that. Below this, we add our telephone number, click add, and I'll add another text element here, or text module, and then select it. And from here, I'll just say call us, and then our number 088-788-1459, and we do more or less the same. Go to design, we go for text. I'll also put this one. No, text we leave alone. We go to text font weight, put that one on bold, and for the color, same thing, white. But this time for the text size, I'll go much bigger, because bigger is better, and then go to text alignment. What is all this space? That is because of this text line height that you see here, that for some reason is now on 2M. We'll just put it on 1M, and we do the same for this one. Select the text module, go to text line height, type in 1. It's on M, so I only have to push enter. That's good for me. Let's give the section some spacing. Select it, spacing Padding at the top, 100 pixels. I click on the link to give it also padding at the bottom. Add a subheading here. Click on the plus for another module that will also be text. And change the color first so I can see what I'm doing here. And say, call us if you need any assistance. Something very nice and sweet. And then we go for text alignment. Go through the steps for our tablet. Good. And then for phone, we'll make some changes here. Let's select the first one. And we reduce the text size to 20 pixels. And also, let's just put the line height on 1.3 in case it breaks to a second line. We can grab it here to 360 and then you'll see what I mean. It's going to break to a second line. So we do that. With this one, I'm going to leave it. Shall we also try 20? Yeah, let's also put that. And just in case, we also put it on 1.3 in case it breaks to a second line, but I don't expect it to break on the second line for this one. Back to desktop, let's quickly save it. One more test, preview it on the front end. I select the preview on front end. Let's just see at the bottom, yep, and then activate my Pixify. And if you don't know what Pixify is, have a look in the description below. Great extension for Firefox and Chrome-based browser devices. And there's a free version, and it allows you to do exactly what I'm doing here. And yes, it looks perfecto. Now what we want to do is we want to save this, but we also want to apply it on our other pages. And then if we want to make any changes here to the background or we want to update the telephone number, then it will also update across all those pages. And that's what a global section is for. Select the section, right-click, and go Save to Library. A quick word here. It's something that I thought that the canvas will allow me to do. In the canvas, you have the option to make any of these canvases or canvae a global. And I tested it using the Canvas Portal module. It didn't work. And one of the reasons it didn't work very well is number one, it doesn't automatically create a section. It adds it within a section, and that's a lot of extra work. The second thing is, when I tried to make changes to it, I couldn't. Even if I updated the canvas, that canvas didn't update on the global. That is a glitch, something Divi needs to sort out. At this moment, I will definitely tell you if you want to make any section or any element that you want to use globally, like we are doing here, use the library. Save it like we're going to do now. Right-click again, Save to Library. And then we give it a name. We call it CTA 2026. So we have a reference. And very important, we click here, Save as Global. That's all we need to do here, and select Add to Library and select Save in the top right corner just to be safe. Now I'll navigate to another page. So let's go to our next page, and that will be under the Page Manager, Pages, and we will tackle Services next. So let's click on Edit Page and we go to Services, and we don't see anything here. This page is currently empty. There is a header at the top, which we can't see because it is overlay. Select the plus here where you see Add New Section, Add from Library, and this is the only one that we've saved to the library. Select it, click on Use this section, and there it is on this page. Now, this is currently on our Services page. Let's save and go to the top right and click on Save. Jump to the front. I will deactivate Pixify here so we can just see the full page. This is our About Us page. When we navigate to our Services page, you're going to see the same here. Let's make a change now and see how this will update across the site. Go back to Divi, select the section, and one thing to note, when you go to the layers, you will see that this section, and when I hover over it on the canvas, has a green outline with a green label. This indicates a global. That's why your header and your footer within the layers panel also appears green. The important part is that when you make changes here, in the bottom right corner, you will see there's a save option. Currently, as I hover over it, it shows I cannot do anything, and the reason, I haven't made any changes. When you make changes, and this is a little bit of those snags in Divi, you will need to remember to save here. If you don't, it will not update. Select a section like we've done. Let's go to background where the image is, remove the image, and we bring in a different image. We decided we wanted something darker. I select a darker image, or not darker, something like this. And now you will see here at the bottom that the save option has updated. Very important to remember this. Click on save, and it will ask me, are you sure? Because all instances across your entire site will be affected and updated. And absolutely yes, we are sure. So we click on confirm. Once I click on confirm here, you probably didn't notice, but you can rewind. The save at the top also saved automatically. I'm obsessed over this, so I'll go ahead and click on save just one more time. Jump to the front, refresh the page, and it has updated. Now, how do we get back? Because everything here is obscured with this color. So let me just go and select this section and we give it a quick color so we can at least see what's going on there. Save, go to the front, refresh, and navigate to the About page. And let's see if it has updated as well. There you go. It has updated. This section and the one on your services page, they are global and they are synced. Any changes you make to one will also affect the other one. And this kind of call to action is great to have almost on each and every page on your site. What if you want to disconnect this section at a later stage from the global and work with it as an independent? To achieve that, go into Divi Builder. The section, you can see it's green. Right click on it and then select Disable Global. And once you do that, it becomes blue. Any changes you make now, let's give it an overlay. And we say we put it, place gradient over. Make it so. And make it so. Make an overlay like that. Save it. Go to the front. Refresh. It's only going to affect this one. And now when we hop back to the About page, it will still retain the global setting. That is how we're going to do that. I want to keep this one a global. I cannot connect it once I have disconnected it. Very important. Once you have removed it as a global, it is forever removed from the family. To bring it back into the global fold, I delete this section and I'll have to bring it again from my library. Nice. I love these kind of global settings. Try to always figure out how often I can use it and where I can use it. It speeds up your workflow and it saves you a lot of time. And also it brings consistency to a multi-page website. This is what we're going to do next is a grid layout. These are all duplicates, but we'll change them up. When we go back into our builder, this is where we left off on the services page. Let's add a page title section at the top. We go borrow that and basically copy it from the About Us page. Page Manager on the left. Select, open the pages and go to the About Us section and click on Edit Page. I can right click and copy this and then paste it, or instead go to Save Library if you know you're going to reuse this one a lot or use it again a lot. And I'll call this Page Title. That's an easy one. Page Title section, and select Save to Library. Once that is done, we go back to the Page Manager and we go to Services. Before I do that on the page, this text is supposed to be center aligned. I'm not sure what happened here, why after a few updates it's behaving like this. I spend a lot of time in trying to figure this out, and I don't want to waste this video on trying to figure it out. So it looks like this. I'm not going to fix it now because going into that is just totally off what this tutorial is all about. But if you notice that, just be aware it is there and not my fault. I can claim absolute innocence here. Good. With that out of the way, I'll just quickly click Save on this page. We go back to our Page Manager here on the left, Services, and click on Edit, and we go to this page. Now that we've saved that section, let's go to any place we can add a new section. Up here, Add New Section, add from library and page title section, use this section, and it drops in. We're going to see there's a gray bar at the top. Previously, in the previous video, just to see the header, I put a section there and made it gray. So let's remove it. Go to Layers panel. Under Page, that first section is the one that I work with. And I can just hit Control Backspace, Command Backspace on my computer to remove it. Change this one out here, call it Services. At least we know what we're doing. Now, let's talk about the grid. Baby steps. Yes, baby steps. First of all, let's add a new section and have a look at what is happening here with all of these options that we get. At the very top, we have 4 groupings under the name Flex. Equal columns, offset columns, multi-row, multi-column. These are pre-made Flex options for you. It's basically columns. And you can create this from scratch by yourself. But as you've seen, if it's so easy just to click on it, why do you need to create it from scratch? It's actually a feature that I really like about Divi. And it's an age-old feature. Before you had control over adding columns and making things responsive, Divi had these layouts, which actually made Divi very powerful, which other page builders didn't have. And then when other page builders became very flexible, Divi was behind. But with these new controls, Divi is kind of in the lead at this moment. Below this grouping, we have another one called Grid. And I think the one to understand about grid that really shows you the power of the grid layout is this one here under Masonry, where you can create these really metro kind of layouts, look really funky. I just want to tell you that the reality is you're almost never going to use this. And you should actually really go for deep introspection and ask yourself, why do you want to use this when a simple grid suffices? This brings in a lot of design technicalities, not that much. Actually, it's much easier now, but it is one of those things that, is it really necessary? And I see a lot of people, they really, really want to use this kind of layout and it doesn't suit their website. Most of the time, something like a 3-column layout, the equal columns, is going to work. The moment you have something that repeats, that's more or less the same, and it goes to a second row or a third row, and you want to contain them, then the grid is perfect for that. You can see here we have the grid, and one of the things that the grids from the beginning all have in common is that they have a second row. And of course, you can have a third row, the row can go on. And that is where you have to think that if you just need 3 columns next to each other, you stick to this up there. But if you want 3 columns and below it another 3 columns, like 6 service cards, which is what we're going to do, then think of the grid. Right, so I've scrolled up and down for this one a few times now, making me nauseous. Let's go to Grid Multi-Row and select this one. Before we bring in any content, what has happened on the page? Click, and let's go over to our Layers panel and look here. The section came in with a row, and guess what? There are columns. So what makes this row different from that row? And it is the instruction under the design. With this row that we just brought in, the grid row, let's rename it. We call this grid row so that we have a good idea of which one we are working with. With the grid row selected, go to the inspector on the right and go to design. And you can see next to the layout, there's already a blue little dot. Yeah, you didn't make any changes, but by selecting that preset, Divi made the change for you. Open it up and under layout style, you will see it is set to grid. Select the row, previous one, up here the section, and now you will see under layout, it is set to flex. That's the standard one. We've been working with it, module 1 and module 2. So the row module, the row element, can be a flex and it can be a grid. Yes, it can be, Bobby. And all you need to do is go to this drop down and you can select flex, grid, or block. Block is for another time. We can say block is for another time. But if you are interested, block is basically column. So this one at the top is a flex. And then this one, if I select this grid row, you will see that the layout style is set to grid. A couple of days, weeks ago, this option here, Open Grid Editor, wasn't here. And we'll work with that one soon, but I want to also show you how at a very basic level, you don't even need the grid editor. Let's bring in some content first. So we have a grid, and this is a nested element. You know that. Go to the content of the row, open up the elements, and here are all the columns already created for you. Go to the first column, add new module or row, and what I'm going to do is bring in the ever so popular blurb. So I'll just search for the blurb and I'll drop it in there. Personally, I never use the blurb. I just build out everything myself. But this is a good example of how you bring in something with image, title, and some paragraph, and then keep this style and repeat it across all of these grids. One place where the grids will come into play is in module 3 and 4, when we work with the post list and the product list creators, the loop builders within Divi. Then this becomes really essential because you only build out one, and then you set how many should appear, and they will just fill up everything by itself. But in this case, I'm going to have to copy this 5 times. I don't copy the blurb. That's important to understand. I have to copy the column. Select the grid row, elements, delete these 5 columns, and then let's go ahead and duplicate it. And now you have the grid here. Select the grid row, make sure it is selected, go back to Design, and open up Layout. Scroll to Number of Columns, and here you can see 3. At the very beginning, from those pre-mates, we chose 3. But this is where you will see it's very easy. Let's say I wanted it to be 2 columns. Then I just backspace and I make it 2 and I enter. The moment I make it 2, you will see I have 3 rows now. And that is based on these settings here, which is auto settings. But my recommendation again is do not mess around with this. Rather, always make sure that your content is locked. So if you only want 4 of these and not 6, you go ahead and you delete these 2 and you set up your design that way. Go back to design. Let's see number of columns. I can make it 4 now. And then they're nicely next to each other. We go back to 3, enter 3 and enter. Naturally, these 2 spaces are empty. The grid is still there. There is space for them, but there is no content. And the only way you can bring content in within a row is that you need to bring in a column. And to do that, we're just going to duplicate the columns with the grid row selected, go back to content, columns, and do it 2 more times. The important part from here is how do we work with our responsiveness. Select tablet, and now we think, this is a little bit too cramped. Let's give it a little bit more breathing space. Under design, number of columns, we are within the tablet view. I'll type in 2. And from here, I can just go to edit responsive values. It opens up the dialog box. Click within number of columns for the mobile device, and it will switch the display to mobile device. And I type in 1, enter, and it gives me 1. By clicking in this for columns, we go back, you will see we have 2, and then number of columns here we go 3. What are these 2 lines? They disappeared. Oh, it's these lines. Okay, I get it. And that is all there is to it. There are many other page builders that also have grid functionality like this, but they make it far more complex. You have to put in your 2F and rows, and you have to set that up with CSS speak, which is something we really try to avoid. When we get to the grid editor now I'm going to show you how this is even taken to the next level of ease and convenience. Let's bring in our real content now that we've got a good grasp of what is going on here. Select delete selection. We bring in that section again, scroll down to grid multi-row and select this one with 6 boxes because that's exactly what I want. I'll bring in an SVG module at the top for an icon. Select. Below that, I'll bring in a heading. Select. And below that, I will bring in a text element module. Select the SVG. Let's go to our SVG source and select uploaded SVG. Click on add SVG. And where's my, let's go for this one. For services, upload an SVG. Tile it out, go to design, sizing. I'll put it on my width at 64 pixels. I think that's a little too small. No, 64 is perfect. And then for the fill, I think the fill is our primary color. Let's keep it at 64. It's a little bit too big, but at least we can see where it is. And then we can say our first services, select financial help, and I'll type it like that because once I go into design, this is heading text, and this will be an H3. The reason it is H3, we'll put a title here at the top for this section, which will make it an H2. Heading font weight, I'll put it on light, and then I want to put it first on uppercase. We give it a little bit of letter spacing. I'll put it on 2, and I like that. Line height, I'll put it on 1M. Just make sure the spacing is too much here. Select the column, and that is where we have the layout for the vertical gap. I'll put that on 16. Then we select the icon again, go to spacing, and then margin bottom 32. Go back, select the column. Let's bring in some padding to make it look a tad better. And I'll apply 16 padding all around. 16 and 16. And then finally, let's also give it a color. And that is under content in Divi, background. And we give it a color, this one. You can see that 16 is too little. Select the column again, go to design. And let's make it something like 36. Much better. Our design is done. Go to the row, content, and delete the other 5 columns, and then duplicate this one 5 times. Now let's work with the grid editor. Select again the row, and then under elements with your columns, you will see open grid editor. You also saw this previously at another spot, and that is under design, layout, open grid editor. You have those 2 options from where you can open it. I'll select your open grid editor, and it gives me a visual representation. I can resize this video, windows, not video. And then you can see, let me close this part over here, that these are the columns, and this is my column 1, column 2, column 3. This is row 1, row 2, and it's set to auto. And from here, you can add and move things around, and it will give you this visual display. The idea is that you don't even look at what is happening on your page. So you keep this open. If I wanted 4 columns, I can go here to the columns and just click up 4. And then it looks like this. And the grid editor is smart enough to know that there are no columns here. Currently, you will have to copy this one 2 times and bring it in. If you look on the page, look at that. It has already updated on the page. This is a visual displayed grid editor. Really cool. But there's a few more cool functions here. I'll show you. You can play around with them. Go to this one. See those corners. Click on one of the corners and drag it. And look what happens if I drag it into the second row. Now this one spans row 1 and 2. And with that, it is 2, 3, 4, and then 5 gets pushed here, and 6. How does that look on the page? Let's have a look. Ooh. So now it looks like this. You can see this one. And you can add more content here. If I were to go and select this text here and I paste it. Paste it one more time. You see, this makes it very interesting. Let's remove 1 row. I'll go down, make it 3 rows again. Now it looks like this. Let's have a look. This is pretty nice, right? But to space things out, let's make it even more interesting. Let's go to 4 and drag it like this. And then for 3, I'm going to drag it like this. And that is how you build out those grid metro style blocks that you saw on the layout. Cool, right? This is really cool. I love this, that it can work so easily. Let's go back. We put it back to where it was. Each one, just 1 row. And it's nicely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. while I'm here, I'm curious whether I can drag them. Look at that. I can drag them. That is amazing. So I can drag that back to 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can even rearrange them from here. That is really awesome as well. Another few features that I like, hover in the middle. This is what? This is your horizontal gap. Click and just drag. And you will see the horizontal gap values at the top change, and it gives you again that visual display. Bringing it back down to something like 16. Let's put it here on 16. And then same here. Click and drag for the gap between the rows. Same thing. And if you cannot lock it in, you just go up here. Where's the horizontal gap? You can put this in as well. From your columns and rows, you can also set the responsive values. Click on it and it opens up this little box that we saw earlier. Click in the first one. I'll just type in 3. This is how many columns we want for our desktop display. Click in the tablet and now I'll type in 2. Enter and it makes it 2. Click in the mobile and when you'll see it's already 2, but this time I'll type in 1 and enter. Click back up. And all of that done here, removing all the content to confuse you and giving you this control with the grid editor. A super tool if you are looking at complicated grids. If you just want to do a basic 6 grid, like a 3x2 grid for 6 columns like we have, you don't need it. But I just love this tool. It is well thought out, well implemented. You just add, you remove, and you change everything here. And once you are done, you just click here and close it out. Let me just go here and remove some of this because now I have created a lot of this. Okay, delete. We are back here. Let's test the responsiveness. Go to our tablet display, 2 columns, and on phone, 1 column. And that is what I love about the grid. It is so easy. From here, you go ahead and you change it out. And we're going to run into a slight issue here. I'll show you soon what I mean by that. Let's select this target. And once I do that, you can see that there is more space applied here. And why that has happened is because I gave this sizing an instruction of width, if I'm not mistaken, and it should be height. Select the icon, the SVG. We go to sizing. It is set to 64 pixels, but you also have to lock in the height. And let's do that with our height at 64. And once you do that, you see these all will align. So just make sure that you work with that. You can do the same for this one. Where is the content? Change it out. There's a few ways to get around this and upload the SVG. And again, you can see this time that one has a different setting. So we go to design and we also give it 64. Things get better. You have to put in that height. That's just how I found this one works. It adds that little bit of space. You can see there. Same for this one, but that makes it okay. And then you change out your content. You can say here, target investments, whatever that means. And this one is record keeping. And let's go and save and preview it on the front end just to make sure that it is still exit preview. What did I say? Preview on front end. Good. And then we activate Pixify to make sure that Pixify also agrees with us. Scroll down. Oh, it looks good. Restart to update later. It looks good. And that is how we work with grids. I will pause this one here, but I think it's important that you play around with this. If you've never worked with the grid is, in my opinion, pretty essential when it comes to loop building, which is something that we'll do within Module 3 and Module 4. And because of that, you do need to have a baseline of how this grid works. That is the end of our session, lesson 28. Only 2 more to go, and then it's a wrap. This is lesson 29 in Module 2 for Divi 5 2026. Just to recap, my name is JP. This is Websites for Beginners. And in Module 2, we looked at how you work in building out a multi-page website within Divi. The idea is in Module 2 that we look at things like navigation, how to set up the header, and in Divi we got introduced to concepts like the canvas. I want to quickly just talk about a feature that I usually tackle in Module 1, but we're going to do it here. It's very short, and that is how you set up the featured images, but you can do it directly within Divi 5. And then we'll wrap it up, just a wrap up in the 30th session for Module 2. There's a lot I didn't do. We didn't build out a contact page. We didn't really build out the About and Services page. That is not the central focus for this. And then in Module 3, wait, I'm doing the video. I'm supposed to be the next. Anyway, in Module 3, we will look at blogging. And in Module 4, we will look at WooCommerce. And I'm rethinking that. But like I said, we'll talk about that in the next video. With this page that we have here, and this is our services page that we had been working on. Whenever you select anything on the page, there is actually a very nice feature, the breadcrumbs feature, that allows you to navigate between the different modules, rows, columns on your page to make the selection easy. The first one, of course, like you will know, is that we have the layers here on the left. And this is a very essential, crucial panel when working in Divi. You do get lost on the page, especially this one gripe that I have over the column feature. This is the DNA of how the Divi system works, and this can be a little bit off-putting for many people coming from other builders, because sometimes you can work in other builders directly within a row. You just place an element like a heading directly in the row. You don't need a column for that, but in Divi, the column, or often known as just a box, that is there, and that's why you will need this. But the other way, also very important, is that you can go here on the right with the inspector. I'll select this text here called record keeping, and then look at the breadcrumbs feature here at the top. Firstly, this is the heading of the module. Well, the title of the name of the module. In this case, it's a heading, so it tells us it's a heading. I select this image on the page, and it tells me, aha, this is a SVG module. And then just one level up to the breadcrumbs, you can see how it is nested, how it is housed. So the SVG, if you go up, it's inside a column. Column is inside a row. The row is inside the section. And at the very top, you're always going to see this feature called page. And this is what we're going to talk about quickly here. But before we get there, click on row, and it takes us to the row. Now you can see that the row, the green box, is selected. And on the left, in the layers panel, you can see the row is also selected. Before I click on page, just note that this little arrow next to section, the one that points to the right, this is an indicator that there is content within this. Click on it and look at all of the options that you have here. It shows you column, second column, third column, fourth, and so on. We are working with a row that is set to a grid, and that's why there are so many columns. And from here, you can drill down and also select the specific one you want. And that is why, especially if you have a very complicated website with many parts, I often recommend that you go into the layers panel as you work and you retype and give it names so that you know exactly this is column 1, column 2, or you can even give the columns typical names like investment column. Don't waste too much time on that, because often we get caught up in that stuff that doesn't actually bring value to the website itself, but it makes us feel good because, hey, I did so much work behind the scenes. It's not about the input always, right? It's about the output. Oh, wisdom. Right, let's get back to where we want to go. Go to our breadcrumbs in the top right corner and select page. And this is the part that usually is within WordPress, but from here you can do everything. You can change the title of the page, you can add an excerpt, and the important part is that you can bring in a featured image. And the rules of featured images apply here. I'll just grab one from my library. This one is a post image, but it's going to work very well. I can add an excerpt here, and if you have subscribed for the AI, you can generate with the AI, which is a great one. My website is about services. And then, of course, the title, I will leave it as is the page title. And from here, you save. And this makes it much easier. Otherwise, you have to exit into WordPress. You have to edit it there and set up everything there. And then you have to make sure that you click again, edit in Divi. I almost said Brizzy. All these names, breakdowns, Brizzy, bricks. They're all so close. Elementor is the only one that's really difficult to confuse with anyone else. So I hope I didn't say other names too often, but that is then the option, or that is then the problem, that you have to click on Divi. Yes, to click on Divi to come back. Sorry, mine is on a run this morning. So do not forget about this page feature. You can also select it. Let's click again on the page. In the layers panel, you will see that you have the page there at the top. It will always appear and you can select it. The other way this will also appear is when you enter this page newly. Let's save our work on this page. Go to the Pages Manager. Click on that. I'll just close the layers. Drop down. Let's go back to the home page. But before we do that, let's just select anything on the page so the inspector looks like this. Now with the Pages panel open, let's go back to the home page and select Edit Page. And once this page loads, you're going to see that we have the page content section here on the right for the inspector. Options, open here on the right. The ever I so want to help you part of me come across 2 or 3 websites in a week in my personal browsing in South Africa alone, in my hometown, where I see firstly the icon of the website. The site icon is still WordPress. And the other thing I often find is when people post and repost pages on social media, a crappy image pops up because they didn't set the featured image, or they set it incorrectly by putting too much text on it, and they put the text on the left, on the right, and they didn't use proper aspect ratio, or they didn't consider aspect ratio of 1:1 for the main content. So get this one right and set it up for your pages. It should be on your checklist always. Go back, and make sure it is done well. At the same time, I do think if I have to recommend some SEO plugin, there's a few of them that can help you with this, that overrides these features and just helps by making sure that your pages will look good. And I think of Rank Math, SEO Press, and there's quite, what is the one that I use? I can never remember the name, Squirrely or something like that. I'll have to go check again. But those plugins, if you don't want to use this, use one of those plugins, and they really actually do at the very basic level a very good job in just making sure that when your page is reposted or shared, that it will look good. And that's all. Small little video on this one. I talked more than what I showed, the forever lecturer in me. And then we'll wrap it up in the next video. This is the end of Module 2. And thank you for joining me on this journey. This one has been a little bit more challenging than breakdowns. So I want to talk quickly about the good and the bad in DV5. And I'll start with the bad so that we can feel better when I get to the good. And after that, I will also talk about what's upcoming for Divi. But before we start with the bad, I like this builder a lot. I think there is phenomenal potential in this builder, especially at the price point. And I think we'll come back to the price point again and again. And would I recommend it? Yes. But here is the thing. The first thing you have to know about this builder is the learning curve is not small, not steep. It is massive. If you've been a long-time Divi user, you will disagree with me. No, trust me, I work with so many builders on the market, and I think the only one that can rival Divi in terms of complexity at the moment is Bricks. However, Bricks is not as confusing as Divi can be at this moment. Right, So that's what I want to say. There's a steep learning curve here. And if I go to this Facebook page of Elegant Themes, who are the creators of Divi, they had this post just last week on help shape the future of Divi 5. What's one thing you'd improve? 55 comments. And I really think Divi has got an awesome community, very, very supportive of the product, always giving feedback. And I went through these because I came up with a few things that I really would prefer seeing in Divi. And I thought I want to see what other people said. And I think the shocking experience or the discovery is that everyone has a different opinion. Everyone wants something different. And of course, we know that's how the internet works and that's how people work as well. The thing, though, is especially during this Module 2, I could not depend on stability in terms of anything I created when an update rolled out. You can watch these videos back to back. You can see how I created something, it is stable, there's an update in between, and the next time when I load my builder, I cannot figure out what is wrong now. And there was a very good example with the line height, and I think that came from Module 1 to Module 2, where I thought I had done something wrong. I found a workaround for it, and then with the next update, I'm like, oh, it was a bug. So the introduction of bugs with updates for small things is really off-putting in many ways. And I found it really impacts the presets, which is supposed to speed up your workflow, as well as variables. And that makes me think that if you really enjoy Divi 5 a lot and you get along with it, you're mainly doing it manually. Because if you do everything manually, the updates will not really impact you because you put in those numbers one by one and you do it in a hard way. You have your typography set up. But for the other things, I was really dismayed when I ran into this preset issue and I was trying to fix it. And in the end, the moment I start spending 30 minutes to try and figure out why my preset, once I press preset, the alignment goes off, that is the bad for me at the moment with Divi. There's one more second bad, and that is that some things are just way too complex in terms of what you would expect from a builder. And I'm not sure if that is done for the web development community, but I just think at this moment we saw that building a basic pop-up, it is so convoluted in Divi that you almost just try to avoid creating pop-ups. And when you do build it out, you kind of feel that you're wangling it. It's not the way it's supposed to work. And that brings me to the third little bit of criticism I will have, is that the tutorials that were coming out regularly on the YouTube channel skipped a lot of stuff. And for me, who sit like, okay, how do you do it? Let me check and follow. It's almost like, you're jumping this on purpose because you know it doesn't work that way. And I despise that because I've worked with some of these brands one-on-one. And I know that when they ask me, make a video, and I'm like, hey, this doesn't work. Oh, can you just cut that out and just jump? And I hate that because it's lying, right? So the video is actually dried up from Divi, the true tutorial videos. And I then find, even going back, and I'm talking again for the canvas as an example, that I don't find any good instructional videos on the canvas. And so I'm flying blind. And the last point I will make is about VIP support for Divi. I paid $8 a month. Yeah, I did. I don't get this for free to sign up with Divi. And I thought while I'm learning this product, I will be in contact with their support. And I signed up, I think, February, and I canceled it in June. And I canceled it because I didn't think it was helping me. As simple as that. the word gaslighting has become a very loose term, how we use it, but that's how I sometimes felt, is that I would explain what I'm trying to do. I explain the issue I run into, and then I would get a response like, okay, so I'm doing something wrong, or the builder cannot do it. And then there's back and forth, and it gets a little bit frustrating if somebody were just to tell me that's not how it works in Divi. The second thing is that even with a VIP support, it was really difficult sometimes to get past the AI chatbot. Really, you wouldn't believe it. And I'm definitely not paying $8 a month to speak to an AI chatbot. But I think that was fixed at one point. But at the beginning, I would sit here and I'm paying $8 a month. This is my premium subscription. I'm trying to get to someone to just explain to me why this happens. Why does it appear? Why does it work like that? I did get good support, but I did feel that the support was also at the mercy of the shortcomings of the page builder. Powerful, but yet many, many shortcomings as well. And in the end, I gave it up because I realized what I was doing in the end is I was beta testing for Divi, and I was paying them to beta test their product. And I'll say this very harshly. I don't want to pay anyone for beta testing their product. When you release a product and I get hands-on and I find bug after bug after bug and I report it back to you and you say, okay, thanks, yes, we could replicate it on my side and I'm paying you for that, then I don't feel this is a good customer relationship. So at this moment, until this product isn't sorted, right, that is my experience. Like I said, there are other people who never run into this. For me, though, with these tutorials, I deep dive into everything. I don't even touch on things like optimization of the builder, the code that is generated, JSON, all of that gibberish that people like to raise in the comments, like on this website. So those are the bad things. Would I recommend it? And then we'll get to the good part. Yes, I do, but you have to be very aware of the steep learning curve and the frustration you're going to get into learning things that should happen in a few clicks, like building a pop-up like that. The good thing is the price. Let's start with that price. And if we go to elegant themes, I've raised this a few times, but if you look at the pricing for the lifetime, which you just don't go for annually, as simple as that, unless you want to try it out and you're not sure. But the Divi lifetime is $250. That's the way it's going to stay. Unlimited websites. Woo-wee. Absolutely amazing stuff. And then they have this comparison here at the bottom. We've looked at that before. For unlimited sites, over 10 years, it's going to cost you $249. If you look at Elementor, that just for 1,000 sites is going to rack up to $4,000. The only one that comes close to competing is Bricks Unlimited Sites at $600. Bricks is also a beast, but Bricks doesn't have the same amount of glitches that I experience with Divi. That is the first absolute good for Divi, is the price is unbeatable. The second thing is I've never seen updates rolling out like we are seeing this year. Great updates, really well implemented updates. I saw how they did that with just font variables, variable fonts, and bringing in things like how you can adjust the slanting, how you can adjust the weight with sliders. No other builder is doing that. So I really think that is a massive plus for Divi, is the amount of updates that is rolling out. The third thing I really like about Divi, the builder itself, the speed is incredible. I was just working with Elementor last week, and at the beginning I thought something is wrong with my host. It was taking long to load. And then I closed it to prepare for a tutorial on Divi, and it just loaded like that. Now, what happens on the front end? That's a whole different business. But working in a builder, using Elementor again, just loading a page, even a simple website in Elementor, opening that page and starting to work on it The moment you click on edit with Elementor until you can begin editing in it, feels like ages compared to when you work in Divi. Divi is instant. And I have to say, Elementor is really behind in this when I compare it to many of the other builders. Breakdowns is so quick. Bricks is so quick. Divi is so quick. Elementor is slow. Again, that's got nothing to do with the front end. That is you as the designer experience. But that concept of frustration, whenever you get frustration, that's when you start to get angry at your product. So I think that's a great plus for Divi. The other thing that I also like about Divi is the direction they are going. I do like the nested elements feature. It makes it simple to build anything on page. I can create nested accordions. I can create lists. You are really limited only by your imagination. And now, would I recommend it? My answer is yes, taking all of what I've just told you into consideration. Can you create a website with Divi 5? Absolutely yes. Be aware of the shortcomings. There are going to be changes, and I'm pretty sure there's more to come because the bugs haven't been ironed out for presets and variables. The other thing you have to also know is the learning curve. Once you understand the learning curve, I hope that videos like mine can help you. I will spend more time on it, and after these module courses, the individual videos will come out where I look at things like forms. Another disappointing module, actually, in Divi. The form module needs so much more to be competitive with the other page builders on the market. But yes, there is that learning curve, and I'd still recommend it specifically because of that price. The moment you see that price, if you just have one website and you want to run that website for 10 years, you're going to save a lot of money. If you're doing unlimited websites, you're going to save bundles of money. I leave the bad and the good until the last video because this channel is focused on education. We don't want to spend time on promoting stuff. This is really an educational channel, and I often get asked the question, I thought you were an Elementor guy. I thought you were a Brizzy guy. Why are you doing this? I'm an educational guy. Secondly, I'm very curious and I love page builders. I'm always trying out new things. When I go back on videos that we've done on websites for beginners 5, 6, 7 years ago, I'm often stunned by the ones that didn't make it along the way, that have fallen. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, and some of them are not so mighty. WP page builder. But great potential, they didn't make it. So my interest is not loyalty. My excitement is about development and what is new and what can be done. So Module 2 brings us to an end. We looked at how you can create a multi-page website within Divi. How I was planning and envisioned everything is 4 modules. Module 3 is how you do blogging, how you build it out with the blog builder. We'll come back to dynamic content, loop builder, especially using the grid element for that. And that will spill over into our WooCommerce. I've got a little black cat now here, and for some reason she really likes the microphone and the boom arm. She comes and rubs up against it. Doesn't understand why I pay more attention to something hanging in the air than instead of scratching her. Yeah. So for Module 3 and Module 4, we will probably make the videos much shorter than I did for breakdowns. Just focus on the essentials, not so much into the building, especially because I believe they are going to roll out many updates to these features in the coming months, and I'll tackle that separately. I love Divi. I think a lot of good in the fact that they are making a massive effort to bring this builder up and to be competitive with the others on the market. My only wish would be to really look at the modules that are still in Divi and rework them like the form module, and make sure that your form builder is modern in terms of all the different fields that you can add. Just one example. And then secondly, look at how you can simplify certain procedures. That's also a great job that the team has done already this year by bringing in the variable manager as well as the grid editor. Great features. Now we need that for the canvas. Now, I'm sorry, you can tell me what you want about the canvas. There's no way you figure out the canvas without watching these tutorials. Great. So let's wrap it up here. Thank you so much for the support. I love this builder. I'll say it again. And I see many good things still to come. It's a workhorse, this Divi, and it's running on new legs. From me, JP, see you in Module 3.